Chapter 754. Luoku didn't dare to move as he was gripped by the devil ape from behind. Then, the devil ape picked him up like a chicken. The civet Luoku was caught. He defeated the enemy in one move. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A living person was standing behind Luoku, but the latter didn't notice it at all. "You think you're a civet? Bah, don't insult the word civet." The devil ape held Luoku's neck and spat out a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Then, it dragged Luoku towards Zichun. "What do you want?" Luoku's face was pale without any color. This was naturally related to the devil ape holding his neck, but it was mostly due to fear. Today, he had failed to recognize Mount Tai. He hadn't realized that the other party had only been attacking his doppelganger. Now that he was being controlled, it was as if his life no longer belonged to him. "Answer whatever I ask you. Cooperate and I'll keep you alive. If you don't, you know the consequences," Zichun said indifferently. Ask. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Luoku nodded quickly. "Where is this place?" Zichun asked the first question. "This is the starting point of the ancient road. Only by leaving here can we truly enter the ancient road," Luoku replied. "Then why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here?" Zichun asked the second question. "The passage to the ancient road is opened at the same time. It will only open when there are 3,000 people." Luoku was very cooperative. Third question. "Why did you suddenly kill someone? We don't seem to have any enmity with you." "On the ancient road, everyone can be an enemy. If you kill one now, there will be one less enemy in the future." Feeling that something was wrong, Luoku said, No, I didn't kill him because there would be one less enemy. I killed him for resources. It is said that resources are extremely scarce on the ancient road. There is even news that some trial grounds don't even have enough world energy to replenish." When Zichun heard this, he frowned slightly. "Since you already knew about this, why didn't you bring more resources when you came? Also, you've been waiting for so many years. Could it be that you only have a few hundred people? How long would it take to gather 3,000 people? We found out about it in the tavern when we came here. We didn't know about it before, but we're close to gathering 3,000 people. If we still can't gather 3,000 people, then the passage will open in the 9th year." "Tavern? There's a tavern here?" Zichun was surprised. "Yes, just outside the square, behind the mountain." Luoku did not suppress his words. Therefore, all the demons were listening attentively. In addition, some of the people who had arrived earlier were also listening attentively. But the others didn't care at all, because as long as one left the plaza and spent a drop of low-grade origin liquid, one would be able to obtain this information. At that moment, the teleportation formation on the high platform lit up again. This time, more than 10 people appeared on the high platform. When the latter appeared, his expression was almost the same as that of Zichun and the others. He shouted angrily while he was still in a daze. Facing the angry rebuke of the crowd, the group of people was also slightly stunned. They didn't immediately leave the teleportation formation. Therefore, they also faced the numerous energy attacks. In this group, there were no existences comparable to the Devil Ape and the Dragon Man. Their strength was slightly weaker, so they were hit by many energy attacks. Under the explosions of energy, an unlucky person unfortunately died. Then, a figure like lightning rushed onto the high platform at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he took the primordial core and spirit ring of the other party and flew back like lightning. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zichun's gaze was fixed on the man who had turned into lightning. The other party's speed seemed to be almost comparable to his. He's called Speed Ghost. His speed is even faster than mine. Once he shows his extreme speed, in this group of thousands, he's definitely above average, or even slightly above average, Luoku said again. This kind of speed is only slightly above average. Zichun was a little surprised. Then, he asked, "So you mean that there are many people here who can suppress him? Even if there aren't 50 people who can suppress him in terms of speed, there are at least 40. There are at least 10 people who can match him in terms of speed, and there are at least 200 people who can surpass him in terms of combat power." In just a short sentence, Zichun had a better understanding of the ancient road of trials. Indeed, This place was known as the strongest trial. There were indeed many powerful cultivators here. If you want to know anything, go to the tavern. You can find anything there, as long as you pay the price. You can even find out what's on the ancient road of trials. Because the owner of the tavern is a powerful cultivator who successfully came out of the ancient road of trials. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Someone who successfully came out of the ancient road of trials was a powerful cultivator of the mortal origin stage. All right, thank you for your information. Devil Ape, let him go. Zichen smiled lightly. After being let go by the Devil Ape, Luo Ku twisted his neck a few times. He pretended to be relaxed, but soon, he screamed, You guys actually. Zichen held a spirit ring in his hand and smiled. I only said I'll let you go, but I didn't say I'll let go of your spirit ring. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying spiritual thought appeared in Zichen's mind. Under this spiritual thought, Luo Ku's spirit ring was forcefully removed, and the latter coughed up blood in an instant. With one strike, the spirit ring was broken. This proved that the opponent's spiritual thought was much stronger than his. Luo Ku's face was extremely pale. Only now did he truly understand that the team in front of him was a truly powerful one, and the young man in front of him, who seemed to be the leader, seemed to be even stronger than the black ape. Zichen opened Luo Ku's spirit ring and counted the resources in an instant. He couldn't help but shake his head and curl his lips. I heard that you came here and killed many people, but there are only so many resources in your spirit ring. It seems like you're very poor. Luo Ku was speechless. If he was considered poor, then at least half of the thousands of cultivators here were poorer than him. What's in this? It's a type of poison. Zichen took out the gourd that had poisoned the Wei clan's elixir origin and shook it. There was liquid inside. Looking at the gourd, Luo Ku's eyes flashed with pain. He said, This is a highly poisonous item refined by my clan using more than 1,000 types of non-poisonous plants. It's colorless and tasteless. It tastes sweet in the mouth, but it can instantly destroy one's soul. Then it can kill all elixir origin experts. Zichen looked surprised. Strictly speaking, that's the case. But to kill an elixir origin expert with a strong soul, they have to drink more. This poison will destroy their soul after entering their stomach, so it's not realistic to kill a real elixir origin expert. After gaining a general understanding of this area, Zichen walked out of the square. The demon clan had already left. There were only a few hundred people in the square, but there were more than 10 people who were comparable to Sky Realm cultivators. And according to Luo Ku, there seemed to be even stronger existences. Therefore, even Zichen felt the pressure during this trial. As for the dozen or so people from the other forces, they all had looks of regret on their faces. The square was surrounded by mountains. After following the mountains to the exit and leaving the square, Zichen saw a large open space. There were scattered buildings in this open space. One of them was a tavern, and next to the tavern was a 3-story building. There was a tattered wooden sign in front of the building with the word room written on it. It seemed to be a place to stay. Other than that, there were a few small houses in the open space. They were all made of wood. Even from a distance, Zichen could see the thumb-sized holes in them. Zichen doubted that these small houses could be lived in. Perhaps in the middle of the night, the wooden houses would be blown down by the strong wind. Other than the buildings, what Zichen saw the most were cultivators. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting, and some were meditating. The appearance of Zichen's group only attracted the attention of a few people. Among these people, there was no lack of people who stood alone, but often, there would be a state of emptiness within a radius of more than 10 meters around them. When the crowd glanced at these people while talking and laughing, there would be a deep fear in the depths of their eyes. After Zichen entered this open space, his gaze started to sweep across the crowd of humans, especially the female cultivators. Zichen would deliberately look at them. When he came here, he did not sense the presence of Longhu. Therefore, Zichen concluded that Wang Xian'er was not here. Furthermore, after hearing from Luo Ku that this place opened once every 9 years, he did not expect to see Wang Xian'er. At this moment, Zichen was searching among the female cultivators. He also wanted to see if Lin Shui or Su Mingyao would be among them. Although the chances of meeting them were very slim, it was not impossible. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd of female cultivators. He attracted a lot of ridicule and angry provocation. However, he did not find anything. The chances of this happening are very small. However, if you can successfully complete the ancient path, you might meet them. The monk beside him, who knew who Zichun was looking for, said faintly. Zichun nodded. Then, he turned around and looked at the only tavern here. You want to go in and find out more about the ancient path of trials? The monk asked again. The more I know about the unknown ancient path of trials, the higher my chances of survival. After saying that, Zichun walked towards the tavern. The devil ape and the monk followed closely behind. The group of 15 elixir primordial cultivators wanted to follow as well. However, when they saw the small tavern and the number of people on their side, they gave up on the idea of entering. However, the group of 15 still took a few steps forward and tried their best to get closer to the tavern. Just as he reached the entrance of the tavern, Zichun saw cultivators standing in the tavern. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he could see that there were already many people in the tavern. The small tavern was actually filled to the brim. This made Zichun a little stunned and surprised. This seemed like a place to buy information and find out more about the ancient path of trials. However, there were many people drinking here. Could it really be a tavern? Zichun tried to walk into the tavern. This was because he saw that although the tavern was full, there was still room for people to stand inside. Zichun was only there to find out more information, not to drink. Therefore, it was fine as long as there was room for battle. Chapter 755. The one who blocked Zichun's path was a brawny man. His thick arms were clearly powerful. After blocking Zichun, he said coldly, "This place is full. Come back next time." The brawny man blocking the way made Zichun unable to determine if he was from the tavern or another faction. However, he had already taken a step into the tavern and could see some things inside. Just like the entire wooden tavern, the tables and stools here were all made of wood. Moreover, they were made of a substance that gave off a dark glow. The wooden tables and stools gave off a glossy glow. This made Zichun unable to determine whether they were made of a special substance or had accumulated grease stains over the years. The wooden tables in the tavern were arranged in 2 rows. Zichun could only see 4 in each row. Presumably, there should be 8 wooden tables here. Although he didn't know if there were any empty seats beyond his line of sight, there were 2 tables that Zichun could see that were empty. At the other 2 tables sat 2 youths. With a single glance, Zichun found that this place wasn't as crowded as he had imagined. In fact, it was very spacious. Thus, Zichun made a move to go forward. The brawny man exerted force in his arms, causing his veins to bulge as he blocked Zichun's path. His previously cold voice became even colder as he shouted, "Full." I already saw an empty seat. Zichun, who had just arrived, didn't want to cause trouble. He spoke calmly. "We've already reserved the place. Do you understand?" The brawny man shouted at Zichun in a loud voice, "I don't care. I'm here to buy information." Zichun spoke again. "Come back tomorrow." The brawny man stood in front of him and said bluntly. With such a scene occurring, there should have been someone in the tavern paying attention to this place. However, there wasn't a single person. The 2 youths sitting alone didn't even glance at Zichun. They were both looking at the wine in their cups. It seemed that this thing was more interesting than a lively scene. "Sanner, why waste words with him? Just give him a drop of liquefied origin essence and send him away." At this moment, a voice rang out from the tavern. The voice came from somewhere out of Zichun's line of sight. The voice was indifferent and sounded very young. It was probably another young man. The burly man named Sanner nodded. Then, with a flash of brilliance, a drop of low-grade yuan liquid appeared in his hand. Taking out the low-grade yuan liquid, the brawny man impatiently threw it at Zichun and coldly said, "Here, take it and get lost." The low-grade essence liquid flew directly towards Zichun's face like a bolt of lightning. Coupled with the fact that it was so close, almost no one could avoid it. But Zichun just so happened to dodge. In fact, he didn't dodge at all. He simply extended a finger and lightly flicked it in front of him. The low-grade yuan liquid that had just flown in a straight line suddenly flew back in a diagonal arc. Because the burly man was taller than Zichun, the low-grade yuan liquid flew diagonally upwards, heading straight for the burly man's face. To be able to counterattack at such a close distance, the burly man's eyes flashed. Then, his fists danced, crisscrossing in front of him. One fist was aimed at the low-grade yuan liquid, while the other was aimed at Zichun's face. Bang! With a crisp sound, the low-grade yuan liquid exploded. It didn't explode at the burly man's fist, but at his face. Like a water droplet shattering, the exploding low-grade yuan liquid splashed all over the burly man's face. Then, just as the burly man's other fist was about to hit, a huge force emerged from the splattered yuan liquid and directly sent the burly man flying. Then, there was another muffled explosion. The flying man smashed through the wooden house behind him, as if it was a human-shaped wooden door. Outside the human-shaped wooden house, the burly man fell to the ground and let out a miserable scream. Fresh blood flowed out of his face. Although a simple blow that sent the burly man flying didn't shock everyone present, it still made the pupils of many cultivators shrink. Many who wanted to enter the tavern had experienced the burly man's strength. It was almost unfathomable, but now he was sent flying with a single blow. Zichun strode into the tavern, followed closely by the monk and the devil ape. There were indeed 8 tables in the tavern, but now 5 of them were occupied and 3 were empty. Of the 5 tables, except for 2 that were occupied alone, the rest were occupied by groups of 3 to 5 cultivators. There were both men and women, and they were all very young. At this moment, the eyes of the young men and women at the 3 tables fell on Zichun. Apart from a few of them showing curiosity, most of them were angry, as if blaming Zichun for interrupting their drinking. As for the 2 that were sitting alone, they still didn't look at Zichun and were quietly sipping their wine. After Zichun retracted his gaze landed on the counter of the tavern. On top of the shiny counter, there was a crystal bottle, and within the bottle, there was a strange substance. There were slender plants, gorgeous flowers, and even some animal parts. Then, Zichun's pupil shrank slightly. Among the various things, he saw a heart that looked very much like a human heart. These things were all soaked in a pale golden liquid, and Zichun happened to see that these people's wine glasses were also filled with the same pale golden liquid. There was only such a crystal bottle on the counter, and there was nothing else behind it. It seemed that this was the only kind of wine that was sold here. After his gaze moved away from the crystal bottle, Zichun saw a one-eyed man standing behind the counter. He seemed to be the boss here. At this moment, the other party was also sizing up Zichun. When their gazes met, Zichun didn't see the wisdom and vicissitudes of life in the other party's eyes. Instead, he saw turbidity and a bit of world-weariness and helplessness. It was as if the business of the tavern that he tried his best to maintain wasn't good and was about to close down. Before Zichun could say anything, the one-eyed man said, "You've damaged this place. You'll need 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid to compensate for the repairs." 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid was not cheap. Let alone a wooden house, it would be enough to compensate for 1,000 or so houses. Zichun didn't argue, and only nodded. Okay. Hearing Zichun agree to compensate, a smile clearly appeared on the one-eyed man's face, as if a customer had finally arrived in a declining tavern. He warmly welcomed them. "Since you've come, you're a guest. You're welcome to try our tavern's most exquisite wine." The most exquisite, it seemed, could only be called the only wine. Zichun and the other 2 sat down, and the one-eyed man began to pour wine for the 3 of them. He then walked out of the counter and delivered the wine to the 3 of them. During this time, no one continued to obstruct Zichun, nor did anyone deliberately cause trouble. The burly man's screams had already stopped, as if nothing had happened. The one-eyed man walked with a limp and was extremely unsteady. However, not a single drop of wine spilled from the 3 wine cups in his hands. Zichun had originally thought that the other party was a cripple, but after sweeping his gaze over him, he discovered that not only was the other party one-eyed, he was also one-legged. Where his leg had been, there was a black wooden prosthetic leg. Seeing this scene, Zichun stood up and received the 3 cups that were clearly a size larger than the others. A hint of gratitude appeared on the one-eyed man's face. "Many thanks. That'll be 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid. Zichun was somewhat astonished. Could it be that he really only wanted them to taste the wine? The wine was free. However, he didn't ask, and instead paid for everything. It seemed that there was something strange about this place. Zichun didn't want to be nosy. He had only come to scout for information. Boss, you must have miscalculated. Just as Zichun handed over the yuan liquid, a voice sounded from the side. This voice belonged to the same person who had spoken to the burly man before. It was a young man sitting at the table next to Zichun. Did I miscalculate? No, 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid. There's no mistake. The one-eyed man looked at the young man in surprise. It was hard to imagine that such a one-eyed, one-legged man would be a powerhouse who had successfully passed the path of the trial. 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid is compensation for the loss of the tavern, but you didn't include the money for the wine this time. For us to drink a small cup, it'll cost 20 drops. For the 3 of them to drink a large cup, they'll have to pay at least 50 drops. The 3 of them will add up to 150. That'll be a total of 160 drops. The young man who had spoken before began to calculate for the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man nodded. That makes sense. It should indeed be 160 drops. However, someone has already paid for his wine, but there's no compensation. Someone paid? Who? 2 voices rang out in the tavern at the same time. One was Zichun, the other was the young man. After speaking, the young man looked at Zichun, but Zichun didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he stared at the one-eyed man. That person paid Zichun's wine money in advance. You're probably the one I'm talking about. The one-eyed man looked at Zichun. Zichun nodded again and again. Oh. He anxiously asked, Senior, is the person you're talking about a man or a woman? Where is he now? The monstrous ape and the monk also looked at the one-eyed man at the same time. The one-eyed man smiled. Just call me boss. I like that name. Okay, boss. May I ask who it is? Zichun asked again. No comment. The one-eyed man suddenly said. Then, he turned around and limped back to the counter. Zichun, who was full of joy, instantly became dejected and disappointed. It was as if he had clearly hit the air with all his strength. That kind of powerlessness was unbearable. Senior, no, boss. Can you tell me if it's a man or a woman? Zichun asked unwillingly. The one-eyed man shook his head. No comment. Zichun had the urge to immediately slap the other party to death, but he knew that the other party was very strong. His mortal appearance was just an illusion. Since he couldn't use force, he could only use money. Zichun said, I'll pay. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. Do you want to buy information? Yes, I want to buy information. Zichun nodded, but he was already gritting his teeth. Good. Ask the question first, then I'll give you a discount. I promise to be fair and honest. The one-eyed man put on an expression that said, I'll give you a clear price. Is the person who paid for my wine a man or a woman? Zichun asked. This question is worth 10 drops of low-grade liquid. The one-eyed man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he first stated the price. I'll pay. Good. She's a woman. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. Because I rarely see women like her, I'll give you another one for free. She's very beautiful. Is there a mutated beast by her side? This is also worth 10 drops of low-grade liquid. I'll pay. Chapter 756. What? Didn't pay attention? That counts as an answer? It's also worth 10 drops of liquefied origin essence. Zichun's eyes widened. Does that count as a question? 1 drop of low-grade liquefied origin essence, replied the one-eyed man. Boss, please think about it again. This person is very important to me, said Zichun. This question is worth 10 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence, said the one-eyed man. Zichun was so angry that his nose was about to go crooked. He had already guessed what the other party's answer would be after he paid. It would definitely be something along the lines of, oh, I didn't remember. Although he had a lot of resources on him, Zichun wouldn't waste them like this. That's not a question, said Zichun snappily. Disdainful mockery came from the neighboring seats. They could already tell that Zichun's question was worthless. Zichun ignored them. After thinking about how to ask, he asked again, Is it her? This time, Zichen sent out a spiritual thought with Wang Xian's appearance in it. This question is worth 100 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. The one-eyed man thought for a moment and said. He seemed to have guessed that after this answer, there would be no more liquefied origin essence to earn. This time, he asked for 10 times the previous price. Okay, I'll pay. A total of 120 drops of liquefied origin essence. Yes, said the one-eyed man directly. It really is Xian. Zichun was excited. This news was enough to prove that Xian had arrived here and had already stepped onto the ancient road. Only one question is worth 100 drops of liquefied origin essence. The devil ape was speechless. Does that count as a question? 1 drop of liquefied origin essence. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up, and he looked at the devil ape again. Pretend I didn't say anything. The devil ape was speechless at the one-eyed man's greed. I have another piece of information about her here. It's worth 100 drops of liquefied origin essence. You should be interested. Seeing that Zichun wasn't taking the initiative to ask, the one-eyed man began to tempt him again. Okay, I'll pay. Before she stepped onto the ancient road, she provoked some people and attracted quite a bit of trouble for her, said the one-eyed man after some thought. Who? Zichun asked. He didn't ask about the trouble, but who the person was. Obviously, he had thought about it carefully and was afraid that the other party would give an irrelevant answer. Since you're a big client, I'll give you this information for free. Among the people she offended, there are sky martial artists. When Zichun heard this news, his expression instantly became gloomy. The battle prowess of a heaven-level martial artist was extremely strong. Once Xian'er encountered one, she would naturally be in danger. Just now, you said that girl was very beautiful. Did a heaven-level warrior take a fancy to her and wanted to do something with her, but she refused? A mocking voice came from the side. It was the same youth from before. This piece of information is worth 1,000 drops of low-grade liquefied elemental essence. The one-eyed man looked at the youth. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. The young man waved his hand. At this point, it seemed like there was no need to ask any more questions. The next step was to ask about the ancient trial road. What's the value of information about the ancient road? Zichun hesitated for a moment before asking again. Currently, he did not know where to start asking about the ancient road. One question ranges from 10 to 100 drops of liquefied elemental essence. If you can give me 500 drops, I can tell you everything. As soon as the topic of the ancient road was brought up, the one-eyed man lost all interest. He used a black rag to wipe the glossy counter. Okay, I'll give it to you. Zichun readily agreed. Zichun's straightforwardness caused the one-eyed man to view him in a new light. I didn't expect you to be so generous. If I had known earlier, I would have asked you for 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence. Zichun did not answer. He only wanted to hear about the ancient road. You have to be careful when you enter the ancient road. It's filled with all kinds of dangers, and you can lose your life at any time. Even someone like you, who thinks you're a cut above others, will die an ugly death. The one-eyed man continued wiping the counter. On that road, there are many things to be wary of. Whether you can successfully survive the ancient road does not depend on how strong you are, but how lucky you are. Whether you can survive or not depends on your strength. When I entered the ancient road back then, I was the most ordinary one, but in the end, I came out alive. As for those who think their noses are in the sky, they seem to have long since become nourishment for the ancient road. Here, he paused. Zichun asked why, but the man told him that the 500 drops of liquefied elemental essence had been used up. You haven't finished yet. At the very least, you should tell me that some ancient roads are lacking in resources. There isn't even any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's very difficult to recover one's energy. You should have brought enough resources, Zichun said loudly. The one-eyed man glanced at Zichun again. Don't you already know? Why do you need me to repeat myself? Zichun slowly sat down and organized his thoughts. Today, he had been rendered speechless by this one-eyed man. Moreover, he had spent so much liquefied elemental essence, but he hadn't managed to get anything substantial out of him. Moreover, He could already tell that the other party would definitely not reveal any details about the ancient road. If he continued to ask, he would only be wasting resources for no reason. All right, since you're a rich customer, I'll give you another piece of information for free. The ancient road is divided into different grades and ranks. If someone like you, who thinks you're first class, enters a 9th grade ancient road, your chances of successfully passing through will be much higher than someone in the 9th grade. This information clearly had some value. The surrounding people didn't have any strange expressions. Of those who dared to come here to buy information, which one of them didn't think they were first class? If you want to have a better life on the ancient road and have a better chance of passing through, then don't provoke such an existence. If you want to have a better life, then you can try to bribe them. As for what kind of bribe, that will depend on your own ability. The bribe can be a beauty, a handsome man, a pet, a drop of liquefied elemental essence, or even someone to sleep with. As long as they're happy, it's fine. After saying this, the one-eyed man chuckled. 500 drops of liquefied elemental essence. This information seemed to be valuable. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, it seemed that they all knew about it. Zichen didn't plan on asking about the ancient road, but Xian Er's actions caused another idea to sprout in his mind. He immediately asked, "Can I also leave some liquefied elemental essence here to pay for other people's drinks?" As soon as he heard business, the one-eyed man's eyes lit up again. "Of course. I want to leave some for these 2 people. If they come but don't come in, I'll have to trouble you to call them. The price can be negotiated." Zichen once again sent out a message with the appearance of Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. "Haha, young man, your luck with women isn't shallow." The one-eyed man let out a strange laugh. "You're quite scheming as well." Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. In truth, he wanted to ask if the other party had seen the 2 of them before. However, he was afraid that the other party would continue to demand an exorbitant price, so he could only come up with this idea. If the 2 of them had already come and left, then the other party would naturally know that this transaction would never be completed, and so would refuse. Of course, all of this was just Zichen's guess. Perhaps the boss was a black-hearted fellow. But hearing him say that he was quite scheming, Zichen smiled. He knew that although the boss was greedy, he wasn't black-hearted. As for the 2 of them leaving, the boss didn't notice such a thing, so it naturally wouldn't happen. After all, the boss knew what had happened to Zichen outside the plaza. He naturally wouldn't mistake these 2 peerless beauties. "All right, I'll complete this transaction. If they don't come in, I'll call them in for a drink." The one-eyed man said, "You can tell them my identity. As for the price, I'll keep it." Zichen could imagine that if Lin Shui and Su Mingyao really did come and drink for free, they would definitely be curious about the person who paid in advance. If the boss was still so greedy, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the 2 of them had already left when they took to the air. Zichen was worried that they didn't have many resources on them. "All right, I'll pass on your message." After saying this, the one-eyed man began to ponder, as if he was calculating how much he should ask for from Zichen. Sure enough, after a while, the one-eyed man said, "How about this? I'll erase all the zeros for you. You just need to give me 1,000 drops of low-grade yuan liquid." Zichen didn't haggle. Instead, he gave the other party enough yuan liquid. The one-eyed man was very satisfied with the yuan liquid he received. Having received useful information, Zichen pretended to leave. However, the big cups of wine in front of the 3 of them remained untouched. Leaving without drinking? That's very wasteful. The man sitting alone at the first table suddenly said. Zichen was startled and stopped. It's indeed very wasteful. This thing can only be found in the ancient road. The outside world can't drink it even if they want to. Apart from the fact that the wine itself is extraordinary, the things used to make it are even more extraordinary. Do you see that heart? That's a living creature's heart. The second man sitting alone also said. The 2 of them hadn't said anything, nor had they looked at Zichen. However, at this moment, because Zichen and the other 2 didn't drink, they both spoke up. Among Zichen's group, the monk was a monk. Although he had already broken all kinds of precepts, the only thing he didn't touch was meat and wine. Zichen himself didn't care about wine. Although it had helped him a lot in the past, the feeling of dizziness after drinking it made Zichen extremely unhappy. In comparison, The devil ape liked wine and meat. Of course, the quality of meat was greater. Without needing Zichen's instructions, the devil ape walked back to its seat, picked up a big cup of wine, and downed it in an instant. Moreover, it downed 3 cups in a row. Such an action that was comparable to a cow drinking attracted the attention of everyone. This time, everyone was included. The wine seemed to be a little spicy. After the devil ape drank it, it stuck out its tongue and bared its teeth. Moreover, when it breathed out, there was actually a wave of heat within it. After drinking, the devil ape took a step forward. Its body actually swayed a little. The devil ape shook its head and said, "The wine is quite strong." Then, the devil ape stepped forward and followed Zichen and the monk away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Even the one-eyed man looked a little stunned. Chapter 757. Zichen's group of 3 walked out of the tavern. Outside, quite a few people looked at them curiously. There were also some who looked at the 3 of them with gazes full of ridicule and pity. After the demonic ape walked out of the tavern, its body began to sway. Zichen turned to look at the demonic ape. "I don't feel well." The demonic ape shook its head. "That wine is too strong. It feels like fire." As it spoke, waves of blazing flames gushed out of its mouth. As expected, the waves of flames ignited after leaving its body. Immediately after, flames spewed out of the demonic ape's mouth, nose, and ears. The waves of flames swept out, bringing with them a scorching heat. Quite a few people's expressions changed, and they subconsciously retreated. "How is it?" Zichen's face was clearly filled with worry. The demonic ape continued to shake its head, not speaking. It was afraid that if it opened its mouth, more flames would come out. He drank so much of the ancient trial wine that he brewed himself. If he doesn't die, he'll have a small stroke of good fortune. But looking at his condition, the chances of him dying are much higher. The youth's loathsome voice came from behind Zichen. This was a group of 4. After Zichen walked out, they also walked out. Among the 4, there were 2 men and 2 women. Their eyes flashed with an extremely unfriendly light. As for the burly man who had been sent flying by Zichen, he walked over from the distance, looking at Zichen with a cold gaze. Zichen ignored the burly man and swept his gaze over the 4 people. "There's a matter." "Of course there's a matter. You injured one of our people just now, and you haven't paid any compensation," said the youth indifferently. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators scattered. Clearly, there was a conflict to be resolved. And in the world of cultivators, the only way to resolve conflicts was through battle. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Zichen asked indifferently. "This person was beaten so badly by you that his face was covered in blood. It's too horrible to look at, and his face is already disfigured. I don't want to bully you or extort you. Give me 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, and we'll forget about this matter," said the youth. 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, even if it wasn't extortion. This caused quite a few people to wonder how much he would ask for if he really wanted to extort. 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence is indeed reasonable. Hearing this, Zichen smiled, then pointed at the brawny man and said, "Because of him, I lost 1,000 drops of yuan liquid in the tavern. If you guys are willing to compensate me, this matter can be considered over. When we meet in the future, we'll still be strangers." When the youth heard this, he was so angry that he instead laughed, saying, "What did you say? You want us to compensate you with 1,000 drops of essence? The reason why you spent 1,000 drops of essence was also because of us. It seems that there's nothing wrong with your hearing." Zichen nodded with a faint smile on his face. In the surroundings, everyone clearly understood what was going on. Both sides felt that their words were reasonable. Naturally, it was also because they felt that they were the strongest. That was why they were so confident in their provocation. "Good, very good. I, Yaoding Fei, never would have thought that I, Yaoding Fei, would be able to encounter a weirdo who dares to challenge and blackmail me on the ancient road." There was obvious anger on the youth's face as he shouted, "I have plenty of liquefied elemental essence. Since you feel that you're in the right, then I have my reasons as well. Then let's settle this with a battle. 5 against 3. Humph, Let's see who has a better chance of winning. Battles between cultivators have always been based on combat strength, not numbers. Moreover, I want to tell you clearly that I've never bullied or blackmailed you. I really did spend 1,000 drops of essence just now, Zichun replied coldly. Then, the battle unfolded without any suspense. The four youths, in addition to the brawny man from before, charged towards Zichun's group. The five of them attacked together, but they didn't display any fierce battle techniques as expected. Instead, they used pure physical strength and elemental energy attacks. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the five of them weren't using their full strength. On Zichun's side, the three of them also made their moves. Zichun clenched a fist with one hand and rushed towards Yao Tingfei. His fist, which was emitting a faint golden light, was aimed directly at the other party's face. Huh! Yao Tingfei shouted loudly. He also clenched his fist and punched towards Zichun with a single fist. A sharp whistling sound rang out in the air as their fists collided with a loud explosion. A wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions as their fists collided. Zichun stood in place, unmoving. He pulled back his fist after the first punch. On the other hand, Yao Tingfei was actually forced back 3 steps, leaving behind 3 deep footprints on the ground. The two sides exchanged blows, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. On the other side, the demonic ape's body was also spitting out flames. After a single attack, it knocked back a young woman and the brawny man from before. 2 loud sounds rang out from the monk's side. The other 2 were also forced back several steps. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. However, we only used 30% of our strength just now. If you know what's good for you, hand over your liquefied elemental essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet. Yao Tingfei, who'd been forced back, had a mocking expression on his face. Zichun also smiled faintly, saying, I don't like to talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. As his words fell, a golden light flashed under Zichun's feet as he rushed towards Yao Tingfei. At the same time, he punched again, a faint golden light surging on his fist. Let's see who's going to back down this time. Yao Tingfei snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his fist and punched Zichun. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Yao Tingfei was forced back 3 steps again. It was still the same 3 steps from before, but this time, the footprints were deeper. Yao Tingfei's expression became unnatural. He shouted coldly again. Then, he took the initiative to dash forward. Zichun also punched, but this time, the faint golden light on his fist was slightly brighter. 3 steps, and still 3 steps. After being forced back for the 3rd time, Yao Tingfei's expression became ugly. Then, he didn't believe it and attacked Zichun for the 4th time. This time, Zichun's fist emitted a dazzling light. The dazzling golden light penetrated through his body, and the extremely pure energy aura made many people's expressions change slightly. Boom! In the 4th exchange, Yao Tingfei was forced back 7 or 8 steps. As he staggered, he almost fell into the tavern. Extreme energy, sky-level warrior. In the distance, numerous cries of surprise sounded out, and the gazes that many people looked at Zichun already had an additional wisp of fear. Of course, Lord Zichun isn't. Many people exclaimed in surprise. One of the elixir primordial cultivators who came with Zichun heard this, and a proud look appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a spiritual thought from Zichun. Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't expose yourself. Zichun's voice rang out in the consciousness of the 15 Dan primordial experts at the same time. Their expressions changed and they no longer said anything. They clearly understood the meaning of Zichun's words. While Zichun and Yao Tingfei were fighting, the devil ape and tyrant didn't do anything. They just quietly watched. The 4 people opposite them did the same. Stepping on this ancient path, everyone could be a potential enemy. It wasn't wise to expose one's strength too early in front of one's enemies. But they couldn't blindly retreat, so Zichun used the power of a sky-level warrior. Sky-level warrior, but I don't know if you're a Xintian expert or a Hotian expert. Yao Tingfei stepped forward again. Zichun looked at him coldly. What? You still want to fight? Yao Tingfei smiled. Of course. Do you think you can scare me with your status as a mere sky-level warrior? Perhaps I'll give you face if you're a Scintian sky-level warrior. But if you're a Hotion, I'm sorry, but there are too many sky-level warriors. Zichen frowned. At this time, the devil ape's voice rang out in Zichen's consciousness. Let me. The demon ape strode forward, a blazing energy surging around its body. At this time, the demon ape had already stopped breathing, afraid that flames would come out of its mouth, nose, and ears. But even so, there were still faint flames rushing out of its pores. The energy in my body has become extremely violent. It's better to use it as soon as possible, said the devil ape. Zichun retreated several steps. The devil ape strode forward. Seeing the devil ape, Yao Tingfei's eyes flashed. What an interesting fellow. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The devil ape did not speak. After taking out his black rod, he smashed it at Yao Tingfei. The black rod, which was originally emitting a thick black light, now emitted a faint fiery light after the devil ape used all his strength. It smashed towards Yao Tingfei's head with a terrifying might. The terrifying power surging from the black rod caused many people's expressions to change. Yao Tingfei was the same. He could already sense that his opponent was using all his strength. Thus, if he wanted to preserve his strength, he could only resist. The devil ape struck again and again. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, the black rod, which was originally emitting a faint fiery light, emitted a dense fiery light after each strike. At a glance, the black rod seemed to have turned into a rod of fire. Even the essence blood of ancient beasts could not change the devil ape's body. But after absorbing the fiery energy, a miraculous change occurred. The loud explosion attracted everyone's attention. However, with one person attacking and one defending, in the eyes of many, it was more like a demonstration battle. Yao Tingfei's expression had already become very ugly. He had originally been deliberately defending and had not wanted to attack. But in the end, when he wanted to counterattack in anger, he found that he could no longer effectively counter the other's powerful attacks. He could only passively defend and be suppressed. Pong! Yao Tingfei was beaten back again and again. In the end, he was smashed back into the tavern by a single strike. Then, he flew out through the human-shaped door from before. This battle was considered to be over. The scorching aura around the devil ape, who had struck out dozens of times, was slowly receding. When it reached a controllable range, it was completely absorbed by the devil ape, promoting changes in its body. What a miraculous constitution! In the tavern, many people's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yao Tingfei circled around the tavern and returned to where he had been standing. His expression was extremely gloomy. 1,000 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. Zichun stretched out his hand with a faint smile. Humph. I'll see you on the ancient road. Yao Tingfei coldly snorted. After leaving behind the liquefied origin essence, he turned and left. You'll definitely be suppressed then. Zichun put away the liquefied origin essence. He naturally knew that his opponent had not used his full strength. But how could the devil ape not be? Even if the two sides fought to the death, Zichen dared to say that the one who would be defeated and killed would definitely be Yao Tingfei. After putting away the liquefied origin essence, Zichun planned to walk around the square again. But at that moment, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. Chapter 758. The ground beneath everyone's feet started to shake, and even the wooden houses started to sway. Dust started to fall as the ground shook. The earthquake-like sound came from behind. Zichen immediately turned around and saw a mountain. It was a moving mountain. Zichen's eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly. He was extremely shocked, and there were many people who had the same expression as Zichen. Mountains could not move, and it was not a mountain that was coming. It was a person, a figure that was as tall as a mountain. Most people would be shocked if they saw such an existence, but at this moment, everyone was shocked. Something was not right. However, when they thought about how this mountain-like person was an extremely sturdy and fat woman, it was understandable why everyone was shocked. The mountain-like woman was not like the wind. Her thick legs were as big as water tanks, and her body was covered in fat. As she walked, the ground and her body of fat trembled as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, she was walking in a straight line towards Zichen. Zichen dodged and quickly gave way to the tavern behind him. That was the other party's final destination. However, it seemed extremely unrealistic for a body as large as a mountain to enter the small and short tavern. The woman's body gave off a terrifying aura, so no one laughed at her appearance. Even if she walked towards a tavern that was even smaller than her own, no one questioned her. For a moment, apart from the tremors, there was no other sound. The woman successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes followed the mountain-like woman. Just as she was about to reach the tavern's entrance, a low voice sounded out from beside Zichen. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to enter." This voice was very soft, and it was not much louder than a mumble. Logically speaking, in this earthquake-like sound, this voice should have been very inconspicuous. However, that was not the case. Right after that voice was heard, everyone's gazes landed on the person who muttered those words. That was because at that moment, the woman on the mountain also turned her head around. The one who spoke was the devil ape beside Zichen. It was just a casual whisper, but now that everyone was looking at it, the devil ape's mood, which had been slightly better because of the changes in its body, instantly turned sour. Because he felt a dangerous aura surging from the woman, and this aura was firmly locked onto him. "What did you just say?" The woman turned around and spoke to the devil ape. Her voice was even louder than the sound of her footsteps. It was as loud as thunder. "I didn't say anything." The demonic ape raised its head and looked straight at the woman. "You're saying I'm fat." The woman spoke again. Thunder rumbled in the air. Her gaze was overbearing as an extremely dangerous aura gushed forth from her. The devil ape curled its lips and didn't say anything. What kind of joke was this? She had already grown into a mountain peak and was still afraid of being called fat. In the eyes of the devil ape, this mountain peak woman wasn't just fat, she was also very strong. "You dare to look down on me?" The woman spoke for the third time. "I didn't say anything." "You said everything," the demonic ape said coldly. He didn't like the other party's tone. "You're courting death." When the woman spoke for the fourth time, she had already launched an attack at the devil ape. She was tall, fat, and strong. When she walked, the earth shook. However, when she attacked, she was as fast as a whirlwind. Her short and thick fingers formed a huge round wooden fan and covered the face of the devil ape. The reaction of the devil ape was also very fast. When the woman attacked, he began to dodge at lightning speed. However, after a soft sound, the devil ape was still hit by the fingertip. He staggered and a scratch appeared on his face. Half of his face was almost torn off. "You fat woman, how dare you try to kill me?" The devil ape touched his face and was immediately enraged. At the side, Tyrant and Zichen's faces were also unfriendly. The devil ape was just muttering. Even if he was wrong, he wouldn't die. How dare this woman kill him? The devil ape quickly took out a blood recovery pill. After crushing it, he applied it on his wound. The injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "This is called plump. How dare you say I'm fat? You're courting death." A thunderous explosion resounded in the sky once again as the mountainous woman launched another attack. This time, her attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. If she wanted to kill the devil ape the last time, then this attack was even more ruthless. She wanted to kill the devil ape. At this critical moment, the devil ape didn't want to be outdone. A powerful aura surged around him. He took out his black staff and swung it. Black light surged like a black dragon and rushed crazily towards the woman. Bang! The black dragon that had always been successful was shattered by the woman's attack. Then, a huge shadow of the staff fell on the devil ape's body. But soon, a huge force came out and bounced the devil ape back. The powerful attack of the demonic ape was shattered, and it was sent flying. Boom! The woman's feet shook, and she turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the devil ape. When she rose into the sky, she struck again. The devil ape was sent flying. If he were to take another powerful attack, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Zichen and Tyrant attacked in an instant. Zichun rushed towards the devil ape at lightning speed while Tyrant turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the woman. Ba! Tyrant chanted the name of Buddha. His body flashed with golden light and he looked dignified. A huge palm print appeared in front of him. The golden palm print was filled with rich and pure Buddhist power. Boom! The woman's powerful attack landed on the Buddhist palm print. After a tremor, the Buddhist palm print exploded. Then, the woman's powerful attack hit Tyrant's chest and sent him flying. The woman's strength was beyond imagination. She suppressed Tyrant and the devil ape in an instant. This stunned many cultivators. After Zichun caught the devil ape, he grabbed Tyrant in a flash. The three of them fell. Blood was still flowing out from the corner of Tyrant's mouth. So powerful. Tyrant and the devil ape spoke at the same time. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were defeated in one strike. Even if they didn't use their full strength, they could feel how powerful their opponent was. Zichun stood in front of the two. His cold eyes looked ahead and said coldly, "You've gone too far." "Too far? You're the ones who've gone too far. I'm plump. How dare you call me fat?" The thunderous voice made Zichun's eardrums hurt. The mountain-like woman turned into a cold lightning and rushed towards Zichun. "Humph," Zichun snorted. To be honest, the mountain-like woman looked very different. Although the devil ape was in the wrong, it didn't deserve to die. The aggressive and murderous attitude of the other party had completely angered Zichun. Extreme young. Zichun's eyes flashed. His hands emitted rich and pure golden light. Then, a complicated yet extremely simple seal appeared in Zichun's hands. Extreme young. It was a powerful seal that relied on extreme young energy to activate. When it was deduced to the limit, it could destroy heaven and earth. As soon as the seal appeared, an extremely dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zichun. It released a golden sun-like light, carrying the powerful and destructive aura of extreme energy as it rushed towards the mountain-like woman. The golden light flashed, and the boundless aura made many people's expressions change. Boom! The extreme young golden light collided with the mountain-like woman's attack, and a loud explosion erupted. The extreme young golden light exploded, but the mountain-like woman's body also slowed down in the air. There was a trace of surprise on her angry face, but after her expression turned cold, she moved even faster. Tyrannical fist, Zichun shouted again. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he infinitely mobilized the extreme young energy in his body. Above Zichun's right fist, golden light flashed. Around the golden light, there were golden lightning snakes swimming, carrying the aura of destruction. Then, Zichun punched out. The dazzling fist light illuminated the world, and Zichun's aura became majestic and overbearing at this moment. "That's the tyrannical fist." Exclamations came from the crowd. Apparently, some people recognized Zichun's fist technique. The golden fist light hit the mountain-like woman directly. The mountain-like woman's body shook in midair, and then she staggered. But the extremely overbearing fist was also broken by the opponent. Second style. The fist wind changed again, and more fist lights that were not weaker than the previous attack appeared. There were dozens and hundreds of them, like golden hailstones, whistling and smashing towards the mountain-like woman. Boom! The mountainous woman's fan-like palms expanded once more. Like two massive millstones, they blocked off the many fist beams. A series of explosive sounds rang out incessantly. The fist beams that were shattered by the collision released a golden energy shockwave that spread out into their surroundings. The second attack was broken, but Zichun's overbearing aura did not diminish. He punched out the strongest tyrannical fist that he could currently control. As soon as this fist was punched out, heaven and earth trembled. Boundless golden light filled the entire space. At this moment, Zichun seemed to have turned into a golden armored war god. The sharpness of his body was unparalleled. Moreover, the fist he punched out was like the only tyrannical fist light in the world. Not only did it carry a powerful energy aura, but it also carried a domineering will. You do have some skills." The mountain-like woman was surprised. Her voice was a bit soft, no longer like thunder. As she raised her hand, A violent aura emerged from her millstone-sized palms. The strongest fist Zichun could currently throw out shattered with a bang. The violent energy surged, and the whole world trembled. Many cultivators who heard the commotion and rushed over were stunned when they saw the two people fighting in the air. At this moment, almost everyone in the starting ground came out and looked up to the sky to watch the battle. But from the looks of it, the mountain-like woman should be stronger. Because until now, she had not used any relatively terrifying combat skills. Moreover, she only relied on her powerful strength to rush in front of Zichen. Just as the opponent rushed over, Zichen pointed at the mountain-like woman. It was the Thunderbolt finger. Chapter 759. Zichen pointed his finger, and a heart-palpitating aura spread out. Above the joints of his middle finger, there was an obvious light. This light was the complete opposite of the golden energy in Zichen's body. However, the energy of both sides came from the same source. A thick fingerprint appeared in front of Zichen. The surface of the fingerprint glowed with gold and silver. Golden electric snakes circled around the fingerprint. As soon as the finger power was unleashed, a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Then, the fingerprint slammed toward the mountain woman. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The rumbling sound made many people's ears buzz. There was only gold and silver light circulating between heaven and earth. The gold and silver energies were raging. As for the mountain woman, she was completely swallowed up by the two energies. The energy was so terrifying that many cultivators' expressions changed when they sensed it. At this moment, they considered Zichen, who was a cultivator, to be extremely dangerous. As for the mountain woman, everyone thought she should have died under the finger power. The violent energy dissipated quickly. The blinding light disappeared as well. Everyone's vision was restored. Then, they saw the mountain woman standing quietly in the distance. Facing such an attack, not only did she not die, but there were no injuries on her body. Only a few tears on her oversized clothes were proof of Zichen's attack. Not dead, not injured. Is he still human? Everyone stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The powerful finger power from before had not only torn the woman's clothes, but also repelled her. Kid, you have some skills. What, do you want to come again? The mountain woman looked down at Zichen. Her thunderous voice rang out again. Zichen did not speak. His face was extremely gloomy. Although he did not use his strongest combat power, he did not hide much either. His opponent was like an invincible existence. Facing such an attack, she was not injured at all, let alone seriously injured. Sophie, forget it. Don't be angry with the kid. A voice sounded from the tavern. The owner of the tavern walked out at some point and looked up at the woman. The voice came from him. Are you angry? They're calling me fat. Didn't you hear them, you damn cripple? The woman named Sophie looked down at the tavern owner again. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people who had sensed it earlier changed drastically. Zichen's battle prowess could definitely be ranked among the top in this group of trial challengers. However, even with such battle prowess, he still couldn't injure this woman. Many people guessed that she might be a powerhouse who had returned from the ancient road. Now that the tavern owner had spoken, and she dared to reprimand him and expose his shortcomings, it was obvious that she was on the same level as him. After being scolded as a cripple, the tavern owner didn't get angry. Instead, he spread out his hands and said, "But you've already passed the ancient road, while this little guy has yet to enter it. You damn cripple. Are you saying that I'm bullying the weak?" The woman glared at him. No, of course I don't mean that. I just feel that you have a noble status, and it's not worthwhile for you to attack this little guy. No one appreciates your voluptuousness and beauty. It's just that they're ignorant and don't appreciate it enough. You, Sophie, have always been a goddess in my eyes. As he spoke, the tavern owner's eyes burned with passion. Scram, you damn cripple. Do you think I'll like you? Although the woman was still scolding him, her words lacked the thunderous anger. You don't like me, but you can't deprive me of my right to pursue you, Sophie. You should know that I'm here to open this broken tavern for you. the tavern owner said with a pleading look in his eyes. Scram, your expression makes me sick. While the two of them were talking, the hearts of many cultivators were in turmoil. Of course, it wasn't because of shock, but because of disgust. A woman who was as fat, tall, and strong as a mountain was actually looking down on a normal human man. However, if one looked carefully, the tavern owner was also abnormal. He was missing an eye and had a broken leg. However, after knowing the identity of the other party, the crowd could only suppress the disgust in their hearts and try their best to show the most humble smile because they vaguely guessed the true identity of the woman. Seeing this scene, Zichun had a bad feeling in his heart. He kept praying in his heart, this fat woman better not be the guardian of the passageway. Otherwise, we'll be completely screwed. The monk and the demonic ape obviously had a bad premonition. Their faces were somewhat bitter, and they hoped that their luck wouldn't be so bad. The three of you are very good. You actually have such battle strength. The ancient road of trials was originally prepared for the strong, and the three of you are strong enough to be called strong. Therefore, when the passageway opens, I'll make an exception and open the strongest road for you three. At the next moment, the woman looked at Zichun and the other two again. After saying these words, the identity of the other party was also obvious. The guardian of the passageway. Zichun's prayer didn't come true. Luck wasn't on his side today. The woman was the guardian of the passageway, and at the next moment, she abused her power and gave them the strongest road. The faces of the three instantly became unsightly, while the other cultivators' faces were filled with ridicule. What's wrong? You don't look satisfied. The woman looked at Zichun and the other two. Could they be satisfied? Previously, the tavern owner had said that the road of trials was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Moreover, he had specifically used Zichun as an example. An existence like him would also die a terrible death on the first-grade ancient road. The strongest road that the woman mentioned was naturally the first-grade ancient road. You're abusing your position to avenge a private grudge? The demonic ape gritted his teeth. I'm the guardian of the ancient road of trials. My purpose is to find human experts to enter the strongest road, the woman said seriously. Zichun and the other two were speechless. At this moment, Zichun recalled the tavern owner's words. He could bribe a beautiful woman or a handsome man. He could also sleep with her. Looking at the woman's body and imagining the scene of him sleeping with her, Zichun felt a chill. Moreover, he instantly destroyed this kind of imagination. Otherwise, it would become a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. He could die at any time due to chi deviation. At this moment, Zichun deeply sighed at the tavern owner's heavy taste. Zichun's expression suddenly became very rich. The woman's face was also filled with anger, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at Zichun and said in what she thought was a gentle voice, "Little brother, if you are not satisfied with this arrangement, you can come to my room. We can discuss it again." After saying this, the woman threw a big flirtatious glance at Zichun. Seeing this scene, Zichun felt his stomach churn. He curled up and couldn't help but retch. Although he knew that doing this in this situation was very disadvantageous to him, Zichun really couldn't suppress the natural reaction in his stomach. Moreover, when he retched, Zichun saw from the corner of his eyes that many people were covering their mouths and retching. However, they were forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit. It was extremely difficult for them to hold it in. Zichun's actions made Sophie frown. She coldly snorted and said angrily, "The strongest ancient road of trials is yours. This old lady here hates tinder and useless gigolos like you the most." After saying this, Sophie strode away. "Sophie, don't you want to come and have a drink?" The tavern owner invited her. He couldn't see the expression of others who couldn't wait for her to leave. "Aren't you afraid that your tavern will be overcrowded?" "How could that be?" Sophie coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Then, she strode towards the wooden house in front of her. The ground shook again. Zichun and the other two stood there in a daze. It seemed that their fates were sealed just like that. Just after Sophie walked away, the surrounding people finally couldn't hold back the sound of laughter. "Ha, the strongest ancient road of trials. Only death awaits those who enter that ancient path. How unlucky. If we go to the guardian's room and discuss it carefully, there might be room for negotiation. The group of cultivators laughed unscrupulously. Zichun and the other two's battle prowess had previously caused them to be wary. Once they stepped onto the ancient road, they would become a potentially dangerous enemy. But now, they had offended the guardian of the passageway, who had deliberately let them off. It seemed like the three of them had no chance of surviving. Without three great enemies, they were extremely relaxed. In a good mood, they couldn't help but laugh excitedly. However, at this time, Sophie's voice came from afar. Don't blame me for not warning you. The conditions for the strongest ancient road of trials are extremely harsh. If you don't have enough resources, I advise you to directly commit suicide. Otherwise, you will encounter something more painful than death due to insufficient source energy. As Sophie's voice fell, the laughter around them became louder and more carefree. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. That was because they felt a wave of coldness attack them. The source of this coldness was Zichen's group of three. At this moment, the three's eyes turned green, as if they were hungry wolves that had seen meat. What are you doing? A cultivator felt uncomfortable being stared at by the three and asked loudly, Everyone, you heard what I said just now. If we don't have enough resources, we will die miserably on the ancient road of the strongest. Zichun said to the surrounding people. What does this have to do with us? Another person asked. We don't want to die so miserably. We want to live, so we want to borrow some resources from everyone, Zichun said again, his words extremely sincere. Borrow? Do you think we will lend it to you? Instead of borrowing, it's better to say you want to rob. But with just the three of you, do you think you can rob all of us? Disdainful voices sounded again, and many people's faces were filled with mockery and ridicule. Everyone, you are so uncooperative. Then I'm sorry. I can only forcibly borrow your resources. After saying this, Zichen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice also became incomparably cold. Do it. Chapter 760. In order to increase their chances of survival on the ancient road, Zichun and the other two had no choice but to ignore the others and focus solely on robbing. Furthermore, from the current situation, the three of them who had offended the guardian would enter the ancient road of the strongest by themselves. There would be no other enemies of the same kind. Therefore, the three of them no longer had any reason to hold back. Thus, the three of them began to frantically rob each other on the ancient road. It seemed that such an unbridled robbery was the first time in the history of the ancient road. The cultivators who dared to come here all believed themselves to be extraordinary and powerful. They were all arrogant and proud, so they naturally weren't happy that Zichun and the other two were frantically robbing them. Thus, they began to frantically counterattack. However, no matter how frantic their counterattacks were, Zichun and the other two's attacks were even more frantic than theirs. However, after several experts were defeated, the crowd had no choice but to accept the fact that they had been robbed. That was because the battle prowess of the three fearless people was simply too strong. During this time, many Dan essence cultivators spontaneously formed their own factions to resist Zichun. However, under the powerful attacks of the three, each faction collapsed. Yao Tingfei, if you don't hand over 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, then we'll see who's better today. Zichun's figure flashed, and he flew towards Yao Tingfei, who was trying to leave. He instantly blocked his path. Zichun, I just gave you 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence. What else do you want? Yao Tingfei's face was gloomy. Beside him, the other four also had extremely ugly expressions. That was compensation. This is robbery. These are two different things. Zichun said coldly, Give me another 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet in the future. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death today. Then let's fight. A mere Hotian realm cultivator is an existence that can be seen everywhere. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yao Tingfei glared angrily. If you're not afraid, then let's fight to the death. If you die, your resources and women will all be mine for my enjoyment. If I die, then I'll be free and won't have to go to the ancient road of the strongest, Zichun said in a carefree manner. Zichun's words were half threatening and half threatening, which made Yao Tingfei's face turn ugly. After the battle, if he won, it might anger the trial challengers in the passageway and cause them to arrange for him to enter. If he didn't fight, he would lose all face. Not only that, but the other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. At this moment, Yao Tingfei didn't know whether to fight or not. This caused him to fall into a dilemma. The two female cultivators beside him had ashen faces and clenched their teeth. What did he mean by enjoy? What did he take them for? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Zichen's body surged with a terrifying aura that could only be possessed by extreme energy. He was a genuine heaven-level warrior. I'll give you 1,000 liquefied elemental essence. What if you ask me for more? After a moment's hesitation, Yao Tingfei ultimately chose not to be enemies with Zichen. Give me liquefied elemental essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet. Zichen replied indifferently. If there's a next time, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Yao Tingfei coldly snorted, and then gave Zichen another 1,000 liquefied elemental essence. Situations like Yao Tingfei's weren't rare. They weren't truly afraid of Zichen, but to fight with the unscrupulous Zichen in this place would only bring more harm than good. The gains didn't make up for the losses. As a result, quite a few of them had the idea of spending money to avoid disaster. After Luoku's resources had been snatched away by Zichen, he had always felt indignant. That was why he had followed Zichen the entire time, hoping to find an opportunity to get his resources back. But what happened next caused Luoku's shock to soar to the extreme. Qin Haodong had actually fought fiercely with the passageway's guardian, and his powerful combat strength had shocked everyone. Then he had brazenly attacked all of the cultivators present to steal their resources. Such behavior was simply that of a bandit. But no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to say anything. They all obediently handed over their liquefied elemental essence. In just a single day, the amount of resources the three of them had stolen was an extremely shocking number. Thinking back to his past self, and then looking at Qin Haodong again, Luoku suddenly felt weak. Inside the tavern, looking at Zichen's group sitting in their previous seats, the tavern owner's eyes were filled with envy. Compared to the speed at which they were accumulating wealth, his tavern's income was simply too weak. 3 large cups of light golden wine were placed in front of the three of them. The monk didn't touch a single drop of wine and gave his cup to the devil ape. As for Zichen, he wanted to feel what was so special about this wine. After taking a light sip, a spicy feeling spread out as the wine entered his stomach. Then, the wine transformed into a blazing energy, causing Zichen's body to feel as though it was on fire. This blazing energy surged into his limbs and bones, slowly being absorbed by his body. This wine was actually able to strengthen his physique. Even with Zichen's perfect physique, he had a reaction after drinking the wine. And Zichen finally understood why those people from before would take so long to drink a single cup of wine. It turned out that they were refining it, and they didn't want to waste even the slightest bit of energy. After tasting the sweetness of the wine, Zichen wanted to use this wine to once again transform his physique. After quickly drinking a large cup of wine and refining it, Zichen loudly said, "Boss, one more cup." The tavern owner looked at Zichen and said, "Sorry, this tavern only sells 1 cup a day. If you need it, please come back tomorrow." Zichen was slightly disappointed, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If this kind of wine could be bought in unlimited quantities, Zichen wouldn't mind buying 1,000 cups in an instant. Zichen's extremely fast speed of refining a large cup attracted several sidelong glances, including Yao Tingfei. However, when they thought about the other party's powerful battle strength and powerful physique, it was understandable that he could refine the wine so quickly. Intentionally or unintentionally, when Zichen's gaze swept across the other customers in the tavern, everyone's face would more or less carry a smile. There was no helping it. If you put on a cool appearance, then sorry, you would be robbed. The three of them were now like vicious wolves, biting whoever they found unpleasant to the eye. However, those who were bitten didn't have any way to save themselves. The devil ape refined 2 cups at a relatively slow speed, so Zichen and Yao Tingfei patiently waited. After the devil ape finished refining, the three of them left. After the three of them left, the atmosphere in the tavern clearly eased up. Everyone's mood also improved, and they weren't as uncomfortable as before. Now, the three of them were like ferocious rats crossing the street. Although everyone disliked them, they didn't dare to chase after them. They could only avoid them like snakes and scorpions. After leaving the tavern, the devil ape said, "If I can drink this kind of wine for a while, I can definitely break through, but there's only 1 cup a day. Including mine, there's only 2 cups. Why don't we rob the tavern?" Tyrant suggested. Zichen glanced at Tyrant snappily. That owner came back from the ancient road. His battle strength is unimaginable. If you don't mind dying early and in a very ugly way, then you can go by yourself. Then what should we do? We can't rob, and we can't drink. What else can we do? We can only wait. After 1 day, we'll go the next day. Also, we'll pray that the number of people will be gathered later. Zichen shook his head and said, "I really envy those guys who have stayed here for a few years. If we can stay here for a few years, we can break through just by drinking. From tomorrow onwards, I'll give my cup to the devil ape so that it can break through earlier." "How can that be? That thing is also good for you." The devil ape looked at Zichen. "It is good, but it's not very obvious. I'll continue to refine the ancient beast's blood essence and slowly improve my physique. As for you, try to improve your realm as soon as possible. Once you enter the middle stage of the inner core realm, your battle strength will greatly increase. This is a good thing for us," Zichen said calmly. However, on the second day, Zichen inadvertently found out from the tavern owner that even though the three of them were assigned to the strongest ancient road, they couldn't travel together. This was because each of them had their own path. Before they set foot on a certain path, the three of them wouldn't meet. Damn it! Zichen heard this and cursed in his heart. At first, he thought that the three of them could travel together and take care of each other. However, after hearing this, his fantasy was completely ruined. Knowing that the three of them couldn't be together, the devil ape resolutely refused to drink Zichen's cup of wine. Zichen only said, "1 person dying is better than 2 dying. All right, I'll give it all to you. The 3 cups are yours every day. You refine them and break through," the devil ape said decisively without even thinking. Zichen was extremely moved, but he shook his head and said, "It's only been a year since I broke through to the early stage of the inner core realm. It's unrealistic for me to break through quickly. You've been in this realm for dozens of years and have long reached the peak. You'll break through soon. This thing is very suitable for you." In the end, the devil ape didn't argue with Zichen and refined 3 cups of wine every day. For the first 2 days, they didn't pay for the wine. However, on the 3rd day, the tavern owner announced that it was time to pay for the wine. Moreover, it was only now that Zichen and the other 2 found out about the strange price of the wine. If the first cup of wine was worth 20 liquefied yuan, then the second cup on the second day would be 40, the third would be 80, and so on and so forth. After more than 10 days, this cup of wine would become an extremely large number. This number was not something that many people could bear. However, if he didn't come within 7 days, then everything would start from scratch. That would be 20 yuan liquefied essence per cup, and so on. At present, the highest record in this region was 10 days. On the 10th day, a single cup of wine would cost 10,240 drops of low-grade origin liquid. If exchanged for mid-grade origin liquefied origin energy, it would be 102 drops. It was said that the person who held this record was an extremely powerful human expert. Other than his own extraordinary battle prowess, he also had a huge force behind him. This record had not been broken for a long time, but this time, this record was tied by someone. In just 10 short days, Zichen's group of 3 had paid over 100,000 liquefied essence, and on the 11th day, Zichen continued to ask for more. This record that had stood for so many years was once again broken. P.S. The 10th watch has ended. There have been many things happening this month, and the number of updates is also the least in several months. There is actually a problem with today's 10th watch, because I only updated 1 chapter yesterday. But the end of the month is approaching, and there are many things to do, so I had no choice but to do this. In truth, I had typed quite a few words at the end, but after thinking about it, I deleted them. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being an adult. Before doing something, you always have to think carefully. You don't have the drive to throw caution to the wind, and you don't have the joy of revenge. Tomorrow and the next 2 days, I have things to do. They are trivial matters, but they are a waste of time. The update might even be slow. My goal is to constantly update. In the future, whenever I have something to do, I will add it at the end of the previous chapter, so that everyone won't be angry from waiting. But I'm also burning with impatience, and when I'm anxious, my mind becomes a complete blank. Chapter 761. Just like that, the record of the ancient smelting trial was broken. Moreover, it was broken by 3 people at the same time. On the 11th day, Zichun had to pay 20,480 drops of liquefied origin essence for each cup of wine. In total, it was 61,440 drops, for a total of 614 mid-grade liquefied origin essence. At first, the crowd of cultivators had been extremely unhappy about this. This was because Zichun was stealing their resources. To use their resources to increase the strength of his own people was an extremely shameless thing to do. But as time passed, the amount of liquefied origin essence that Zichun had paid the tavern owner far exceeded the amount he had previously stolen. Moreover, he had taken out so much at once without any change in expression. This made everyone sigh in amazement at his generosity. He had paid over 600 mid-grade liquefied origin essence in one go. On the second day, he would have to pay over 1,000 drops, and that was only for 3 cups of wine that originally contained 20 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. Even someone as resourceful as Zichun was about to reach his limit. However, the devil ape was still a hair away from breaking through, so he had to continue breaking records. On the second day, which was the 12th day, Zichun once again sat in the same position as he had for the past 10 days. During this time, Zichun hadn't seen a single cultivator around the tavern. After entering the tavern, apart from the 2 youths who had been sitting alone from before, there were no other customers in the entire tavern. The reason no one had come to drink wasn't because they couldn't afford the liquefied origin essence, but because they were afraid of Zichun. Everyone knew that Zichun had already paid a large sum of liquefied origin essence for his companion's breakthrough. This enormous amount was extremely shocking. Of course, besides being shocked, they were also worried that Zichun would act out of desperation and rob them again. Therefore, they all avoided Zichun as much as possible. After Zichun entered, the 2 youths also nodded at Zichun, their faces filled with goodwill. Although Zichun hadn't robbed them yet, that didn't mean he would never do so. Perhaps after they left the tavern, Zichun would attack the 2 of them. Therefore, the 2 of them would tactfully leave earlier than Zichun. Seeing the 3 of them again, the tavern owner's smile was as brilliant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Zichun could be considered one of his biggest customers. He had spent hundreds of thousands of drops of liquefied elemental essence, and this was the first time the tavern owner felt that selling alcohol was easier than stealing it, without the slightest bit of risk. What's wrong? The demonic ape hasn't made a breakthrough yet, the tavern owner asked in concern. They had become familiar with each other over the past few days. Although he sounded concerned, he couldn't wait for the demonic ape to not break through for a year. Zichun naturally understood the expression under the bright chrysanthemum. He glanced at the tavern owner in annoyance and said, 3 more cups? All right, I'll be right there. The tavern owner's smile grew even brighter. 3 more cups of alcohol were ordered. The amount was large, and the cups were much larger than the others. This proved that the tavern owner treated Zichun and the other 2 quite well. However, Zichun was still a bit worried and asked, Boss, my brother hasn't made a breakthrough yet. Is there something wrong with your drink? Is it diluted? Hearing this, the tavern owner revealed a businessman's smile. Zichun, you still don't believe me? You're a big customer of my tavern. The entire tavern's business is booming because of your arrival. You're the tavern's benefactor. How could I possibly do anything to a benefactor's item? The tavern owner's tactful appearance made it hard for others to associate him with a terrifying existence who had made it out of the ancient road. Does one have to be in the mortal origin realm just because they've made it out of the ancient road? Zichun asked doubtfully. Are you looking for information, my big customer? The tavern owner's eyes lit up again. I say, don't be so black-hearted. It's just a chat between friends. Zichun rolled his eyes. Chat? Of course it's good. The tavern owner immediately said, 3 cups of alcohol. On the 13th day, each cup costs 40,960 drops of low-grade essence liquid. That's a total of 120,880 drops. If you want to give me mid-grade essence liquid, then give me 1,200 drops. Zichen's face instantly darkened, and an extremely unstable aura surged around him. The other 2 men who were sitting alone saw this and tried to hold back their laughter. They quickly drank the alcohol in their cups and left in a hurry. Here you go. Zichen directly gave the tavern owner 1,200 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. Seeing the tavern owner accept the drops of essence liquid, Zichen said, "You've received several 100,000 drops of essence liquid from me. Don't tell me you don't have anything to say to me? You can't be that black-hearted, can you?" The tavern owner walked back to the counter, glanced at Zichen, and said with a smile, "Of course I have something to say. Moreover, there are 2 things I want to tell you. One is about you, and the other is about your 2 pretty wives. At least you have a conscience." Zichen's expression eased a lot. "As someone who has been through it, I need to give you a piece of advice about the ancient road." Zichen listened quietly, and so did Tyrant and the demon ape. Moreover, the demon ape had already stopped refining the alcohol. The tavern owner sternly said, "The ancient road is full of dangers. You must not be careless. You must be very careful when you enter. Over the years, there have been many people who died due to carelessness. As for the ancient road of the strongest, this is even more so. Therefore, I advise you to spend all your resources on alcohol if you have more on you. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you die in there and waste your resources." The first part sounded reasonable, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Zichen instantly flew into a rage and threw an empty cup at the tavern owner, angrily shouting, "Get lost." The tavern owner caught the cup and said with a mischievous smile, "Be careful, this cup is worth a lot." Looking at the tavern owner's smile and thinking about his true identity, Zichen could only suppress the urge to beat him into a pig's head. He unwillingly sat down. It seemed that all the people who came back from the ancient road were so shameless. One was taking revenge for a personal matter, while the other was raising the price. "Hee, little guy, don't be sad. Isn't there a second explanation?" Zichen glanced at him in annoyance. "What kind of explanation?" "It's about your 2 pretty wives. You have offended Sophie. According to my understanding of her, she is a very vengeful person. Perhaps she will vent her anger on your 2 pretty wives." The tavern owner's expression was very serious and dignified this time. "What? How is that possible? She is a powerhouse who came from the ancient road." Zichen, who had just sat down, stood up again, his eyes flashing. "So what if she came from the ancient road? She is also a human. Humans have emotions, and she hates it when people describe her appearance." The tavern owner spread out his hands. Zichen's expression became gloomy. After hesitating for a moment, he said dejectedly, "Forget it. If they come, just pretend that you don't know." "I'm afraid that won't work. I can pretend that I don't see them, but Sophie can't. She will definitely recognize them at a glance. You know the looks of your 2 pretty wives. They are extremely enviable. Therefore, the strongest ancient road will only belong to them. Of course, if they don't come, then Sophie can't do anything. How does she know what they look like? Did you tell her?" Zichen stared at him. "I can't help it. She asked me, so I can't not tell her." The tavern owner looked helpless. Zichen stood there, not moving for a long time. He couldn't beat the guardian, so he accepted the fact that he had entered the ancient road. However, if this matter involved Lin Shui and Su Mingyao, then Zichen would be extremely unwilling. Zichen's eyes flashed, and his expression kept changing. There was hesitation, and then there was ruthlessness. The tavern owner just looked at Zichen like this. Zichen was calculating his battling power in his mind. The yin and yang symbiotic energy, the powerful battle skills, and the dragon soul spear. "What? Are you going to kill me?" A cold light flashed in the monk's eyes. The monk was in the middle stage of the core realm, so his battling power was definitely not weaker than Zichen's. Once he used the 6 syllables mantra, how many people could be immune to it? If the 2 of them used their full power, it was not impossible for them to suppress or even kill a human origin realm warrior. However, if they were facing a human origin realm warrior who came back from the ancient road, they seemed to be lacking. Zichen's expression kept changing. He couldn't make up his mind. If they fought against the Guardian, then it was obviously a provocation. If they couldn't kill the Guardian, then they would definitely be killed. Zichen glanced at the tavern owner again. He had also come back from the ancient road, and they knew each other. At this moment of life and death, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Just as Zichen was thinking, the monster ape beside him started to refine the third cup after refining the second cup of wine. The blazing energy contained in the wine had caused the demonic ape's physique to undergo an obvious transformation during this period of time. Furthermore, the pure black energy in his body had finally undergone another transformation after reaching its limit. Suddenly, an aura appeared in the tavern. This was the aura of a cultivator breaking through. It instantly spread out from the tavern and spread out. Many people outside the tavern felt this aura, and they all looked at the tavern. That black ape has broken through. He has refined 3 cups a day, and then dozens of cups. Finally, he is going to break through. Before the breakthrough, the monster ape's battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Now that it had broken through, its battle prowess was naturally stronger. The 3 of them, who were already very strong, became even stronger because of the monster ape's breakthrough. Fortunately, the 3 of them were going to enter the strongest ancient road. Otherwise, the 3 of them would become the target of many cultivators' vigilance. The aura around the monster ape became more turbulent, accompanied by a tyrannical aura. Zichen and the monk were obviously happy. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could create a miracle, but the premise was that it was 3 against 1, and the tavern owner couldn't interfere. But this seemed impossible. The monster ape opened his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes, and the tyrannical aura around him slowly converged. Hey, congratulations. The monster ape's breakthrough indicated that Zichen didn't need to continue to buy expensive wine. The tavern owner's congratulations were obviously disappointed. I'll leave you some resources. If you see the 2 of them, I hope you can pass them to them. Zichen didn't want to fight to the death in the end. He didn't want to kill Lin Shui and Su Mingyao, and naturally, he didn't want to kill the monster ape and the monk. Chapter 762. Zichen frowned and pondered for a long time. He didn't dare to have any ideas about the guardian of the passageway. He handed some resources to the tavern owner and begged him to pass them to Lin Shui and Su Mingyao. This matter is related to me as well. I will definitely pass it on for you. I won't take a single cent, the tavern owner promised solemnly. It was rare for him to have such a sense of loyalty. Zichen left Lin Shui and Su Mingyao with 2,000 ordinary blood vitality pills, 200 special blood vitality pills, 2,000 mid-grade vitality liquid pills, 20 treasure pills, 200 blood healing pills, and 50 blood explosion pills. Zichen had brought enough resources this time. However, the devil ape had consumed a lot of vitality liquid pills, and now he left some for the 2. Therefore, Zichen didn't have many resources left. After receiving the resources, the tavern owner once again assured that there were no problems. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He was very surprised that Zichen still had so many things on him after consuming so many resources. The 3 left the tavern. The devil ape had broken through, and this was the last time they came to the tavern to drink. The 3,000 people had almost been gathered in the past 10 days. It was almost time to set off. How was it? Just after Zichen and the others left, the tavern owner sent a sound transmission to his mind. Judging from their expressions, they should still have some hidden cards. Their true battle strength may be even stronger than a Xiantian Sky Warrior. They are qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest trial. The tavern owner replied, qualified to enter, but not necessarily alive. You, on the other hand, dared to use my name to threaten a little kid. The previous voice sounded again. Why are you asking me when you already know? But I have no choice. I can't fight with him personally. I can only scare them. You saw that little girl that day. She's beautiful and has extraordinary talent. She even has Longhu Sovereign with her. I think the other 2 girls aren't much worse. Maybe they are qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest. I've found 2 people for you in advance. The tavern owner sent a sound transmission. Humph. The previous voice snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. When they left the tavern and headed to the square, many cultivators looked at the three of them with strange gazes. The three of them were powerful and acted without any scruples. They dared to rob anyone. In order to protect the few resources they had left, they naturally did not dare to anger the three of them. However, the Zichin trio also heard quite a number of discussions as they advanced. The topic of discussion was when the ancient road would open. Clearly, 3,000 people had already gathered. You've used up too many resources this time and left some for them. The two of us should share some resources with you, the monk said. That's right. We haven't touched our resources yet. I'll give you some. The demonic ape nodded. Zichin shook his head and said, No need. No one knows what kind of dangers lie within the ancient road of the strongest. You should keep those resources for yourselves. I have the Dragon Soul Spear and 2 types of ultimate energy. My chances of survival should be higher than yours. What followed was a dispute, but Zichin did not take their resources in the end. 2 days later, everyone gathered. The number of people had already exceeded 3,000. It was time to step onto the ancient road. More than 3,000 cultivators gathered in the square. It was a dark mass and seemed very crowded. However, there were also many cultivators around, which made it more or less spacious. The most obvious one was Zichin trio. No one dared to get close to them. Even the dozens of core primordial cultivators from various forces kept a distance from Zichin. In addition, the other cultivators who were very arrogant before also restrained themselves a lot because of the sudden appearance of Zichin and the other two. 3,000 people gathered. Their faces were filled with all kinds of complicated expressions. Some were expectant, some were worried, some were expectant, and some were curious. Knowing that the ancient road was divided into different grades, everyone was very curious about which ancient road they would be assigned to. On this day, the tavern was closed. The tavern owner came to the square early. Other than him, there was also an old man. The two stood on both sides of the square, releasing the aura of the mortal origin realm. Although they were all in the mortal origin realm, the aura of the two who walked out of the ancient road was naturally much more violent than that of ordinary mortal origin realm cultivators. Under the powerful aura, the two looked like giants of heaven and earth, especially the tavern owner, who looked completely different from the businessman from before. A rumbling sound came from heaven and earth. The guardian of the passage appeared. She was as majestic as a mountain. With one step, the whole space shook. Ripples spread out from her feet and flew towards the square. Arriving at the center of the square, she lowered her head and looked at everyone. Today, the ancient road of the trial officially opens. A thunderous voice came out from her mouth. It was so loud that it hurt people's ears. Before that, let me give you a brief introduction of the ancient road. The ancient roads are divided into 9 grades. The strongest grade and the weakest grade are the 9th grade. In each grade, there are 81 ancient roads. Only those who have passed through 81 ancient roads can be considered as powerful cultivators who have returned from the ancient road. During this period of time, if any of you manage to break through to the human origin stage, then congratulations. However, after breaking through to the human origin stage, you will have to complete all 81 ancient roads. You are not allowed to leave halfway. Throughout history, there have been thousands of cultivators who managed to break through to the human origin stage halfway through their ancient roads. However, those who managed to break through to the human origin stage and died on the ancient roads are not 100%, but at least 80%. Therefore, do not be careless at all times. On the square, everyone listened quietly. No one dared to interrupt. Even if they had questions, they would suppress them in the bottom of their hearts. That was because no one dared to guarantee that if they were presumptuous enough to ask, they would not infuriate the other party and be thrown into the strongest first-class ancient road. You will encounter all kinds of dangers on the ancient roads. During this period, of course, you will also have some small gains. I suggest that you keep all your gains and exchange them for some useful resources on the ancient road. There are 9 ancient roads. Every time you pass one of them, you will find a reception area. It's like a city. There are things you can exchange for there. However, You can only see the cultivators who entered the ancient road and stayed on the ancient road. If you want to see all the cultivators, you will have to make it to the ancient road alive. The ancient road of the fifth ancient road is the first gathering place. All the cultivators who entered the ancient road and made it there are there. The second gathering place is the ancient road of the ninth ancient road, which is also the end of your journey. You mean, there will be many people on the ancient road of the fifth ancient road, including those who entered the ancient road before? The voice of the guardian was suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw Zichun. It was him who had spoken just now. They were amazed by his courage. The guardian looked at Zichun. Zichun raised his head and looked at the guardian. His eyes were as cold as a blade. Humph! With a cold snort, the guardian sneered. That's right. There are cultivators who entered the ancient road in the past. They are either recovering from their injuries or are afraid of the dangers on the ancient road. They don't dare to enter the depths, so they stay there and wait for death. Once you reach the ancient road of the fifth ancient road, you will have a choice. Either you stay behind or you continue onward. If you stay behind, you will stay here forever with no chance of leaving. If you continue onward and reach the ancient road of the ninth ancient road, you will have a second choice. This time, you can choose to stay, go deeper, or leave. The guardian's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Of course, to you all, that will be too far away. At least 90% of you will die on the ancient road. As for the three of you, don't even think about it. The fact that you can reach the ancient road of the fifth ancient road already shows that you have good fortune. This time, the one who snorted was Zichun. He was about to step on the first ancient road. He didn't hide his dissatisfaction with the guardian. She seemed to have more to say, but Zichun's attitude had displeased the guardian of the passageway. She simply didn't reveal anything about the ancient road. Instead, she waved her hand and said, "All right, the ancient road has opened." As soon as he finished speaking, the guardian of the passageway shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy was abnormally bright, and it flew directly into the sky. At the same time, two more beams of energy appeared from two other directions. The other two experts had already made their moves. 3 beams of energy flew into the sky, intertwining and rotating in the air. Then, they formed a huge door. The light on the door constantly changed. As the light changed, different auras were emitted from the door. This is the passageway. It is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Except for the first grade passageway, which requires specific people to enter, entering the other passageways depends on luck. The guardian lowered her head again. After looking at the crowd, her eyes fell on Zichun again. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. She asked, "Do you all think that the first grade ancient road is the strongest ancient road?" Everyone was silent. No one said anything, but they didn't deny it either. Only the tavern owner seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. He said, "Sophie, what are you doing?" Sophie pointed at Zichun and the other two. She smiled faintly and said, "Before the passageway opens, I will send them into the strongest ancient road." "The strongest ancient road is the first grade ancient road," the tavern owner said again. His voice was extremely firm. "I am the guardian of the passageway. I know best whether the strongest ancient road is a first grade ancient road or not." The smile on Sophie's face turned cold again. Zichun's heart suddenly sank. He realized that he had done something wrong. The real strongest ancient road didn't seem to be a first grade ancient road. There were other paths. Sophie, who had originally wanted to open the first grade ancient road for them, decided to open the real strongest ancient road for them because he had angered her with his words. "Are you crazy? The 3 of them are only children. Why are you angry with children?" The tavern owner's eyes widened. They don't even care about the guardian of the passageway. Naturally, they are very confident in their battle strength. Besides, I feel that they are qualified to enter the strongest trial. "You are crazy. You are really crazy. How can you argue with a few children?" The tavern owner shouted, "I am the guardian of the passageway. I have the final say on which ancient road to open," Sophie said coldly. "Yes, you are the guardian of the passageway. But don't forget that there are also ancient road guardians here." The tavern owner turned his head and looked at the indifferent old man. He said, "Old man, Sophie wants to open the strongest trial for these 3 kids who are not even at the late stage of the inner core realm. Why don't you stop her?" Chapter 763. The old man who was called the Watcher had a cold expression on his face. He was like a spectator, quietly observing everything. After the tavern owner spoke, he turned to look at the tavern owner and said, "This is the authority of the guardian of the passage." Hearing this, the tavern owner raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "Authority? What bullsh*t authority?" If they entered the first grade ancient road, the 3 of them still had a chance to survive. But if they enter the strongest ancient road, they have no chance at all. This is obviously sending them to their deaths, sending a few talented little guys to their deaths. Do you know that? The old man looked at the tavern owner, then looked at Zichen's group and said calmly, "Entering the passageway to the starting ground is also sending them to their deaths." 2 of the 3 agreed. 3-2, Zichen's group entered the strongest ancient road without any suspense. Zichen's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't dare to refute. His impulsive actions today had harmed the monk and the demonic ape. He didn't want to harm Lin Shui and Su Ming Yao, who might enter here in the future. The surrounding cultivators all had a gloating expression on their faces. Entering the first grade ancient road was already bad enough. Who would have thought that they would enter the strongest ancient road? This was great. Looking at the tavern owner's attitude, they knew that they would die without a doubt. Sophie raised her head and looked at the portal in the air. The portal was emitting light, which was where the passageway was located. But in the next moment, Sophie's hands began to form seals. As the complicated seals fell, an even more terrifying aura circulated in the portal. As the seals fell, the portal expanded. A terrifying and tyrannical aura actually rushed out from the portal. Along with this terrifying aura, there was also a maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, someone has opened the ancient path of the strongest. Excellent, it's been a long time since I've tasted delicious meat. Little fellow, hurry up and come in." Along with this crazy voice, there was a powerful spiritual sense. This spiritual sense passed through the portal and swept across everyone in the square. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in everyone's heart. Except for the 3 powerhouses, everyone's expression changed after sensing this aura. This included those who Zichen was extremely afraid of and didn't snatch it. Of course, this also included Zichen's group. Hee, looks like death is truly the only outcome. Many of the cultivators there scoffed inwardly. "Which one of you is going in?" Sophie looked down at Zichen and the other 2 with a cold smile. "Who's here? Didn't a group come? Come on in, all of you. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat, especially delicious human meat." The cruel voice from before sounded from the door again. "I'll do it." The voices of the devil ape and the monk rang out in the next moment. However, just as the 2 of them took a step forward, Zichen had already turned into a beam of light and rushed into the sky. "I wish you all good luck. If we have the chance to meet again in this life, we will definitely drink and chat merrily." These were the words Zichen said before he stepped onto the ancient path. After he finished speaking, he rushed into the passageway. "Haha, human, I will eat your arm first." Just as Zichen rushed into the passage, the voice from before sounded again, followed by Zichen's exclamation. After that, there were no more sounds coming from the door, and the terrifying aura was also receding. Everyone's expressions changed once more. Could it be that the incomparably powerful Zichen had died as soon as he entered? He's a loyal fellow, but he's also a short-lived fellow. Sophie smiled. A second door appeared. After this door appeared, everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura assault them. That aura made them extremely uncomfortable. Although there was no sound coming from this passageway, the dangerous aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the one Zichen had entered. Sophie's gaze fell on the 2 of them, but before she could say anything, the devil ape charged into the passageway. "So what if it's the strongest trial? I, the heaven-splitting battle ape, have always been the strongest." The devil ape's heroic voice rang out. After that, the passageway closed. Quite a few people's hearts shook when they heard the devil ape's words. A foreign race, a heaven-splitting battle ape. No wonder the black ape was so powerful. It was the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. In the martial heaven continent, there were many human forces that had records of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. This bloodline was extremely powerful. When the foreign races had invaded back then, they had caused the world to tremble. Sophie's gaze fell on Tyrant. "It's your turn." Amitabha. After the third passageway opened, Tyrant chanted a Buddhist mantra and turned into a ray of golden light, charging in. Tyrant disappeared, and the door slowly closed. The terrifying aura that was not any weaker than the previous two also slowly dissipated. Now that the three powerful opponents had disappeared, everyone sighed in relief. Now, it was time to test their luck. Whether it was the 2nd or 9th tier Ancient Road, everything depended on luck. But who would have thought that before they reached that stage? The terrifying aura from the door slowly dissipated, replaced by a slightly weaker aura. It spread out from the door, sweeping through the entire plaza. Next is the 1st tier Ancient Road. It's the strongest ancient road that you all spoke of before. Who wants to enter? Sophie looked down at everyone and shouted. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. What kind of joke was this? They didn't even have time to avoid this ancient road. Humph, what a bunch of trash. Those three aren't much stronger than any of you, but they dared to enter the trial road, which is even stronger than the 1st tier ancient road. Look at you. You don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road, Sophie sneered. If Zichen's group of three were to hear this, they would definitely cry. Everyone knew what was going on, so they weren't provoked. Only a few people's expressions changed. They believed that if Zichen's group of three had a choice, they wouldn't even enter the 1st tier ancient road. They would only rely on luck to enter the 2nd to 9th tier ancient road. As expected, you really are a bunch of trash. You don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road. Since you're so cowardly, I'll give you some courage. As soon as Sophie finished speaking, she quickly pointed at a man in the crowd. With this point, Sophie used her authority as the guardian of the passageway. A beam of light shot out from the 1st tier door, carrying the power of the ancient road's rules, and landed on the young man's body. Covered by this beam of light, the young man's expression changed drastically. Light surged around his body as he tried to break free from this energy beam. Not bad. Continue to use your full strength. If you can break free from the shackles of the 1st tier ancient road, then congratulations. You're qualified to enter the strongest ancient road. Sophie's voice rang out again. Under these obviously threatening words, the young man instantly stopped struggling and allowed the beam of light to bind him. Then, he flew into the air and entered the 1st tier ancient road. Silence filled the area. At this moment, everyone felt like they were meat on the chopping block. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, quietly waiting to be called out. Sure enough, Sophie pointed a finger at another young man. This was a young man who often appeared in the tavern. When Zichen first appeared, he didn't even look at Zichen. In the end, he spoke up because Zichen was wasting wine. Covered by the light, the young man smiled bitterly. His figure flew into the air and disappeared after entering the passageway. Then, Sophie pointed a finger again. This time, it was the second person sitting alone in the tavern. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept a low profile. Covered by the light, he couldn't escape the fate of entering the 1st tier ancient road. After 3 people were selected to enter the 1st tier ancient road, many of the cultivators in the crowd changed their expressions. When you came in, I had some understanding of your strength. In order to ensure the balance of the ancient road, when your strength reaches a certain range, you must enter the 1st tier ancient road. As she spoke, Sophie pointed a finger again. A beam of light from the 1st tier ancient road fell on a dragon man. This dragon man was Long Feng. Since coming here, Long Feng had been very low-key. He had never entered the tavern, nor had he fought with anyone. But now, he was targeted by Sophie. I, Long Feng, want to try the 1st tier ancient road? Long Feng's eyes flashed. He ignored the exclamations of the other dragon men beside him and took the initiative to rush into the passageway. Everyone's expression became complicated. Obviously, those who were lucky enough to enter the 1st tier ancient road were the true powerhouses. Those who weren't selected were also relatively weak. Sophie then selected more than 10 people, and all of them entered the first-tier ancient road. This time, close to 20 people entered the first-tier ancient road. 3 people entered the strongest ancient road, and the rest were probably people who tried their luck. Among them, people like Yao Fei, who had a strong expression before, were not selected. This was undoubtedly the greatest underestimation of the other party's battle strength. This made the other people's expressions very ugly. Next is the second-tier ancient road. Is there anyone willing to enter? If not, the passageway will be opened for you. The door above Sophie's head changed again, and the second-tier ancient road appeared. I'll go. Yao Fei turned into a beam of light and rushed in. Although he didn't want to enter the first-tier ancient road, it didn't mean that he could accept the fact that he wasn't selected. Therefore, he had to enter the second-tier ancient road. Apart from Yao Fei, there were many powerful existences who weren't selected. They all turned into beams of light and rushed in. This time, more than 200 of the 3,000 cultivators entered the second-tier ancient road. After these 200 people, the second-tier ancient road closed. After that, the door in the sky enlarged again, occupying the entire sky. Next, you guys can go in yourselves. Sophie's voice was indifferent. Obviously, she had lost interest in these people. Without needing Sophie's instructions, everyone turned into beams of light and rushed into the passageway until the last person disappeared. After all the cultivators entered and closed the door, Sophie snorted coldly. Humph, if you enter the other ancient roads, you'll be weak even if you come out alive. You'll be suppressed by others. It's better not to enter. Everyone has their own ambitions. Sophie, why do you care about this? The tavern owner smiled, then looked at Sophie and the old man. He asked seriously, do you two really think the 3 of them can come out alive? Chapter 764. In the ancient road of the strongest trial, Zichun was running for his life. Before coming here, he had already prepared for the worst. However, when he really stepped in, he realized that he had still underestimated this place. This was the ancient road of the strongest trial, but since it was called a trial, there should be a slim chance of survival. However, ever since Zichun entered, he had been chased. If he was not fast enough, he would have died long ago. Damn it! Where is this second ancient road? Zichun roared in his heart. Although it was called an ancient road, it was more appropriate to call it a small world. This place was vast and boundless, and Zichun had not reached the end. However, this was a desolate small world. Other than the pursuers, Zichun had not seen any living creatures. Boom! Behind him, the energy surged violently, and a burst of chi spread out through the air. A tall figure stepped out from the sky, holding a long blade that was as black as ink in his hand. The edge of the blade shone with a cold light. In the past few days, this black blade had caused quite a lot of trouble for Zichun. The tall figure held the black blade and wore a black armor. A pitch-black helmet covered his entire face, and only his emotionless eyes were exposed. In addition to the black blade in his right hand, the figure also held a black shield with super defensive power in his left hand. Seeing Zichun running away, the tall figure held the black blade tightly and slashed forward. A pitch-black blade light surged out from the tip of the blade, and with a terrifying aura, it slashed towards Zichun. Huh! Zichun shouted as the danger came. The Dragon Soul Spear appeared in his hand. After a dragon roar that shook the sky, Zichun waved the spear, and a thunder dragon phantom rushed toward the blade light. The two energies collided in midair, and the violent energy kept coming into contact. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was turned into a dark zone of destruction. Zichun's already pale face turned even paler after this attack. This black shadow was like an unkillable cockroach. Not only was it powerful, but the weapon in its hand was also no weaker than the Dragon Soul Spear. Furthermore, every time they clashed head-on, Zichun would suffer some injuries. On the other hand, his opponent was always able to dodge the energy shockwaves with his black shield. Human, die. A roar suddenly rang out from the sky. The black shadow from before rushed out from the turbulent energy with its black shield in hand. The long blade in its hand slashed directly at Zichun. Zichun quickly retreated and brandished his spear. Once again, The dragon soul spear shot out like a lightning dragon. Its entire body glowed brilliantly as it released a powerful energy. Where the two energies came into contact, another area of destruction was formed. Because Zichun couldn't dodge in time, he was hit by the energy shockwave. The blood and qi in his body churned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's useless. I can't be killed. Human, you should take the initiative to die and let me enjoy the delicious food. Speaking of which, I'm already hungry. The hideous laughter rang out again. The black shadow rushed out again with its black shield. The energy aura around its body was still the same. Not only was it not injured, but it also didn't seem to have consumed any energy. None of the humans who entered this ancient road have successfully escaped from my hands. Human, accept your fate. The black shadow rushed out and slashed again with its blade. Its attack was still as fierce and terrifying as ever. Zichun was helpless. After a simple clash, he could only keep dodging. He had always been the one who took the initiative in battle, but he kept dodging in the confrontation with the black shadow. When he was looking for the exit, he saw many human skeletons in the small world. The flesh on these skeletons had long disappeared. He didn't know if they had rotted or been eaten by the black shadow. However, no matter the former or the latter, it proved that this was a human cultivator who had entered the strongest ancient road. Since they dared to enter this place, their combat power was naturally strong. However, they were dead. Moreover, the existence chasing after them at an extremely fast speed indeed gave people a feeling that they were invincible. In the process of escaping, Zichun's consumption also increased. During this time, he didn't find the exit of the small world, but he saw more skeletons. Some of the skeletons were even glowing, and there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in them. Obviously, this was a real powerhouse. Moreover, it hadn't been long since they died. It should be more than 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Just like before, the black shadow quickly caught up with him and continued to slash with its blade. This time, the blade light was actually 30% sharper than before. During the fierce battle, not only did the black shadow not consume any energy, but it also became stronger. This was partly because Zichun was getting weaker, but more because the black shadow had indeed become stronger. Human, I'm hungry. I don't want to play anymore. Let's fight to determine the winner. The black shadow's aura began to soar, becoming more violent. At the same time, a powerful spiritual thought rushed out of the black shadow's sea of consciousness. The spiritual thought was comparable to a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Zichun. Zichun mobilized his spiritual thought to defend himself. With a muffled groan, Zichun coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Unexpectedly, the black shadow's spiritual thought was also so terrifying. Zichun's face was already pale. Your spiritual thought is not weak. Let's see how many times you can block it. The black shadow snorted coldly. Then, the powerful spiritual thought left its body again and raged towards Zichun like a bolt of lightning. Silver light flashed on Zichun's back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. While blocking the black shadow's spiritual thought attack, he also took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. In the end, after withstanding the black shadow's spiritual thought attack 3 times, Zichun turned into a beam of light and successfully escaped again. Just as Zichun flew away, the black shadow's eyes flashed and it muttered, "What strong resilience. If it were any other human, they would have died long ago." This time, Zichun displayed his extreme speed and flew toward the end of the world. He was like an arrow released from a bow, moving forward in a straight line. During this time, Zichun had flown for tens of thousands of miles until the ultimate energy in abdomen was completely depleted. This time, I shouldn't be able to catch up. I have to find a way out and leave this place. Zichun took out a blood-healing pill and swallowed it. The effect of the blood-healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill. Zichun's injuries, which were not serious, were quickly healed. At the same time, Zichun swallowed another pill to recover his injured spiritual thought. In less than a minute, Zichun's injuries were completely healed. However, the energy in his body was still in a state of emptiness. There was almost no spiritual energy in this world. It was impossible to absorb energy from the outside world to recover. In desperation, Zichun could only swallow a blood vitality pill. Just as he was considering whether to swallow an ordinary blood vitality pill or a special blood vitality pill, the void behind him vibrated again. "Brat, in my world, you can't escape." The Black Shadow's voice sounded again. Zichun's expression instantly changed. He was shocked. How is this possible? I displayed my extreme speed, but he caught up so quickly. Just as he was crying out in alarm, the Black Shadow appeared from the horizon. As it approached, the black blade in its hand was raised high once again. "You've used up all your energy. Die." The Black Shadow swung its blade at Zichun again. Zichun could only swallow a special blood vitality pill to quickly recover his energy. After blocking the Black Shadow's attack, he looked for another opportunity to escape. The Black Shadow's attacks were extremely fierce, but Zichun was always able to find an opportunity to escape. However, after running far away, the Black Shadow was always able to catch up with him and launch a new round of attacks. Time passed as he ran and stopped. However, in this place where there was no night, Zichun couldn't accurately calculate the passage of time. Unable to sense the flow of time, Zichun could only calculate by the number of blood vitality pills he had swallowed. So far, he had swallowed 5 special blood vitality pills. This meant that Zichun had used up all his energy 5 times during the chase. How can this be? After swallowing the 6th blood vitality pill, Zichun's face was filled with confusion again. The Black Shadow's speed was obviously not as fast as his, but he was still able to catch up with him after he had left him far behind. Moreover, in this world where there was no energy, he had already consumed a lot of energy. However, the Black Shadow's energy was not only not depleted, but was instead becoming stronger. The Black Shadow's situation gave Zichun an extremely strange feeling. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Black Shadow to catch up with him again. This time, Zichun began to run as soon as he saw the strange movement on the horizon. While running, he kept thinking about the strangeness of the Black Shadow. While running, Zichun naturally saw many glowing human skeletons again. Zichun's face was filled with more and more confusion. He felt as if there was a layer of fog in his mind. He was only a little bit away from seeing through this place. Fog. Zichun was suddenly startled. Then, his eyes began to shine. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his sea of consciousness, illuminating his sea of consciousness and dispelling all the fog. So that's how it is. As if he had been enlightened, Zichun was suddenly enlightened. He understood the reason behind all the confusion. He instantly understood all the problems before and after. After understanding everything, Zichun stopped running. Instead, he turned around and looked in the direction where the Black Shadow was coming from. Judging by the time, it should be here soon. Zichun's face was filled with confidence. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a vibration to come from the horizon. The tall Black Shadow once again came with a saber. "Haha, die, human." When it arrived, the Black Shadow was still laughing wildly. It was ready to slash with its saber. However, it suddenly found that the human in front of it was very unusual this time. The human did not take out a weapon to block it, nor did he immediately run away. Instead, he quietly looked at it. A trace of confusion appeared on the face covered by the helmet. The Black Shadow did not immediately attack. However, this trace of confusion quickly disappeared. The Black Shadow sneered. "What? You know that you can't escape from my grasp, so you're not running and are waiting for death?" As it spoke, the Black Shadow approached Zichun. A terrifying aura attacked Zichun. A feeling of oppression filled the sky. "Yes, I don't plan to run." Zichun smiled. "Well, since you're so tactful, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. If you kill yourself, I can let your body go and not devour your flesh and blood," the Black Shadow said as it approached. Chapter 765. Zichun took the initiative to step forward, but the Black Shadow stopped. His eyes flashed, and his face under the mask kept changing. The sneer on Zichun's face became more and more intense. His whole body flashed with golden light, and his powerful breath was in a dormant state. Looking at Zichun, who was approaching, the Black Shadow was full of killing intent. He suddenly laughed. You want to fight with me? You are looking for death. The breath around the black shadow became more and more terrifying, like a peerless beast. His monstrous power disturbed the space around him, and the space began to distort. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. Human, today I will let you see my real combat ability. I promise, with one strike, you will die without a complete corpse. Under the monstrous breath, the black shadow was like a demon. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. This power could easily destroy a Danyuan master, and its breath could cause the space to tremble and distort. Obviously, the black shadow's combat ability had reached an undefeatable level, but facing the power of space, Zichen's face did not change, and he did not stop. He walked straight towards the black shadow, and the smile on his face gradually turned into a mocking one. Before, he was only guessing, and could not be 100% sure about the strangeness of the black shadow. But now that the black shadow had made such a scene, Zichun was sure of his guess. He looked at the black shadow in front of him and said mockingly, "Don't you think you are making too much noise? With such power, you can even kill a human origin stage cultivator who came back from the ancient road, let alone a Danyuan master like me. Human, it's good that you know how powerful I am. Now you still have time to run. Once I attack, you will die without a doubt." The black shadow shouted again, and the oppressive breath around him became even stronger. "Run? Why should I run? Don't you want to kill me? Come on. I will stand here and wait for you to kill me." Zichen stopped when he was dozens of meters away from the black shadow. The black shadow seemed to be surprised and did not attack immediately. Zichen's sneer became more and more intense. He said, "What? You don't dare to attack? If you don't dare to attack, then I will kill you. Human, you are courting death." The black figure gritted his teeth and shouted. He raised the black blade in his hand again and slashed down at Zichun. There was a loud explosion in the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. The sound reverberated throughout the small world. The distorted void was cut into pieces by the saber. A huge saber light descended from the sky with the power to destroy the world. As the blade slashed down, the aura around the black figure became even more tyrannical. An ear-piercing and sharp, sinister laugh came from his mouth. Zichen lifted his head to look at the Armageddon blade force. A cold smile appeared on his face. He did not use the Dragon Soul Spear. Instead, he raised his right hand and pointed at the blade light with his middle finger. At this moment, there was not much energy surging within the middle finger. Facing such a powerful attack, Zichen's action was undoubtedly courting death. However, when the black figure saw Zichen's counterattack, his eyes suddenly widened. His face, which was covered by the mask, was obviously shocked. The saber light fell, and the space around Zichen was shattered. A huge black hole appeared in front of Zichen. It was like a big mouth of the netherworld that wanted to swallow him. The sky-high saber light above his head slashed down with a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the saber light and the black hole arrived in front of Zichen at the same time. However, a strange scene occurred. When the black hole was 1 meter away from Zichen, it could not move any further. The huge saber light automatically dissipated when it came into contact with Zichen's finger. When it fell from the sky, the saber light's power was extremely terrifying. However, when it was dissipated by the finger, it emitted an extremely weak energy. The saber light dissipated, and the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth disappeared. The huge black hole in front of Zichen also disappeared. Zichen's smile grew wider, and he looked more confident. He had guessed correctly and gambled correctly. Everything was an illusion. However, facing such a real and terrifying saber attack without moving, Zichen felt quite pressured. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. How can this be? My power. Why is my power so weak? It's you. What kind of sorcery did you use? Seeing that his attack did not work, the black figure suddenly let out a strange cry. You're still pretending. Do you think this is fun? Zichen's face was full of disdain. I don't know what you're talking about. It's you. You must have used some sorcery. The black figure kept pointing his saber at Zichen, but he did not make a second attack. Your illusion is very real, but there are too many loopholes. Zichun looked at the black figure in front of him and said indifferently, "The ancient road to the trial has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. However, you think you're smart enough to create the corpses of cultivators who died within tens of thousands of years. This loophole is too big." The black figure stopped crying and stared at Zichun. He said coldly, "As expected, you saw through it. This is only your first loophole. The second loophole is that in this world without the slightest bit of heaven and earth spirit chi, your powerful attacks actually don't consume any of your energy. Furthermore, my speed far exceeds yours, but you can always find me at the right time." The black figure's eyes became colder. He snorted and said, "So what if you know this is an illusion? You can only see through it, but you can't break it. How would I know if I don't try?" With that, Zichun turned into a ray of golden light and charged at the black figure. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack since entering the ancient beast world. Knowing that this was an illusion, Zichun's attacks were much simpler. There was no surging energy around him. All the energy was dormant in his body and would only appear when he attacked. Like lightning, Zichun arrived in front of the black figure and punched. Golden fist light appeared on the surface of Zichun's body. All the energy and aura were restrained. Boom! The space around Zichun shattered. A surging aura spread out from the black figure. At the same time, the black figure raised his saber and slashed at Zichun. With one slash, the void shattered. The power of space twisted continuously. "It's useless. As long as I don't release my energy, your attacks won't be able to hurt me. Every time I was knocked back, it was because I was in an illusion. I was knocked back by my own energy." Zichun sneered as he punched the black shadow with his fist. Pong! The energy contained within the fist directly pierced through the blade radiance and hit the black shadow, causing a dull sound. The black shadow's terrifying aura dissipated like a bubble, and he was sent flying by Zichun. "I can't die here. Even if you know this is an illusion, you can't break it. Don't even think about leaving." The black figure was sent flying. There were no injuries on his body. He looked at Zichun with eyes full of hatred. "In this world, there is no one who can't die." Zichun smiled coldly. He flashed forward again. Then, Zichun punched. The golden fist light kept hitting the black figure. Dull explosions sounded from time to time. During this time, the black figure's body kept surging with ferocious aura. The space in the illusion kept shattering because of the opponent's ferocious aura. Zichun's fist didn't have a strong aura. This level of attack couldn't hurt the black figure at all. It could only send the black figure flying. Every time Zichun attacked, the black figure would roar and counterattack with the illusion. However, everything was illusory. Zichun didn't care. Zichun flashed to the black figure's side again and punched again. The void around the black figure shattered again. The surging ferocious aura swept through the world. At the same time, the sky-high saber light fell and slashed at Zichun again. "Humph, it's just a small trick." Zichun snorted disdainfully. However, he was laughing in his heart. After waiting for so long, he finally got the chance to break the array. Just when the black figure thought that the human would ignore its attack like before, it found that the human actually withdrew his fist and began to form seals. The simple seals quickly fell. Then, from Zichun's sea of consciousness, a golden light of spiritual thoughts rushed out. The golden light of spiritual thoughts was as vast as the sea. The moment it appeared, it turned into a golden dragon and slammed into the black saber light. "No!" Seeing this, the black figure suddenly screamed in panic. Zichun used all his spiritual thoughts to launch this attack. This was also his only chance to break the array. The powerful spiritual thoughts collided with the black figure's saber light. Golden and black light raged in the sky. The space shattered under the collision of spiritual thoughts. Like a mirror, a new world appeared in front of Zichun. The illusion array had been broken, and the real world appeared. This was a desolate land. There was no spiritual energy in the world. Without spiritual energy, there was no vegetation. The whole world seemed dead and lifeless. Looking down at the ground, Zichun only saw a few eerie white skeletons. Other than that, Zichun also saw a skeleton that had not yet decomposed. The skeleton held a black saber in its right hand, a black shield in its left hand, and wore black armor. The black figure in the illusion was the skeleton, but it was created by the illusion. The real black figure had died a long time ago. The black figure's original form was dead. Zichen only glanced at it and then looked away. Then, he saw a small bug about 20 centimeters long beside the black figure. The bug was white all over, like pure jade. The bug's body was curled up, and its small eyes stared at Zichen in horror. "It's you, little guy. You almost got me killed." Zichen looked at the bug with curiosity in his eyes. Zichen's figure landed. The bug's eyes were filled with fear. Zichen's counterattack had severely damaged the opponent's spiritual thoughts, and it was no longer a threat to Zichen. However, the cautious Zichen still released his powerful spiritual thoughts to investigate the surroundings. Sure enough, other than the bug, there were no other living creatures in this desolate land. As he released his spiritual thoughts, Zichen also found the exit of this ancient road. Zichen used his ultimate energy to imprison the bug. During this time, the bug emitted a terrified cry for mercy. "So it's you, little guy, who's playing tricks." Hearing the familiar voice, Zichen was completely relieved. This little insect was not strong, but its spiritual sense was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, the illusion it created was full of loopholes, and it even managed to fool Zichen. Zichen was very interested in it and planned to tame it and bring it along. After using his energy to imprison the bug, Zichen set it aside. Only then did his gaze fall on the skeleton. To be precise, it fell on the saber and the black shield. Chapter 766. Just as Zichen had said earlier, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Therefore, the black saber, black shield, and black armor, which were of extraordinary quality, had lost their original power due to the passage of time. The three items, which were exposed without any seals, had lost their spiritual power and were of little value. Zichen had no use for them. Instead, they would increase the capacity of his spirit ring. Then, Zichen found another spirit ring on the side. This was the spirit ring of a dead cultivator. The cultivator had died as soon as he entered this place. Obviously, there was a bountiful harvest inside. Zichen's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the spirit ring. Picking up the spirit ring, Zichen found that the spirit ring had already recognized its owner. Moreover, there was the aura of the white jade bug inside. This discovery reduced Zichen's excitement by 30%. The white jade bug was severely injured. Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual thoughts to attack the spirit ring again. After forcefully breaking open the spirit ring, Zichen found that the spirit ring was empty. There were no resources inside. Obviously, all the resources inside had been devoured by the bug. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. If the white jade bug wanted to replenish itself, it could only kill humans and devour the resources in their spirit rings. Moreover, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Zichen had already guessed this result. Zichen, who didn't find anything, picked up the imprisoned white jade bug and continued to search the area. After searching around and checking all the bones, he still didn't find anything. The spirit rings that he occasionally found were also empty. This place was desolate and dilapidated. Even weeds did not grow. It was dead silent. There was nothing of value here. There was also no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Zichen felt so out of place in this world. He even felt the yuan energy in his body slowly drain away as he walked. An extremely uncomfortable feeling of rejection filled his heart. Zichen stepped onto the second ancient road. During this time, he did not communicate with the white jade bug. Zichen walked through the teleportation portal and stepped onto the second ancient road. As the light flashed and his figure reappeared, Zichen felt a scorching wave of fire wash over him. This place was like a sea of flames. Blazing flames rose from the ground, illuminating Zichen with a bright red light. The burning of the underground flames caused space to distort. The temperature of the flames was very high. Even with his perfect body, Zichen felt threatened. Of course, a threat didn't mean that these flames could kill Zichen. The present Zichen's perfect body was no longer what it used to be. Since it was known as the strongest physique, It was naturally not something that could be melted by mere earth fire. Those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation arts will definitely think that they've arrived in heaven. But for lightning attribute cultivation arts, it has no effect at all. Zichen looked at the sea of fire in front of him with a face full of disappointment. There was only fire spiritual energy here. To Zichen, it didn't mean much. Although he could absorb some, the amount was too little. At most, it was better than nothing on the first ancient road. When he arrived at the second ancient road, just as Zichen was about to investigate if there were any terrifying existences here, he felt a strange movement from the white jade bug in his hand. After lowering his head, Zichen saw that the white jade bug, which had been imprisoned by extreme energy, had slowly turned illusory before dissipating into pure spiritual energy. Zichen couldn't be any clearer about what was happening. A clone, the white jade bug he had caught was actually just a clone of Qin Wentian. As for the real body that was injured, it was naturally still on the first ancient path. He had been fooled. Zichen was momentarily stunned. He often used his avatars to fool others. He never thought that he would be fooled here. Even if he was fooled by someone else, it would be fine. But it just had to be a bug. Zichen's expression constantly changed. He was secretly regretting his carelessness. This person had a powerful spiritual sense, could create illusion arrays for others, and even knew the art of avatars. This was undoubtedly a capable assistant. If he had been more careful, he would have been able to capture the injured avatar. Then, it would have been easier to traverse the ancient road. But the careless Zichen didn't get anything. While he felt regretful, Zichen gained an even deeper understanding of the ancient road of trials, and it was that he couldn't be careless at all times and must not be overconfident. The price he had paid this time was only a white jade bug. If he was careless again, he might very well pay with his life. Zichen, who was secretly summarizing his mistakes, was a little absent-minded. At this time, a flame spewed out from the ground near Zichen. A flame creature suddenly rushed out from the giant flames. This was a one-horned, bull-like fire spirit. With the help of the spewing flames, the fire spirit ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. The fire spirit was very close to Zichen, and its speed was also very fast. By the time Zichen sensed the incoming danger and made an effective counterattack, it was already a step too late. Pong! Zichen had shattered the flame creature with a single punch, and the golden light had also extinguished the flames in front of him. However, the power of the collision just now, other than the violent flame energy, was also extremely strong and could not be underestimated. Zichen staggered and lost his balance. He took several steps back and retreated into the spewing earth fire. While Zichen was retreating, the earth fire around him began to continuously erupt. At first, it was just simple earth fire, but when Zichen approached, other than the earth fire, there were also fire spirits. These fire spirits were almost the same in appearance. They were all one-horned bull-like creatures. After they appeared, they ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by fire spirits. In the process of charging forward, Zichen was completely surrounded by fire spirits. Even with the golden light shield between them, Zichen could feel a scorching heat. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In addition, Zichen, who was in the midst of the flames, actually felt the elemental energy in his body rapidly depleting. Then, he was covered by numerous fire spirits. Zichen's figure completely disappeared and was replaced by numerous fire spirits. An earth-shattering dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the flames. Then, as if they were frightened, the fire spirits fled in all directions. However, just as their figures rose into the air, they exploded in the next moment, turning into rootless flames and dissipating. In Zichen's hand, the dragon soul spear emitted a bright silver light. A thunder dragon's shadow floated in it, and a deep and loud dragon's roar came from the spear. Within a radius of more than 10 meters around Zichen, all the fire spirits were scattered. In the process of dissipating, there were flames that were as thick as strands of hair that entered the dragon soul spear and were absorbed by the dragon soul. Zichen, who previously felt that the dragon soul had not dissipated, was now even more certain of his guess. These fire spirits had awakened the dragon soul. As they were all creatures, The essence of the fire spirits was naturally the greatest tonic for the dragon's soul. Ziqian held the spear, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this place was also a treasure to him. Ziqian held the dragon soul spear tightly and walked forward. Silver light flashed on the dragon soul spear, and the thunder dragon shadow appeared. However, after walking for dozens of meters, Ziqian did not encounter any fire spirits' attacks. Such a scene caused Ziqian to frown slightly.
Pong, 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 pong.
Just as the silver light on the dragon's soul spear converged and the dragon's might dissipated, there was a rumbling sound from the ground again. More fire spewed out from the ground, and more fire spirits appeared in the fire. If Ziqian had hunted more than 10 fire spirits before, then this time, there were dozens of them swarming over. Ziqian swept with the spear. Silver light flashed, and a dragon's roar resounded through the world. The dragon's might spread. Wherever the silver light passed, these fire spirits were shattered without any suspense. When they turned into flames, a trace of fire essence entered the spear and was swallowed by the dragon's soul. After killing a wave, Ziqian held the spear and went forward again. The scene where the fire spirits did not appear before happened again. Therefore, Ziqian continued to converge the dragon soul. Like this, he converged the dragon soul and used his human aura to lure the fire spirits out. Ziqian swept his spear again. In less than an hour, Ziqian had killed several hundred fire spirits. These fire spirits were only a mass of fire essence. They were not true fire spirits because they had no thoughts or wisdom. All of their actions were based on instinct. After swallowing several hundred flame essences, the dragon soul spear didn't change in the slightest. Obviously, the flame essences it swallowed were not enough. As he went deeper, not only did the fire spirits become larger, but the flame essences within them also became larger. Ziqian guessed that in this world of fire, there should be a fire spirit comparable to the thunder dragon. Moreover, as he went deeper, the suppression of the dragon's might on the dragon's soul spear was no longer obvious. In the end, Ziqian didn't even need to converge the dragon soul's aura, as the fire spirits would automatically appear. The fire spirits here were even larger. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. In addition, the power of the flames contained in their bodies was also stronger. Ziqian's attacks with the dragon soul spear were no longer as sharp as before. After advancing for several thousand meters, the fire spirits that Ziqian encountered were already as big as mountains. Every attack of the other party was accompanied by a thunderous sound. As it moved, it carried a tyrannical aura that caused the world to tremble. Ziqian swept the spear in his hand. A dragon's roar sounded as a thunder dragon rushed out from the spear and went straight to the mountain fire spirit. Pong! The thunder dragon that was able to break through other creatures was shattered by a single blow from the mountain fire spirit. At the same time, the fire spirit took a large step forward and rushed towards Ziqian. As it ran, there was a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. Before the mountain fire spirit arrived, a wave of fire that exuded a tyrannical aura had already swept towards Ziqian. Ziqian's expression changed slightly. He clenched the dragon soul spear and turned into a golden light as he fiercely stabbed towards the mountain fire spirit. Boom! A loud tremor came out. After the two collided, a turbulent energy swept out. After the explosion, both of them were repelled. Ziqian's face was obviously surprised. His powerful attack with the dragon soul spear didn't kill this unintelligent fire spirit. Roar! The fire spirit that was pushed back roared at the sky. The earth fire around it surged even more fiercely. Because of Ziqian's attack, the fire spirit's light had dimmed, but because of the surrounding fire energy, it once again became stronger. Chapter 767. In this world of flames, the fire spirit was never afraid of consumption. It was just like the illusion where the black shadow was trapped in the first ancient road. As the two sides fought, loud energy explosions constantly sounded out. Ziqian suppressed the fire spirit with all his strength, but his own consumption was increasing. In terms of combat strength, the fire spirit was weaker than Ziqian. Every time Ziqian attacked, he could injure the fire spirit. Sometimes, He could even severely injure it. However, the fire spirit was in this world of flames, which was equivalent to having an endless supply of energy. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it would recover in the next moment and regain its peak combat strength. I have to kill it in one blow. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks I use, it will be useless. Zichun held his spear in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The constant attacks allowed him to see the problem. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer. As long as he could not kill the fire spirit in one blow, it would instantly recover to its peak state. Then, all his previous attacks would be wasted. Zichun's abdomen. Extreme yin and extreme yang energy seeped out of his body. Gold and silver light covered Zichun. Zichun, who was ready to use his full strength, mobilized the two extreme energies in his body at the same time. A powerful aura was released from his body. The two energies merged into the dragon spear one after another. The silver dragon spear also emitted gold and silver light in an instant. The two extreme energies revolved in the dragon spear. A crazy and tyrannical aura emerged after a loud dragon roar, wreaking havoc in this world of flames. The fire spirit had no intelligence. It did not sense the dangerous aura emitted by Zichun. After letting out a roar, it rushed towards Zichun in a straight line. Zichun, who had finished accumulating power, had a murderous look in his eyes. He turned into a two-colored light and rushed towards the fire spirit with his spear. The spear suddenly swept out, and a thunder dragon rushed out from the dragon soul spear. This thunder dragon was half gold and half silver. The two opposite energies were circulating under the control of Zichun's spiritual sense. Just as the thunder dragon was about to hit the fire spirit, the circulation suddenly became chaotic. Then, the yin and yang energies collided and the thunder dragon exploded. Boom! The collision of extreme energies directly exploded, and a boundless aura of destruction engulfed the fire spirit. Facing the destructive aura produced by the collision of the two extreme energies, the fire spirit didn't even have time to scream before its huge body was torn to shreds by the two energies. In the sky, the rootless flames surged and slowly dissipated. A fist-sized fire crystal fell from the dissipating flames. Zichun's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed the flame crystal stone. This was the energy core of the fire spirit solidification. The function of the flame crystal stone was almost the same as the thunder crystal. It could be used to refine artifacts, but it could also be used for cultivation. The thunder crystal contained a bolt of lightning, while the flame crystal stone contained a ball of flame. Because this area was special, the flame crystal stone had formed a fire spirit. Zichun held the flame crystal in his left hand, while the dragon soul spear in his right hand trembled, as if it was extremely eager to obtain the flame crystal. Zichun threw out the flame crystal stone, and at the same time used the dragon soul spear to touch it. The flame crystal stone shattered, and the flame essence within was instantly absorbed by the dragon soul. To kill a powerful fire spirit, Zichun had consumed a great deal of energy. In this world of flames, he hadn't even gone a third of the way in. Naturally, the fire spirits in the depths were much more powerful. If he encountered one or two, Zichun could still deal with them. But if there were too many of them, Zichun would naturally be no match for them. Therefore, wanting to enter the depths and find an exit was obviously unrealistic. After killing the fire spirit, Zichun decisively retreated. During this time, the Dragon Soul Spear's Dragon Soul needed to fuse with the flame essence it had swallowed, and Zichun also needed to restore the energy he had consumed. This time, he swallowed an ordinary blood essence pill and then sat down cross-legged in meditation. He relied on the blood essence pill's energy, as well as the surrounding fire energy to slowly restore the origin energy he had consumed. The ancient road had a total of 81 paths, and Zichun had only reached the second one. Therefore, he had to save as many resources as he could. Moreover, this road of smelting trial wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. From the moment he stepped onto the road of smelting trial, Zichun was no longer able to judge the flow of time. Stepping onto the road of smelting trial was destined to be an extremely long journey. Only by smoothly passing through it would one know how much time had passed. But once one died, there was no need to calculate the time. After restoring the energy within his body, Zichun took the Dragon Soul Spear and continued to go deeper. He didn't stop until he encountered a fire spirit that blocked his path. At this time, Zichun didn't even place an ordinary fire spirit in his eyes. If there was something that could stop him, then it must be an existence as large and powerful as a mountain peak. Seeing a fire spirit, Zichun launched an attack. His attack was decisive and direct. Two types of extreme energies were released, and the gold and silver thunder dragons appeared once again. Then, the fire spirit was easily killed. After the fire spirit was killed, the fist-sized flame crystal left behind was swallowed up by the dragon soul. Zichun didn't consume too much of his energy to kill the fire spirit with a single strike. Killing another fire spirit wasn't a problem, but on the ancient road, there could be dangers at any time. Therefore, maintaining vigilance at all times and ensuring one's combat strength was the most important thing. After Zichun killed the fire spirit, he no longer took any risks and retreated. Next, it was time for him to restore his energy as well as for the dragon soul to refine the flame essence. This time was far longer than the time Zichun took to kill the fire spirit. After Zichun's origin energy was slowly restored to its peak, Zichun stood up. He took the dragon soul spear and continued to move forwards, killing the mountain-like fire spirit. Here, time couldn't be accurately estimated. Therefore, Zichun used the number of times he consumed energy. During the first and second times, Zichun killed a fire spirit each time. During the third time, when he consumed 70% of his energy, Zichun killed two powerful fire spirits. Then, he retreated and continued to restore his energy. The fourth time was the same. But during the fifth time, Zichun only consumed half of his origin energy to kill two fire spirits. Zichun only needed one strike to kill a fire spirit. But in a situation where he didn't take any pills, if Zichun wanted to use the flame energy to restore his origin energy, then according to Zichun's estimate, it would take at least 5 days. Killing an enemy only took 2 breaths of time, but recovering took 5 days. Such a huge difference in time was enough to show just how slow Zichun's efficiency in killing his enemies was. As time passed, he consumed and restored his energy again and again. As time passed, Zichun's combat strength gradually increased. At the same time, his boundary also slowly increased. After the 10th time of consumption and recovery, half of the energy in Zichun's body was already enough to kill 3 fire spirits. Every time Zichun killed a fire spirit, he would keep half of his origin energy in his body. As he went deeper, the number of fire spirits he killed also increased. Zichun sensed an extremely powerful existence in the depths. When he sensed the other party's aura, a sense of danger rose in Zichun's heart. He guessed that the other party should be a real fire spirit, an existence comparable to a thunder spirit. After carefully waiting for a few days while maintaining his peak combat strength, Zichun didn't wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the dangerous aura was intermittent, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was extremely unstable. Zichun would definitely avoid the other party first. Therefore, after going deep to an extreme distance, Zichun used this extreme distance as a starting point and began to make a detour. He wanted to go around this extremely powerful existence and kill the other fire spirits around him. Because he could sense this existence, Zichun was even more careful when he killed the fire spirits. Moreover, he always left behind his spiritual sense to detect the other party's movements. After the 15th time of consumption, half of Zichun's origin energy was enough to kill 4 fire spirits. Zichun had a feeling that this number would soon increase. Sure enough, after the 17th time, Zichun was able to kill 5 fire spirits. Although Zichun's strength had increased, the Dragon Soul Spear was even more important. After absorbing so many flame essences, the Dragon Soul Spear's power had increased, and its killing power towards the fire spirits had also increased. Zichun slowly stepped forwards, constantly killing the mountain-like fire spirits, constantly nibbling away at them. During this time, the fire spirit still hadn't appeared. Zichun's intention was to kill all the fire spirits and then deal with the fire spirit. During this time, Zichun hadn't found a passage in the outer regions. He thought that it should be deep inside. If he wanted to enter the third ancient road, He would have to kill this existence. There were simply too many fire spirits around the strongest existence. After Zichun restored himself for the 20th time, he still hadn't finished killing them all. Moreover, as the number of fire spirits decreased, the tyrannical aura released by the fire spirit became increasingly terrifying. These days, the other party hadn't attacked. Zichun guessed that it should be in a state of deep slumber. As the king of this world of flames, it should have some sort of spiritual sense connection with the other fire spirits. As the number of fire spirits decreased, the king must have sensed it and gradually awakened. By the time Zichun recovered for the 30th time, the number of fire spirits in the mountain had drastically decreased. After devouring a large number of fire crystals, the dragon's soul spear had finally transformed. Its lethality towards the fire spirits had also increased by several times. Zichun's slaughter of the fire spirits had finally reached an extremely simple and effortless level. The existence in the dark seemed to have completely awakened. In these 2 days, Zichun felt a murderous intent locking onto him through the world of flames. This was the world of flames, and the other party was the king of flames. It might not be able to sense the situation here when it was asleep, but now that it was awake, it naturally knew what was happening here. Moreover, Zichun's every move was under its observation. The reason why the fire spirit didn't take the initiative to attack was that it was extremely wary of this human trial taker. In these 2 days, it had been observing the other party, wanting to see through the other party's attack methods and then kill him. Of course, the main reason was to wait. It was waiting for all the fire spirits to die. Due to the rules here, only when all the fire spirits died could it, the king, truly awaken and display its strongest combat power. Foolish human, you are courting death. A cruel laughter sounded from the depths. At this time, Zichun had killed the last fire spirit. After cautiously retreating and restoring the energy in his body to its peak state, Zichun walked into the depths of the world of flames with his spear. Human, die. Chapter 768. At the center of the flame world, Zichun saw the third ancient road's passageway. In front of the passageway, the king life form had completely awakened, releasing a terrifying pressure. Zichun faced him in the air, his cold eyes staring at the king life form. The dragon soul spear in his hand emitted a chilling light. You actually killed all the life forms of my flame world. Human trial taker, you are not bad. The king life form emitted a cold spiritual fluctuation. The king life form was humanoid and was nearly 2 meters tall. Flames burned all over its body. If it didn't have 2 horns on its head, Zichun would definitely have mistaken it for the flaming man he had seen in the ancient battlefield. You clearly woke up a long time ago, so why didn't you make a move? Zichun stared at the king life form and asked the question in his heart. The king life form laughed loudly. Human, your perception is extremely sharp. That's right, I woke up a long time ago. However, I wasn't in my peak state when I woke up, so I didn't have the confidence to kill you. You killed all my people, so the flames returned to the ground while I completely awakened. My combat strength has returned to its peak. Zichun nodded. He finally understood why the other party hadn't taken the initiative to attack. Human trial challenger, you do have some methods. In the past, all the trial challengers that passed through here relied on their speed to directly enter the depths, and then took advantage of the fact that I was unable to awaken to enter the passageway. But you actually chose such an extreme method of slaughter. But I like this method. You slaughtered all my people, and I will use the same method to kill you. The king life form cruelly laughed. Zichun bitterly smiled. So it was like this. It seemed that it wasn't that difficult to pass through this ancient road before. As long as one had extreme speed, it would be fine. But now, it seemed that things had become much more troublesome. However, Zichun quickly calmed down and said to the king life form, among the many ancient roads, you are only on the second one. This proves that you are the weakest. Even in your peak state, you are still the weakest. I don't believe that I can't even kill you at your weakest. Human trial taker, don't boast shamelessly. The guardians of the ancient road don't differentiate between strong and weak. You dare look down on me? Today, you will die without a burial. Remember, The one who will kill you is the king of the flame world, Hughes. Just as the king life form finished speaking, the entire world of flames began to erupt. At this moment, all the flames in this world were controlled by the king life form. Zichen's expression became serious. A king-level entity was not much different from the mountain fire spirit from before. As long as they were in the world of flames, the other party would never be afraid of exhaustion. Therefore, as long as Zichen could not unleash a sure-kill attack, he would never be able to kill the other party. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, a fully awakened king-level entity was undoubtedly extremely powerful. If such an existence were in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary Origin Realm cultivator. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to kill him at all. After pondering for a moment, Zichen made a decision. Battle intent surged from Zichen's body as he pointed his dragon spear at the life form king and shouted, "Come, let's decide life and death in one strike." The king-level life form let out a disdainful laugh. "One strike, human. King Hughes can kill you with half a strike." With that, the king-level creature charged at Zichen. At the same time, the flames in the entire world began to rage. A terrifying pressure swept out, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the world of flames. Die. The king-level creature launched a powerful attack at Zichen. Flames filled the sky as it rushed at Zichen like a fire dragon. Zichen didn't move, and the spear in his hand didn't move at all. He just stared at the king of life. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach him, a wave of heat surged toward him. Zichen tapped his forehead with his left hand. Within the purple gourd was Zichen's greatest trump card for the Road of Trials. With a tap of his finger, the lid of the gourd opened. 3 rays of silver light shot out from the center of his forehead, breaking away from the light of bewilderment. The 3 rays of silver light instantly transformed into lightning dragons, their terrifying aura explosively increasing. This was the lightning of the 9th level of the Lightning Dominion. In Zichen's opinion, even an ordinary mortal Origin Realm cultivator could be killed. Now that Zichen had released 3 rays of lightning, he should be able to destroy a king-level life form. The moment the lightning dragons appeared, they became hundreds of meters long and charged at the king-level creature with the terrifying might of lightning. The king-level creature was wrapped in flames, so its expression couldn't be seen. However, when it saw the 3 lightning dragons, it was shocked to the extreme. It cried out, "This is impossible. You're just a human trial taker. How can you have something like this?" Amidst its shocked voice, the fire dragon was instantly destroyed by one of the lightning dragons. The lightning dragon didn't lose any power and continued to charge forward. At the same time, the other 2 lightning dragons also headed straight for the king-level creature. The king-level creature kept retreating. Its flaming eyes were filled with terror. The 3 lightning dragons appeared at the same time, making it feel the threat of death. As it retreated, it kept controlling the flames to form fire dragons to block them. However, after just 2 fire dragons, the lightning dragons caught up to it. The 3 lightning dragons exploded one after another, creating an earth-shaking sound. The world of flames instantly turned into a world of silver. In this silver world, countless lightning snakes swam about, and lightning energy wreaked havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries rang out in the world of flames, sounding extremely mournful. Its mood also represented the world of flames. At this moment, all the flames in the world of flames were trembling in fear because of the king-level creature. In the silver world, the thin lightning snakes continued to wreak havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries also continued. Zichen frowned. The 3 lightning dragons didn't immediately kill the king-level creature. In the next moment, he saw strands of flame squeeze into the silver world from the outside. Not good. It's absorbing the flames to recover. Zichen's expression instantly turned ugly. He originally thought that the 3 lightning dragons would definitely be able to kill the king-level creature. However, he didn't expect the king-level creature's vitality to be so strong. Moreover, with the help of the endless flames, it was actually able to block the lightning dragon's attacks. Time didn't allow Zichen to continue hesitating. Once the lightning disappeared without killing the king-level creature, all of his previous attacks would have been for nothing. Taking advantage of the fact that the lightning hadn't disappeared and he could still attack, Zichun clenched his teeth and gripped his spear. The lightning imprint between his eyebrows flashed once more, and then he turned into a beam of golden light and charged into the silver world. Within the silver world, lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Even though Zichun was protected by the lightning imprint, he still felt his scalp go numb. However, the king-level creature that had been struck by the lightning didn't die. It was clear that the king-level creature was much stronger than Zichun. Just as Zichun was charging forward, even more flame energy rushed into the silver world. Like fire snakes, they entered the center of the lightning destruction and were absorbed by the king-level creature. In the next moment, Zichun charged into the center of the destruction and saw the king-level creature. The raging flames around its body had become extremely dim, and its whole body was injured in many places. Under the ravaging of the lightning, its injuries were rapidly worsening, but it didn't die immediately. This was because there was a huge fire crystal on its chest that was emitting a brilliant light, summoning flames from all around it. At the same time, it absorbed these flames to resist the power of the lightning. If Zichun hadn't appeared, this flame crystal would have been enough to protect the king-level creature and allow it to smoothly resist the lightning attack, allowing it to return to its peak state. However, with Zichun's timely appearance, the situation naturally changed. Under the king-level creature's terrified expression, Zichun held his dragon spear and ruthlessly stabbed it towards its heart. This was where the flame crystal was located, and it was also the life core of the king-level creature. The dragon spear suddenly emitted a joyous dragon roar, and then the tip of the spear directly pierced into the king-level creature's forehead. If it was before, the dragon spear naturally wouldn't have been able to break through the king-level creature's flame crystal. However, the dragon spear had absorbed a large amount of flame essence, causing its quality to increase. Moreover, it had great destructive power against flames, which was why it was able to succeed in one strike. As the spear pierced into the flame crystal, the king-level creature emitted a pained howl. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the flames around the king-level creature began to dim. At the same time, one could see a red energy being constantly absorbed by the dragon spear. After just a few times, the king-level creature's body exploded, turning into a sea of flames that slowly dissipated. The flame crystal still remained, pierced through by the dragon's spear until the flame essence within was completely swallowed up. The silver dragon spear had also swallowed up too many unrefined flame essences, causing it to turn crimson red. At the same time, Zichun felt a blazing heat in his right hand as he held the spear. The heat continued to spread. Even with Zichun's perfect body, he couldn't withstand it. As for the flame crystal in front of him, it seemed that only half of its energy had been swallowed up. After several breaths of time, Zichun felt the blazing heat in the spear become even more intense. Moreover, this blazing heat was actually threatening him. Thus, Zichun simply let go of the dragon spear, allowing it to automatically swallow it. The silver world slowly disappeared, and the lightning that filled the skies dissipated. The Sea of Fire still existed, but after losing all the fire spirits and the king-level creature, this Sea of Fire had lost its spirituality. Zichun's second ancient road journey had come to an end. Next, he would wait for the dragon spear to finish swallowing the flame crystal. Then, he would enter the third ancient road. Of the 81 ancient roads, Zichun had only walked 2 and had already used his trump card, the Thunder Dominion. He had also consumed a great deal of time and resources, so what was the third one? Cracks began to slowly appear on the flame crystal. This was caused by the excessive consumption of flame essence. At this time, the entire dragon spear had turned red, as if it were a spear of fire. After absorbing so many flame essences, the dragon spear would naturally change. However, it would take a long time to refine these flame essences. Zichun hadn't launched a particularly powerful attack before, so he hadn't consumed too much energy. While the dragon spear was absorbing the flame essences, he sat down cross-legged and absorbed the fire energy, slowly replenishing his previous consumption. After staying here for a long time, Zichun felt that the speed at which he absorbed the fire energy had increased by a great deal. The cracks in the flame crystal finally spread to a limit. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded, and the dragon spear fell to the ground. The dragon spear that fell was originally crimson red, but as the dragon soul swallowed and refined the fire energy, a silver light began to emit from within the crimson red. The temperature of the dragon spear that emitted a blazing heat began to slowly decrease. The dragon spear couldn't be used for a short period of time. Zichun put away the dragon spear. After the energy in his body was restored, he stood up and stepped onto the third ancient road. Chapter 769. As soon as he appeared, he encountered heavenly might, and heavenly might was directed at him. Zichun did not know what was going on, so he was caught off guard. As the heavenly might descended, the power of the rules appeared in the sky. The power of the rules transformed into a huge net that fell from the sky, pressing down on Zichun. Within the net, there was also a sealing power that was trying to seal Zichun. Zichun raised his head and looked at the rules descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion and panic. He did not understand why he was targeted and sealed by the rules as soon as he arrived. Ever since he became a cultivator, Zichun had interacted with the rules several times. Naturally, he knew how terrifying they were. If he had not been lucky every time, he would have died under the rules. Extreme Een. Facing the seal of the rules, Zichun naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Unable to use the Dragon Soul Spear, Zichun could only mobilize the energy in his body to display a powerful attack. As the seal fell, Extreme Een appeared, emitting a dazzling silver light. Like a sharp blade, it attacked the seal of the rules with the speed and power of lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of lightning shattered and dissipated. However, the seal of the rules did not change at all. Extreme Yang. Seeing that Extreme Een was useless, Zichun then used Extreme Yang. The light of Extreme Yang was golden, dazzling, and powerful. However, when it attacked the seal of the rules, there was no reaction at all. It could not even shake the seal of the rules. The rules were known as the strongest. In the current world, there were very few who could resist the rules. Not to mention Zichun, who was merely in the early core realm. Even a mortal realm cultivator would not be able to resist the rules. Thunderbolt Finger. The Thunderbolt Finger seal that used the power of the finger bone appeared again. A terrifying aura swept out, but when it landed on the seal of the rules, it was useless. Zichun's attack seemed powerful and was enough to kill an ordinary existence, but it was futile to resist the rules. The attacks landed on the rule seal, but it was like throwing eggs at a rock. Even if Zichun used the energy of the collision of Yin and Yang, he could not destroy the rule seal. He could not even shake it. The nomological seal fell from the sky at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Zichun could not break it at all. Even with his extreme speed, he could not dodge it. At this moment, it was as if he had been immobilized by the nomological power. He could only watch as the nomological power slowly fell on his body and then slowly sealed him. The law seal landed on Zichun and split into two. One landed on Zichun's forehead, sealing his sea of consciousness. The other landed on abdomen, sealing his elemental energy. During this time, the nomological seal did not kill Zichun, but it sealed his spiritual sense and elemental energy. Zichun was undoubtedly immortal. On this ancient road, there were dangers everywhere. This was not much different from extinction. The nomological power turned into two large nets, sealing his spiritual sense and elemental energy, making Zichun unable to do anything. How could this be? Could it be that I used energy that did not belong to me and was punished by the rules? Zichun could not accept the fact that he had become immortal in an instant, so he made wild guesses. The most likely reason for triggering the rules was that when he killed the king-level life form, he had used an energy that did not belong to him. Zichun was in an open space. A few thousand meters away from the open space, there was a dense forest that covered the sky. In the dense forest, he could occasionally hear the roars of beasts. There were plants and beasts in this world. It was a world just like the outside world. Moreover, as he was on the ancient road, It was natural that there would be powerful humans and beasts here. However, Zichen, who was in such a dangerous world, had all of his energy sealed. Why was he sealed? No one could answer Zichen's question. At this moment, without his spiritual sense, Zichen could not even open his spirit ring or purple gold gourd. He had undoubtedly lost all his means. At most, he could be considered a mortal with a slightly stronger physique. Within the ancient road of the trial, danger could arrive at any moment. Zichen naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Since he had no combat strength left, there was nowhere for him to run. Thus, Zichen's only option now was to find a way to break open the seal of the laws. Even if he could only break a little bit, he would have a way to escape. His situation would be better than now. Moreover, as Zichen sensed it, he found that this was a true nomological seal. Moreover, it was a seal that did not have a time limit. If he could not break the seal, Zichen would not be able to use the primary energy of a cultivator for the rest of his life. Therefore, after finding a slightly safer place, Zichen sat cross-legged and tried to break the nomological seal as soon as possible. If it was a perfect nomological seal, Zichen would never be able to break it. However, when the nomological seal fell from the sky, it had been divided into two. Although the two seals were still one, they were no longer perfect. If Zichen wanted to break it, there was still a slight possibility. The first thing Zichen needed to break was the spiritual sense seal. Therefore, Zichen began to mobilize the powerful spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness to attack the nomological seal. Boom! The golden spiritual sense attacked the edge of the nomological net, causing the sea of consciousness to shake. Zichen felt that his sea of consciousness was about to explode. There was a continuous thunder sound, and pale golden blood instantly flowed out of the corner of Zichen's mouth. The sea of consciousness shook for a long time before it slowly calmed down. Zichen found that the seal that had been attacked had become a little dim. Zichen's eyes lit up instantly. He felt that there was hope. Then, he continued to manipulate his spiritual sense to form a point and attacked the seal fiercely. Boom! There was another tremor. More blood flowed out of the corner of Zichen's mouth. This time, Zichen felt that his head was in a daze and he was not clear-headed. No, I'll pass out if this goes on. Zichen felt that something was wrong. After the two attacks, he could clearly see that the seal was dimmer than other places. This proved that it was very possible to break the seal. However, there was also a greater possibility that after breaking the seal, Zichen would fall into a coma. Falling into a coma in this extremely dangerous place, Zichen's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. After pondering for a while, Zichen found a low place and used his hands to dig a big hole in the ground that could hide a person. Then, he found some weeds and simply buried himself. Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground and mobilized his essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. There is only one chance to pass out. I can only multitask and break the seal of my spiritual sense and primary energy. Zichen adjusted his breathing and then multitasking. On one hand, he manipulated the spiritual sense in his body to attack the seal in his sea of consciousness. On the other hand, he manipulated the ultimate energy to attack the seal in abdomen. Boom! The two types of energy hit the rule net at the same time and vibrated in Zichen's body. The sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and abdomen almost made Zichen pass out. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Then, he continued to mobilize his energy and continued to attack. If he could not break the seal, Zichen would not be able to survive here. Therefore, Zichen would rather die while attacking the seal than be buried in the stomach of a beast with his mortal body. Boom! Boom! Zichen attacked again and again. His sea of consciousness and primary energy were severely damaged, and more blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. After more than 10 consecutive attacks, the dot in the rule net became dimmer. Then, Zichen gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. Boom! Thunder roared in Zichen's body again. After that, Zichen felt that the sharp pain in his body had reached a limit. Just as he was about to pass out, he heard two breaking sounds. Before the smile on Zichen's face bloomed, he fainted. However, he knew that he had broken through the rules. Zichen lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When he regained consciousness, he immediately sensed his sea of consciousness and abdomen's location. In his sea of consciousness, the rule net had been broken a little. Traces of spiritual thoughts were escaping from this point. Since Zichen could mobilize spiritual thoughts, he had obviously become a cultivator. However, compared to before, his combat strength was less than 1%. At the same time, Zichen sensed abdomen and found that the rule net here had also been broken a little. Ultimate energy was slowly leaking out. With his spiritual sense and ultimate energy, and the broken seal not continuing to strengthen him, Zichen knew that this method was feasible. A smile instantly appeared on his face, and he was prepared to make a few more attempts to return to his peak. However, when he opened his eyes, his expression changed drastically. He found that he was no longer underground. Instead, he was in an unfamiliar environment. This was a huge room. There were very simple stone tables and stone stools in the room. These stone tables and stools were much larger than usual. In addition, there were several stone tools in the room. There were big knives and broad axes. This was an unfamiliar environment, but it looked like a human residence. As Zichen lowered his head, he found that he was lying on a huge stone bed. This bed was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Zichen, who was less than 2 meters tall, looked insignificant lying on it. Is this where giants live? Just when Zichen was extremely puzzled, he suddenly felt that something was missing. Spirit ring. My spirit ring is gone. Zichen looked at his left hand. The place where the spirit ring should have been was empty. It contained all of his wealth from this trip to the ancient road, including the dragon soul spear. If the spirit ring was lost, Zichen's trip to the ancient road would be even more difficult. In addition to the spirit ring, Zichen found that the top-grade armor on his body was also missing. His mind was still in a daze. Zichen swayed and then got off the bed. He had to figure out what was going on as soon as possible. Although abdomen and the sea of consciousness had opened up a little, the injuries from the previous heavy blow had not recovered. Zichen was still unable to move freely. At this moment, he was still a mortal with some strength. As soon as Zichen got up, the door of the room was pushed open. Zichen felt that the room was obviously dark. Then, a tall figure walked in from outside. This person was close to 4 meters tall and looked like an ancient giant. The upper half of his body was naked, and his thick chest hair was exposed. The lower half of his body was wrapped in a beast skin, which covered his private parts. On his feet, he was wearing shoes made of strange beast materials. Chapter 770. The giant pushed the door open and entered. In his other hand, he was holding a basin that Zichen normally used to wash his face. The basin seemed to be filled with a liquid that emitted white steam. The air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine. "You're awake," the giant said when he saw that Zichen had woken up. The giant's voice was loud and clear, like the volume of a quarrel between humans. Moreover, his pronunciation was slightly strange. Zichen could barely understand him. Zichen nodded. Kindness appeared in his eyes as he asked, "You saved me." To the giant, Zichen's voice was soft and gentle. Naturally, his pronunciation was also strange. There was a strange look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He placed the basin on the stone table and said, "When I went out to hunt some savage beasts, I found you hiding and fainting. At that time, a savage beast approached you and paced around you. I killed it and brought you back." After hearing what happened, Zichen immediately expressed his gratitude. Then, he looked at the giant and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't ask where his spirit ring and battle armor went. "Drink the medicinal liquid. It will help your body recover." Zichen was already able to stand up. The giant pointed at the basin on the stone table. He didn't bring it over himself. The medicinal liquid in the basin glowed with a green light, and the smell of the medicine was very pungent. Just the smell made it hard for people to swallow. Zichen was grateful to the other party for saving him, but he politely refused the medicinal liquid, indicating that his injuries were not serious. "You fainted because you lost all your strength. Moreover, I saw you vomiting blood. This medicinal liquid is good for replenishing blood and strength. It's a good thing. We drink it often," the giant said again. Zichen looked at the medicinal liquid. he still didn't dare to drink it. "Outsider, I won't harm you. Trust me." The giant lowered his head and looked at Zichun. Zichen's face clearly showed vigilance. He quickly took 2 steps back and activated the extremely weak yuan energy in his body, assuming a defensive posture. In Zichen's imagination, all existences on the ancient paths were enemies. Zichen had fought against each other on the first and second ancient paths. However, on the third ancient path, this giant had saved him. Zichen had previously guessed that the other party did not know his identity and had saved the wrong person. However, now that the other party had pointed out that he was an outsider, Zichen could not help but be vigilant. "Don't be nervous. I don't mean any harm. Besides, you outsiders will all get a strange disease here and become weak." The giant looked at Zichen with a rare smile on his face. He then pointed a finger at Zichen and said, "If I wanted to deal with you, I would only need one hand. No, one finger to knock you down. So, I don't mean any harm. Drink this liquid." Zichen's expression changed. The other party had only said a few words, but he had already guessed his condition. If outsiders would get sick and become weak, then didn't that mean that everyone who came here would be sealed? The laws of the seal were not a punishment, but the laws of the world itself. The laws of the world here were used to seal you on energy and spiritual sense. Before Zichen could continue thinking, the giant left the room. However, before he left, he pointed at the medicinal liquid in the large basin. Zichen walked towards the stone table that was almost as tall as he was. He looked at the large basin and couldn't help but click his tongue. This basin should be the bowl they use. As he approached, the unpleasant smell of the green medicinal liquid became even more intense. This made Zichen feel even more conflicted. However, Zichen didn't feel any malice from the giant before. Moreover, if the giant wanted to kill him, he would have already made a move. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Thus, Zichen lifted the large bowl with both hands and forced the medicinal liquid into his mouth. When the medicinal liquid entered his stomach, it was suffused with a strong, bitter taste. Zichen grimaced, but he didn't dare to stop. He could only swallow it all in one breath. After drinking all of the medicinal liquid, Zichen's stomach clearly became round. A few minutes later, Zichen felt as if there was a flame burning in his stomach. Zichen sensed that the medicinal liquid turned into energy and merged with his body. This feeling was similar to the wine he had drunk in the starting ground. Zichen felt warm all over. His powerful physique seemed to have improved at this moment. While Zichen was secretly delighted, he also seriously thought about where this place was. Clearly, this ancient road was different from the previous two. Unable to figure it out, Zichen decided to go out and take a look. Zichen walked out of the room and saw many large houses and many giants. There were men and women among these giants. It was easy to distinguish between the men and women. The women were slightly shorter than the men, and their towering breasts were wrapped in loose animal skins. They also wore some simple accessories on their wrists and earlobes. The houses here were very tall. There were dozens of them, and they were densely packed together. It looked like a small village. When Zichen appeared and saw the giants also saw Zichen. Their faces were filled with curiosity as they walked towards Zichen. "He is the outsider that the Crow barbarian chief brought back. Even an outsider has come to our small tribe. An outsider hasn't appeared for a long time. Moreover, as soon as he appeared, he would enter a large tribe. I didn't think that we would be lucky enough to have an outsider here." The giants approached Zichen and looked down at him curiously. They whispered to each other, just like humans. Although the syllables were strange, Zichen could hear them very clearly. Looking at the giants, they did not seem to have any hostility towards the outsider. They were more curious, which made Zichen feel relieved. "Hey, outsider, it was me and the chief who saved you. I also carried you back. At that time, you were almost eaten by the savage beasts." A giant walked out from behind the crowd and spoke to Zichen in a loud voice. Zichen looked at the giant in front of him. To be more precise, he was looking at the giant's chest. The giant was using a vine to string his spirit ring together and hung it around his neck like a pendant. Seeing Zichen looking at the pendant on his chest, the giant laughed and showed off. "How is it? Beautiful, right?" The other giants also looked at the pendant on the giant's chest, and looks of envy appeared on their faces. Wula, if you give me the pendant, I will be with you, a tall female giant said after taking a fancy to the spirit ring. Una, you are telling the truth? The giant known as Wula's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was moved. Next, he seemed to have recalled something and said, But Una, didn't you say that you like the chief? The giant known as Una did not try to hide anything and said, Of course I like the chief. However, for the sake of this beautiful ornament, I can be with you for 1 hourglass. Hearing that, a look of dissatisfaction appeared on Wula's face. However, he looked at Una and saw that she was very concerned about her beauty. In the end, he clenched his teeth and said, No, you have to be with me for at least 5 hourglasses. As he was speaking, Wula pulled open the vine rope and held the spirit ring in his hand. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on the spirit ring. It would appear that such an exquisite ornament had surpassed the attraction of Zichun, the outsider. No, I will only be with you. 5, 2, 4. The two of them ignored Zichun, the original owner of the spirit ring, and began to discuss how long they would be together. Zichun felt slightly embarrassed. However, he had to quickly open his mouth. According to the human way of bargaining, the two of them would soon reach a deal of 3 hours. Later, Zichun found out that the hourglass that they were talking about was actually a calculation of time. 1 hourglass represented 1 day, which was the human equivalent of 1 day and 1 night, a total of 24 hours. Zichun cleared his throat and said, I am sorry, fellows. It seems this item should be mine. Zichun spoke up. His strange tone attracted the attention of the giants once more. All the giants turned to look at Zichun with peculiar expressions on their faces. Wula was also carefully sizing up Zichun. She looked at him from head to toe until Zichun felt a chill run down his spine. Then, she said in a serious tone, No, outsider. Although I am very interested in you, you are a man. I am not interested in men. Therefore, I cannot give you this item. Zichun did not know whether to laugh or cry at Wula's reply. However, in order to take back the spirit ring, he had no choice but to explain. What I mean is, this item is mine to begin with. Afraid that the other party would not understand, Zichun pointed at his finger and said, This item was originally on my body and I am wearing it on my finger. It is mine to begin with. Therefore, it should belong to me. Zichun's explanation and actions were clearly understood by all the giants. The giant named Una looked at Wula and snorted, saying, Wula, you actually dared to take something that belongs to an outsider. You are truly shameless. I saved him. Everything that belongs to him is mine. Even his body is mine. However, I, Wula, am magnanimous. I do not want him. I only want his item. Wula argued, This is the rule of the barbarian tribe. It does not apply to outsiders. Wula, hurry up and return the item to the outsider. Otherwise, I will tell the chief that you dared to touch an outsider's item. He will definitely punish you. Una scolded. When the other giants heard this, they also began to criticize Wula. From the looks of it, these giants all had a strong sense of justice. Wula's expression turned ugly. He seemed to be extremely fearful of the chief. However, he was extremely unwilling to hand over the spirit ring. His expression kept changing. He was probably thinking of a way to keep the spirit ring. After a while, he held the spirit ring tightly and said, This outsider is lying. I picked this item up when I was out hunting a savage beast. It is not his. He is lying. Naturally, the giants did not believe him. They once again condemned Wula. Their loud voices were like thunder. We are all members of the Raven tribe. How dare you not believe me and believe an outsider? Wula appeared to be somewhat angry. He then said, Don't you all believe that this item is his? Fine. Since this outsider says that this item is his, then what proof does he have? What proof does he have? Chapter 771. Wula's expression kept changing for a long time. Zichun had thought that Wula would come up with some brilliant idea to keep the ring. Unexpectedly, all he said was that, when the ring was first sealed, Zichun would not have any evidence. However, after risking his life to break the seal, Zichen was able to produce a lot of evidence to prove that the item was his. The giant known as Wula did not appear to be a bad person. He simply wanted to take the ring for himself. A confident smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "Of course I have evidence to prove that this item is mine." Wula looked at Zichen and said, "What evidence do you have? How are you going to prove it? If you can prove it, if you have evidence, then this item is yours." The other giants also looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen pointed at Wula and said, "Let go of your hand and I can prove it." "Humph. Don't tell me you want to talk about its appearance. If so, I can do that too." Hearing that, Wula let go of his hand and gave a harumph. The moment he let go, the ring on his hand shone with a faint light and flew towards Zichen. Under the control of Zichen's spiritual sense, the ring automatically flew back before landing on Zichen's finger. This miraculous scene shocked all the giants. This should be enough to prove it, right? There was a smile on Zichen's face as he waved his finger at Wula. "You." Wula's face was first filled with shock. Then, his face turned ashen. After returning the ring to its rightful owner, the giants looked at the flying ring. Their eyes shone. The female giant known as Una said, "Outsider, if you give this item to me, I will accompany you for 5 hourglasses." "Hey, Una, that's not fair. Why are you only accompanying me for 2 hourglasses and him for 5? Wula was dissatisfied when he heard that. Because he is an outsider. Una did not hide her curiosity towards this outsider. Zichen blushed with shame in the face of the giant's straightforwardness. He shook his head and said, "I am sorry. This item is very important to me. I do not want to use it as an exchange." A heavy look of disappointment appeared on Una's face. However, she did not force Zichen. It was at that moment that Wula roared out, "Outsider! You dare refuse Una? I challenge you to a duel." Zichen ignored Wula's unreasonable behavior. "Since you have come to the Raven tribe, you have to follow our rules. This is a duel between men. You have to accept," Wula said. Zichen's brows furrowed slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He had already sensed that there was no Yuan Li in these giants' bodies, and judging from their shocked expressions when they saw him controlling the ring, they didn't know what spiritual sense was either. They had neither elemental energy nor spiritual senses, and there were also powerful mutated beasts here. This made Zichen extremely curious about their way of life. Zichen turned around, looked at Wula, and said, "Follow the rules of the duel. What will I get if I win?" Without even thinking about it, Wula shouted, "If you win, I will forget about the matter of you disrespecting Una today. In the future, no one will continue to force you. However, if you lose, you will have to make an exchange with Una." Ula's suggestion was somewhat inexplicable. However, Zichen had no choice but to follow. With just a little bit of Yuan Li and a little bit of spiritual sense, Zichen was confident that he could win. Thus, Zichen nodded his head, indicating that the duel could begin. The group of giants spread out, preparing to watch the duel. With a duel to watch, quite a number of giants from afar stepped forward. Wula is sure to win this duel. Wula is a peak second-rank warrior, while this outsider is probably not even a first-rank warrior. It is said that when outsiders come here, they will be afflicted with a strange illness that makes them weak. This outsider has just arrived. Naturally, he is no match for Wula. "Wula, this outsider has just arrived. He does not have any life-saving means. You should go easy on him." "That's right. You are a second-rank warrior. You must know when to stop." The giants who were prepared to watch the duel spoke out. Their words were filled with confidence towards Wula. At the same time, they were also concerned about Zichen. "Outsider, I'll only use one fist to fight you." Wula clenched his right fist at Zichen. It's indeed a physical body. Could it be that the giants on this ancient path all use physical strength? Zichen's eyes flashed as he clenched his fists and revealed his perfect body. However, without using his Yuan Li and spiritual sense, Zichen realized that his perfect body was not as strong as before. This discovery made Zichen's expression change slightly. Wula punched out as the air whistled as it headed straight for Zichen. When Wula's attack arrived, Zichen clenched his fist and struck out. Pong! When the two fists collided, there was a reverberating sound. Zichun felt a tremendous force emanate from his opponent's fist, causing him to take several steps back. Despite having a perfect body, he was actually sent retreating. His eyes were filled with disbelief. When he looked at Ula, who had also been sent retreating, he looked at Zichun as though he had seen a ghost. How can this be? Ula was actually sent retreating by the outsider. The outsider's body is actually so strong. He has reached the level of a second-grade warrior. How terrifying. He has just arrived, but he already has the physique of a second-grade warrior. When the other giants saw this scene, they were also stunned. In the distance, a male giant beside the giant leader said, "Leader, it seems like you brought back an impressive outsider." The giant leader nodded with an extremely solemn expression. Not bad. He has the physique of a second-grade warrior as soon as he arrived. This is indeed extraordinary. Amidst the discussion, Zichun and Ula had already exchanged a few blows with their fists. However, their attacks were about the same. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The astonishment on the faces of the giants intensified, but the oddness on Zichun's face increased. He had never realized that he had such a flaw. The perfect body, which was known as the strongest physique, had actually become so weak after losing his elemental energy and spiritual thoughts. In fact, it could not be said that he was weak. Zichun could feel that there was a powerful energy hidden in his body. However, at this moment, he did not know how to mobilize this hidden energy. Every attack he made was the stupidest and most laborious way to compete. After a few consecutive attacks, Ula clearly lost interest. He retracted his fist and said to Zichun, "Outsider, your physique has surprised me, but this is the end. Today, I will show you the true combat power of a second-grade warrior." As he spoke, Ula shook his arm and performed a simple set of moves similar to a body technique. Then, he clenched his fist again and punched fiercely at Zichun. An even sharper whistling sound came from the air. The power of Ula's punch was several times that of the previous one. This was like using elemental energy to attack. Without using a technique, the elemental energy attack would be doubled. However, after using a technique, the combat power would increase by several times. Seeing that his opponent's combat power had increased instantly, Zichun's eyes lit up. Clearly, his opponent had mastered a technique that could stimulate his physical strength. At this moment, Zichun finally understood the meaning of the existence of the third ancient road. That was physical strength. He could mobilize his physical strength to the limit. When Ula punched, Zichun similarly clenched his fist to block. However, despite having a body full of combat power, he was unable to unleash the powerful energy of the perfect body. His body's power was dormant and could not be unleashed. Pong! Amidst the dull sound, Zichun was pushed back more than 10 meters. Ula's attack just now felt like a huge mountain had crashed into him. He won. Ula won. After Zichun was sent flying, the surrounding people began cheering. As for Una, she looked at Ula with a look of gratitude. Ula proudly waved his fist before turning to look at Zichun. In his opinion, this outsider would have to be bedridden for several days after receiving his punch. However, this outsider acted as though nothing had happened. After standing up, he slowly walked over from tens of meters away. He is actually not injured. How is this possible? He is actually fine in the face of Ula's attack. The group of giants was once again shocked by Zichun's actions. Zichun walked over from afar and rubbed his fist. What a powerful force. It actually caused my fist to feel numb. Ignoring Ula's shocked expression, Zichun said, "Come, let me see how powerful your attack is." "Outsider, you are courting death," Ula said coldly. Zichun smiled and said, "Come, it is your good fortune to be able to kill me. Remember, you are the one courting death. After this, the chief cannot blame me." As he spoke, Ula punched out once again. Of course, when he punched out, he did the same thing as before. This punch was actually 3 times stronger than the previous one. The power of the punch was extremely strong. Zichun had been staring at the opponent's punch. After the opponent punched out, he once again blocked with his fist. Pong! Zichen's body was once again sent flying for tens of meters before heavily smashing into the ground. This time, however, no one cheered. The faces of all the giants were filled with disbelief. This was because Ula's powerful punch did not injure the outsider. The outsider did not vomit blood and his bones did not shatter. Sure enough, the outsider stood up in the next moment. He continued to rub his fist and walk towards Ula. Again, the outsider said firmly, his eyes shining, "Oomph, outsider, you have completely infuriated me. Today, I will let you experience the true power of Ula." After saying this, Ula's expression became more serious. Then, he did a few strange physical skills, displaying all the strength in his body, and attacked Zichen with a powerful blow. When he attacked with the power of a peak rank 2, many giants' expressions changed. Zichen was the same. However, he had been memorizing the opponent's movements, so he did not have time to dodge.
Pong.
Zichen was sent flying by this attack. This time, there was blood at the corner of Zichen's mouth. He was injured. The injured Zichen did not look like he was in pain. Instead, he smiled. After watching it 3 times, he had already memorized the opponent's movements. Although they were not coherent, he seemed to be able to display some of the power of the perfect body. "Outsider, admit defeat. Otherwise, I will kill you," Ula said kindly when he saw Zichen coming forward again. Chapter 772. As he walked towards Wu La, Zichen used his remaining spiritual sense to simulate Wu La's physical skill. After a few simulations, Zichen was able to memorize the relatively easy physical skill. Even though he could not say that he could unleash 100% of the physical skill's power, he could at least unleash 30% to 40% of its power. Furthermore, once Zichen unleashed 30% to 40% of its power, Wu La would not be able to withstand it. Zichen stood in front of Wu La again, his face full of confidence. No one knew where the outsider's confidence came from. Wu La didn't understand either. After hearing Zichen's confident words, he said loudly, "Okay, outsider, you said it yourself. If you can't win, then we'll exchange sleeping partners." "I said it," Zichen calmly stated. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of all the giants, Zichen began to warm up before the battle. This warm-up technique was actually a set of physical skills, and it was the same physical skill that Wu La had used before. The two's movements were almost the same. In fact, when comparing the two, Zichen's movements seemed to be smoother and more pleasing to the eye. How do you know this too?" Wu La's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, it was not only Wu La who was shocked. Seeing Zichen use this physical skill, the faces of the giants around them were also filled with shock. This is a physical skill unique to the barbarian tribe. How can an outsider know this? The giant beside the leader also exclaimed. The leader of the Crow tribe's eyes shone brightly. He just learned it. He was hit 3 times, but his eyes were still fixed on Wu La. It seems that we really have met an extraordinary outsider. Did he really just learn it? But look at his movements. They are even smoother than Wu La's. This is obviously something that can only be achieved after practicing it thousands of times. The giant beside him was stunned. The raven leader shook his head. It seemed that he could not give a proper explanation for the outsider's situation. He had never heard of anyone being able to use it after seeing it 3 times, and even more smoothly than Wu La. This phenomenon might seem strange to others, but when it came to Zichen, it was called evolving a combat skill. Although the lightning youth in Zichen's sea of consciousness had long disappeared, the lightning youth's ability to imitate and even perfectly perform a skill after seeing it once or twice had always been hidden in the depths of Zichen's sea of consciousness. After Zichen used the limited amount of spiritual senses he had to deduce several times, he was able to stimulate this hidden skill. Thus, under the magical ability of the lightning youth, Zichen was able to sense the essence of the body art during his deduction. In addition to the lightning youth's innate talent, this body art was not difficult to understand, which was the key to Zichen's quick comprehension. Under the personal demonstration, Zichen seemed to have practiced it countless times. The way he used the body art was even smoother and smoother than Wu La's. It was as if he had practiced it countless times. The two of them completed the set of body art movements almost at the same time. Then, Zichun felt that the hidden energy in his body was instantly stimulated by the body art. The energy in his body seemed to have come alive, just like elemental energy. Then, when Zichun clenched his fist and punched out, the hidden energy in his body surged towards Zichun's arm. Zichun's fist began to emit a golden light. Then, an extremely powerful aura emanated from it. This aura was many times stronger than Wu Lei's attack. This aura shocked the giants. Boom! The two fists collided again, and a thunderous explosion erupted. After the explosion, there was a blood-curdling scream and the crisp sound of bones breaking. Zichun stood motionless in his original spot, while Wu Lei was already more than 10 meters away. He was rolling around with his arms wrapped around his arms. The blow just now had shattered his arms, and the intense pain caused him to break out in cold sweat. However, he gritted his teeth and did not continue to scream. The scene was silent. The giants were completely stunned by the scene before them. This is the combat power of a third-level warrior. This outsider has just arrived, and he already has the combat power of a third-level warrior. After a long time, a giant let out a shocked cry. When they looked at Zichun again, their eyes were filled with awe. A third-level warrior was already considered strong in the small Raven tribe. Even the leader of the Raven tribe was only a fourth-level warrior. In the distance, Wu Lei had already been helped up. After a few words of reprimand from the leader, he went down to treat his injuries. When he went down, he did not look at Zichun again, but the shock and disbelief in his eyes did not fade for a long time. The leader from before walked towards Zichun with two giants. The two giants had a powerful aura, and it was obvious that they were stronger than Wu Lei. Sorry, my control of my strength is not perfect. I did not hold back at the critical moment. Zichun apologized to the leader. The leader looked at Zichun and said, "You already held back. Otherwise, Wu Lei would have died. He was in the wrong first. I am very grateful that you held back." Zichun did not deny it. He did hold back at the critical moment. After perfecting his physical arts, Zichun could have killed Wu Lei with one punch. Hearing this, the giants were even more shocked. "You must have some doubts. Come with me." Leader Wu Man walked towards the place where he lived. The two giants beside him did not follow. Zichun nodded and followed him into the room. After Zichun left, the giants were in an uproar. This outsider has the strength of a third-level warrior when he just arrived. This is too terrifying. This is simply a genius. They all say that outsiders are extraordinary and unfathomable, but when they come, they are very weak. But the outsider we met had the strength of a third-level warrior. He is extraordinary among extraordinary. After seeing Zichun's strength, the giants discussed among themselves. They were full of praise for Zichun. "Sigh, I just don't know what choice he will make." Suddenly, a low sigh sounded. This low sigh stirred up everyone's emotions. One by one, they also sighed. Yes, this outsider is so outstanding. Why would he choose to stay in our Raven tribe? Everyone's previous excitement instantly turned to disappointment. The female giant named Una said, "If he chooses to stay in the Raven tribe, I will accompany him until he leaves. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask. As long as I know, I will tell you." After entering the room, Wu Man sat on a stone bench and gestured for Zichun to sit. The stone bench was somewhat high. It was meant for giants. Zichun sat on it and looked extremely small. However, Zichun had too many questions in his mind. He did not care about that. He directly asked, "I want to know where this place is." "This is the world of the barbarians. We barbarians and powerful beasts live here." Wu Man said, "What Wu Lei displayed earlier was a technique unique to you barbarians." "That's right. We barbarian warriors train our bodies. We use physical strength. Barbarian techniques circulate in our various tribes. What you just displayed was the most basic barbarian technique that stimulates strength. We barbarian warriors are divided into 9 levels. Wu Lei is only a second-level warrior." As he spoke, Wu Man looked at Zichun with surprise in his eyes. "When you outsiders arrive here and lose your strength due to the strange disease, Your body is at most comparable to a first-level warrior. However, your strength is comparable to a third-level warrior. It's unbelievable. Zichen only smiled at Wu Man's praise. He was extremely curious about barbarians who used physical strength. Of course, he was even more curious about barbarian techniques. According to Wu Man, he had only learned the most ordinary barbarian technique. However, it had increased the strength of his perfect body by several times. If he learned a more advanced barbarian technique, his combat strength would clearly be stronger. On the ancient road without the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, if he mastered a barbarian technique that stimulated strength, it would undoubtedly be another life-saving method. Zichen was extremely interested in barbarian techniques, but it was clearly not the time to ask about barbarian techniques. You don't seem to be hostile to outsiders. I want to know more about them, Zichen asked. You outsiders will come to our place every once in a while. In the beginning, their strength is extremely low, but their talent is very high. As long as they don't die early, they will grasp extremely powerful strength in the future. Legend has it that you outsiders can even fly in the sky, burrow into the ground, summon the wind and rain, and are omnipotent. Zichun was relieved when he heard this. Those who dared to enter the strongest ancient road were almost all talented people. There was no need to mention their talent. There were also many people with powerful strength and extraordinary spiritual senses. As time passed, it would definitely not be a problem for these people to break the seal. Zichen asked a question he was very concerned about. Are there any outsiders among the barbarians now? Wu Man shook his head and said, No, all the outsiders have left. Moreover, there hasn't been any outsiders here for a long time. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would be swallowed by the beasts. We can't say for sure. Zichen nodded and asked, I also want to know some things about barbarian techniques. I don't know if you can tell me. Although barbarian techniques are a secret to us, there is nothing that can't be told to an outsider like you. Barbarian techniques are divided into different levels. There are strong and weak ones. You only learned a second-level barbarian technique, but we have a third-level barbarian technique. In the bigger tribes, there are fourth or fifth-level barbarian techniques. In the bigger tribes, there are sixth or seventh-level barbarian techniques. In the legends, there are eighth and ninth-level barbarian techniques. Wu Man looked at Zichen and said, We barbarians have an unwritten rule for you outsiders. That is, all outsiders have the right to choose before coming here. You can choose to join a big tribe or a small tribe. But no matter which tribe you join, the barbarians there will give you enough resources to let you grow until you leave. Is there such a good thing? Outsiders are not natives. Once they grow, they will leave. Isn't this a waste of barbarian resources? Who would be so stupid to use their own resources to train an outsider? Zichen asked with a smile. Chapter 773. Zichen had already guessed what Wu Man had said. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything was built on benefits. The barbarian tribe was so nice to the outsiders because they wanted the talents of the outsiders and the powerful combat power after breaking the seal. Seeing that Zichen did not answer, Wu Man said again, There are many tribes in the barbarian tribe. Our Raven tribe is only a small tribe with only 200 people. Within 10,000 miles, the largest barbarian tribe has hundreds of thousands of people. Compared to the two barbarian techniques we have here, the large tribes have dozens of barbarian techniques. If you choose to join a large tribe, you can learn advanced barbarian techniques. If you join a small tribe, you can only learn basic barbarian techniques. Zichen still did not speak. Wu Man said again, Outsider, make your choice now. If you choose to stay, the Raven tribe will welcome you. I will teach you level 3 barbarian techniques, but you will lose the opportunity to go to a large tribe to learn powerful barbarian techniques. If you want to go to a large tribe, I will lead the way for you. Zichen's face was clearly filled with shock. If an outsider wants to leave, you have to be at least a level 6 warrior. So joining the barbarian tribe to learn barbarian techniques is your only chance to leave. If I join a tribe, can I never leave? Zichen asked. There is only one situation where you can leave. Wu Man said, What situation? All the barbarians in this tribe died in battle. Wu Man's expression was solemn as he said each word. Zichen thought for a moment and then asked, I want to know how the other outsiders choose. Wu Man shook his head and said, Sorry, I can't tell you before you choose. Also, your choice is witnessed by the barbarian god, so you can't change it after you choose. Zichen raised a finger and asked, One last question. If you join a weak tribe, you will never have the chance to learn advanced barbarian techniques. Wu Man shook his head and said firmly, No, you will never have the chance to learn advanced barbarian techniques. If there is no chance, then how did the original barbarian tribe expand? Were they born to be a strong tribe? Zichen was very curious. There are a lot of people in large tribes, so it's only natural that there would be a lot of powerful berserkers. They occupied the statue of the god of berserkers, and under the influence of the god of berserkers, it's only natural that they would understand powerful berserker arts, or they would attack each other and steal from each other. Barbarian god statue? What is that? It's a statue of the barbarian god that we worship. It's the incarnation of the barbarian god. The real statue of the barbarian god is controlled by the most powerful tribe in the depths of the barbarian race. The rest of the statues are all incarnations of the barbarian god. They are located in other places. The statue of the barbarian god closest to this place is occupied by the Black tribe. They have 2 level 4 warriors. Wu Man's explanation allowed Zichen to quickly understand the world of berserkers. Clearly, this was a place where the strong were respected. If the strong had enough resources, they would become stronger and stronger. If the weak did not have enough resources, they would become weaker and weaker. Just like the raven in front of him, they had no resources and no powerful battle techniques. This was no doubt a replica of Zichen's barbarian land. Outsider, it's time for you to choose. Within a 1,000-mile radius, the largest tribe is the Wood tribe. They have many barbarian techniques. If they know that an outsider has come, they would be happy to invite you to join. Wu Man urged. Zichen smiled. You're very strange. I have so much potential. You should be trying to keep me. But instead, you're chasing me away. Don't forget, you are my savior. The Raven tribe is too small. We don't have enough resources for our people. The only thing we can give you is a 3rd-grade berserker art. Inviting you to stay will only harm you. If you join a large tribe, you'll be able to obtain a lot of resources. You'll be able to become stronger and leave this place as soon as possible. Isn't that what you outsiders have always been pursuing? Zichen nodded his head and said, What you say is very reasonable, but I still prefer to stay in the Raven tribe. So, I've decided to stay. As for the resources, if you can't give me, then forget it. But you must give me the level 3 barbarian technique. When Wu Man heard this, his face was filled with excitement. An outsider might be able to bring about a miracle, but he also knew the current situation of the Raven tribe. They could not provide for an outsider. Staying here would only hinder the development of the other party. Seeing that Wu Man was about to say something, Zichen waved his hand and said, Okay, don't call me an outsider. I have my own name. I am Zichen. Also, didn't you say that the barbarian god is a witness? So, this choice has worked. Zichen pointed to the door and said, Now, shouldn't you tell this good news to your people? They've been waiting for a long time. Okay, I'll go now. The excited Wu Man was already a little incoherent. Wait, you haven't told me yet. How do the other outsiders choose? Wu Man turned his head and suppressed the excitement in his heart. He said, Most of them will choose to join a large tribe. Only 1 or 2 strange ones will choose to join a small tribe. With that said, Wu Man left. Moments later, thunderous cheers sounded from outside. In the room, Zichen had a smile on his face. The reason why the other outsiders chose to join a large tribe was because they were filled with immense confidence. Zichen, who had a perfect body, was naturally confident. However, compared to powerful resources, Zichen valued saving his life more. Furthermore, resources could be obtained by snatching them. As long as he had enough time, Zichen believed that he could obtain all the resources he wanted after breaking the seal. The closed door was suddenly pushed open by a great force as a giant walked in. It was none other than Una. Her face was clearly filled with excitement. After entering, she said, Outsider. No, Zichen, Thank you for choosing to stay and help us. I've decided to accompany you in the future and be with you." After saying that, Una threw a coquettish glance at Zichun. For some unknown reason, Zichun suddenly thought of the passageway guardian at that moment. He felt a chill in his heart and all the hairs on his body stood on end. A wave of fear surged into his heart and his body trembled uncontrollably. He quickly clutched his chest and said, "No, no need. I have yet to recover from my strange illness. I need to recuperate properly." Looking at the pale-faced Zichun, Una said, "Very well. I'll accompany you after you've recovered." Hearing that, Zichun nearly coughed out blood. It seemed that he could not appreciate a great beauty like the passageway guardian or Una. Zichun's decision to stay behind caused the entire Raven tribe to become excited. Leaving behind an outsider proved that the small Raven tribe had the potential to rise up. During that time, Wu Man gathered all the resources within the tribe and handed them over to Zichun. Naturally, the resources that Wu Man gave him were a mixture of herbs and the blood of savage beasts. It was very helpful in increasing one's physical strength. During that time, Zichun did not remain idle. He continued to study the set of body technique. With his powerful deduction ability, Zichun was able to deduce the level 2 body technique to its limit, making it no weaker than a level 3 body technique. Facts proved that although the lightning youngster had disappeared, his divine ability remained within Zichun's sea of consciousness. On the third day, which was the third hourglass, Zichun was able to deduce the basic body technique to its limit. Next, Zichun got up and walked towards the door. Since choosing to stay here, Wu Man had given Zichun his residence. Zichun did not hesitate to accept it. Otherwise, he would have had to build a house for himself. As for Wu Man's place, it was naturally Una's place. The barbarians were still uncivilized and were not as possessive as humans. Among the barbarians, reproduction was the most important thing, regardless of whose offspring it was. Una was an example. As the number 1 beauty of the Raven tribe, she belonged to the chief when he was around. If the chief was not around and Una was willing, she would belong to someone else. As he walked out of the door, Zichun put on his armor. The armor was returned to him by a Raven warrior the next day. Back then, these two items had been split between him and Ula. Having evolved the level 2 berserker technique to its limit, Zichun was in a good mood. Furthermore, after joining the Raven tribe, he had the mission of leading the tribe to rise up. Zichun was filled with enthusiasm. Chief Zichun, Chief Zichun. After Zichun came out, many of the barbarians greeted him politely. As for Zichun, he was honored to become the second chief of the barbarians. Zichun nodded at the barbarians. Then, he recalled something and said to one of the barbarians, "Go. Call all the warriors above level 2 here." "Chief Zichun, what do you want them for?" one of the barbarians asked in confusion. "A meeting," Zichun said. "A meeting?" The barbarian was confused. "A meeting to discuss some matters." "Oh, you want to discuss the matter of going out to hunt savage beasts, right? I'll go now." The barbarian pretended to be smart. The barbarians had powerful constitutions. They were born with a strength close to that of a level 1 warrior. This was extremely powerful. Through Zichun's spiritual sense, he could tell that a level 1 warrior was equivalent to an early primal core stage cultivator. Among humans, the primal core stage was divided into 4 stages: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great circle. Within these 4 stages, there were also several smaller stages. However, the barbarians divided these 4 stages into 9. For a barbarian to be born with strength comparable to that of a primal core stage cultivator was very terrifying. Of course, when their bodies were strong, their intelligence would be relatively low. Furthermore, they had no elemental energy or spiritual sense. They were natural warriors. Soon, all the level 2 and level 3 warriors who received the news arrived. Even the leader of the Wu barbarians came. "Chief Zichun, are you taking us to hunt savage beasts?" The barbarians asked as soon as they arrived. Their faces were full of worship. Zichun scanned the crowd. There were more than 50 level 2 warriors, 5 level 3 warriors, and only 1 level 4 warrior, the Wu barbarian. "Where's Wu La? Why isn't he here?" Zichun looked around and didn't see his only acquaintance. Wu La is recuperating. That punch from Chief Zichun shattered his bones. He hasn't recovered yet, so he can't go out, a barbarian answered. Two of you go and bring Wu La here. If he doesn't come, then bring him here, Zichun said.
Yes.
Two of the barbarians ran off. Chapter 774. Even though he had only been here for 3 days, Zichun's prestige was still extremely high. The ravens blindly worshipped outsiders, believing that they could help them rise to power. In the history of the barbarian tribe, it was not uncommon for outsiders to bring a tribe to power. Of course, this was on the premise that the outsiders did not die in the process. Wu La was quickly brought in by the two. Wu La's face did not have much resentment, but rather admiration. He walked to Zichun's side and respectfully bowed to Zichun. Wu La greets the leader. At this moment, Wu La's attitude towards Zichun was the same as his attitude towards the Raven barbarians. The bowing Wu La was taller than Zichun, so Zichun had to raise his head to look at Wu La. He looked up at Wu La and asked, "Your injuries haven't healed yet." Wu La rubbed his head and smiled. His face was filled with admiration as he said, "I still need a few days to recover. I heard from the leader that if it wasn't for leader Zichun showing mercy, I would have died that day. Come, let me take a look." Zichun walked towards Wu La, but Wu La was close to 4 meters tall. Zichun was not even half as tall. Wu La could only half squat and move his fixed arm in front of Zichun. Zichun placed his right hand between Wu La's thumb and index finger and released his spiritual sense to check the other's injuries. The barbarians focused on cultivating their bodies, so their physiques were very strong and their bones were very sturdy. That day, Zichun's attack had only shattered Wu La's thumb and forearm, so the injuries were not very serious. In the outside world, this would at most be a small injury. With pills and elemental energy, it would quickly heal. But here, where there were no pills, Wu La would need to rest for a long time to recover. Leader Zichun, this is not a problem. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. Wu La thought that Zichun was feeling guilty and hurriedly said. Who knew that Zichun would actually nod and say, "It is indeed not a problem. It's just a small injury. It will only take a few days." As he spoke, a medicinal pill appeared in Zichun's hand. This was a blood-healing pill. Zichun gently crushed it into powder. After shattering the blood-healing pill into powder, Zichun used his spiritual thoughts to control the powder and infused it into the depths of Wu La's bones through his skin. Wu La's shattered thumb and forearm were instantly healed. All right, try moving. After using up all the powder, Zichun withdrew his right hand with a faint smile on his face. Wu La's eyes widened in astonishment. Just now, he felt a mysterious force returning to his body. After Zichun finished speaking, Wu La tried to move his arm. The arm that was previously unable to move was now not only able to move, but it was also extremely nimble. The surrounding barbarians burst into cries of alarm, and a look of amazement appeared on their faces. In the eyes of the ravens, this scene was almost a miracle. Even Wu Man's eyes were filled with surprise. He exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary medicinal pill?" Medicinal pills were very common in the outside world, but in the world of the barbarians, they were extremely rare. This was because the barbarians did not have spiritual thoughts, or Yuanli naturally, they could not refine medicinal pills. Without deliberately explaining, Zichun took a few steps back and only stopped when he was able to look at the barbarians at eye level. He lightly coughed and said, "Today, I have gathered everyone here because I have a barbarian technique to share with everyone." Barbarian technique. Chief Zichun, you know barbarian techniques? After Zichun finished speaking, a barbarian asked, "As your leader, I naturally know some barbarian techniques." Zichun paused and said, "Today, I will teach you a powerful second-level barbarian technique." Chief Zichun, you should only know one second-level barbarian technique, right? And that's the most common one. We all know it. Beside Wu Man, a third-level warrior who was in the know spoke up. You all know it? Then I will demonstrate it to you, and see if you all know it. After Zichun finished speaking, he demonstrated the second-level barbarian technique in front of all the barbarians. Seeing Zichun's extremely smooth movements, the barbarians were only surprised. They did not pay too much attention to it. In their eyes, this was the most basic barbarian technique. They all knew it, but it was not as smooth as Zichen's. Chief Zichun, we all know this. We have already memorized the movements. A second-level warrior spoke up. Zichun had a faint smile on his face. He ignored the second-level warrior and looked at the third-level warrior. He asked, "Did you see it clearly?" The 5 third-level warriors had serious expressions on their faces. They were stronger and could naturally see that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. However, Zichen's speed was too fast. In addition, they did not pay much attention to it. By the time they realized that it was not ordinary and wanted to memorize it, Zichun had already finished. In the face of Zichen's question, the 5 of them shook their heads. Zichun turned his head to look at Wu Man. Wu Man's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with shock. As the leader of the Raven tribe, he was very knowledgeable. The barbarian technique Zichun had just demonstrated was not simply extraordinary. It was extremely extraordinary. A mere second-level barbarian technique in Zichen's hands had the power of a third-level barbarian technique. Did you see it clearly? Zichen looked at Wu Man and asked. Wu Man's shocked expression disappeared, and he looked at Zichun with great admiration. He said, "Chief Zichun is indeed extraordinary. It's just that your movements were too fast, and I did not see it clearly. Chief Zichun, please demonstrate it again." Wu Man's humble attitude made the expressions of the second-level warriors change instantly. They did not see anything special about this barbarian technique, but judging from the expressions of the leader and the third-level warriors, it was obvious that this barbarian technique was not ordinary. Zichun nodded. He then swept his gaze over the barbarians and said loudly, "Everyone, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. I will repeat this action once more. You must remember every detail and every degree of change in your body. When you are able to display 90% of the power of this barbarian technique, then we will go and hunt the savage beasts." After he finished speaking, Zichen demonstrated the barbarian technique again. This time, everyone watched attentively with their eyes wide open. When they watched carefully, they found that Zichen's body technique was indeed different from the second-level barbarian technique. There were several modifications. The modifications could maximize the power, but it was also very difficult to cultivate. When Zichen finished, the second-level warriors were still in a state of confusion. Obviously, they did not remember it clearly. The third-level warriors seemed to have learned something and did not fully understand. Only the fourth-level warrior, Wu Man, kept nodding. The admiration in his eyes grew stronger. "If you don't understand, ask your leader. He will be responsible for teaching you the tricks. As for the power after you master it, I will demonstrate it to you again. This will be the standard in the future." Then, Zichen pointed at a barbarian next to the Wu Man and asked, "You? Yes, you. What's your name?" "Leader Zichun, my name is Wu Ming." The barbarian named Wu Ming said respectfully, "You should be a third-level warrior. Come out and display your strongest defense." Zichen motioned for him to come out. Wu Ming strode out and stood 3 meters away from Zichun. "I will suppress my power to the second level and use the barbarian technique just now to show you the power of 100%. If you can reach this level in the future, it means that you have succeeded." All the barbarians looked at Zichun without blinking. The barbarian named Wu Ming also went into full defense mode. Zichen, who was standing 3 meters away, clenched his fist and twisted his body strangely. The muscles on his body twitched and the veins on his arms bulged as he punched Wu Ming. There was a piercing whistle in the air as the punch landed on Wu Ming's body. Then, there was a muffled explosion, and the third-level warrior, Wu Ming, was sent flying. After Wu Ming was sent flying with one punch, the scene was dead silent. Release and release at will. This is a third-level barbarian technique. After the shock, the barbarians cried out in surprise. When a second-level barbarian technique was displayed, one needed to warm up, but a third-level barbarian technique did not. With just a few slight movements, one could mobilize the power in one's body. However, Zichen only knew one type of second-level barbarian technique. Didn't that mean that the third-level barbarian technique was just an evolution of the second-level barbarian technique? Leader Zichen, this is a third-level barbarian technique? Wu Ming walked over from the distance, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right. The power of a second-level barbarian technique can be fully displayed. That's how it is now. If you have nothing else to do, you can practice it. One more barbarian technique means one more life-saving method. When they heard Zichen's words, the barbarians became excited. Zichen's actions were equivalent to creating a third-level barbarian technique for the ravens. This contribution was too great, and in just 3 days, Zichen had only been here for 3 days, the ravens had a second third-level barbarian technique. At that moment, they seemed to see the hope of the barbarians rising. All right, practice diligently. Don't be lazy. As he spoke, Zichen looked at Wu Man and said, Leader Wu Man, you said you would teach me a third-level barbarian technique, but you haven't done so yet. Now is the time to teach it to me. Wu Man was still in shock. When he heard Zichen's words, he came back to his senses. He hurried forward, his face full of gratitude, and kept thanking him. Zichen waved his hand and said, They call me Leader Zichen. That's how it should be. You don't have to be so polite. All right, quickly teach me the third-level barbarian technique. Wu Man nodded, and then demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique in front of Zichen. 3 times. Wu Man only demonstrated the third-level barbarian technique to Zichen 3 times. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood, and then signaled for the other party to stop. I'm going to practice this third-level barbarian technique. As for them, I'll have to trouble Leader Wu Man to supervise them and practice diligently. Zichen instructed before he left. Of course. Wu Man nodded repeatedly. He didn't look like a leader anymore, but more like one of Zichen's followers. To learn a third-level barbarian technique in just 3 times, Zichen once again showed his extraordinariness to the barbarians. The barbarians watched Zichen leave with admiring eyes. Then, one by one, they began to practice diligently. Zichen didn't just teach them a third-level barbarian technique. It was a third-level barbarian technique that even a second-level warrior could practice. Although it was a small barbarian technique, it was a huge contribution to the ravens. The most obvious feature was that the ravens would naturally win in a battle between second-level warriors. In danger, the ravens who had a third-level barbarian technique would have a higher chance of survival. As soon as Zichen returned to his room, he began to practice the third-level barbarian technique that Wu Man had taught him. Chapter 775. The power of a level 3 barbarian technique was much stronger than that of a level 2 barbarian technique. Once it was perfected, the power of a level 3 barbarian technique would reach its peak. Zichen was trying to comprehend a level 3 barbarian technique. At the same time, he was practicing it in the empty room. After half a day, he had gained a lot. Within the barbarian tribe, only those of a certain level could practice the corresponding barbarian technique. For example, a level 2 warrior's body was not strong enough. If he were to practice a level 3 barbarian technique, he would exhaust too much of his strength and damage his bones. It was like a person who could only lift 20 pounds, but insisted on lifting 40 to 50 pounds. Naturally, he would not succeed. It was the same for practicing barbarian techniques. If it was light, he would not be able to progress. If it was heavy, he would strain his bones and tendons, leaving behind a fatal wound that could never be healed. Zichen was practicing a level 3 barbarian technique with ease. Clearly, he had not reached the limit of his body. He estimated that his strength should be around the level 4 barbarian technique, or the peak of the level 3 barbarian technique, or the beginning of the level 4 barbarian technique. According to the classification of the human realm, it would be the peak of the early primal core stage, or the beginning of the middle primal core stage. Of course, this was referring to the strength of his body. It had nothing to do with his elemental power. The door to Zichen's room was pushed open, and Una walked in with 2 large bowls in her hands. The bowls were as big as basins and steam was rising out from them. Chief Zichen, time to eat. Una placed a large bowl on the stone table. One of the bowls was filled with cooked savage beast meat. They were all large chunks of meat, weighing at least 5 kilograms. The other bowl was filled with meat soup mixed with herbs. The aroma of the meat soup was completely covered by the smell of the herbs. The taste of these 2 foods was not good, but they were the favorite of the barbarians. After consuming these foods, they could increase one's strength. According to Una, This was the meat of a peak level 3 barbarian beast. In the Crow tribe, which did not have many resources, not everyone was able to eat such good food. Not everyone could even eat level 2 barbarian beast meat, let alone level 3 barbarian beast meat. The stone table and stone stool in the room were custom-made for Zichun. If not, he would have to squat on the stone stool while eating. With less than a tenth of the yuan power in his body, Zichun was no different from a barbarian. After cultivating for half a day, he felt his stomach empty and his stomach rumbling with hunger. Therefore, after thanking the barbarian, he sat down on the stone bench and began to eat. Zichun frowned slightly as the large piece of meat entered his stomach. He had been eating the same food for the past few days, and even though he was famished, he still felt that the taste was not good. Moreover, whether it was the meat soup or the meat, there was a bitter herbal taste. Looks like we need to think of a way to improve our diet, Zichun mumbled as he chewed on the beast meat. Suddenly, Zichun seemingly noticed something. He turned his head to the side and saw that Una had not left as she usually did. Instead, she was standing beside Zichun, her head lowered as she watched Zichun eat. There was a slightly perturbed expression on her face. Haven't you eaten yet? Sit down and eat. Zichun invited him insincerely. It was not because he was stingy with the beast meat. Rather, it was because he had to sit down and eat with such a big body. Furthermore, it was a woman. Zichun felt somewhat conflicted. No, this is something that only the leader can enjoy, Una quickly refused. However, after refusing, she did not immediately leave. Is there a matter? Zichun asked again. Una nodded her head, a rare bashful expression appearing on her face. She lowered her voice and said, Leader is going to teach us a level 2 berserker technique today. I wonder if we can learn it. You? Didn't I teach it to everyone? Zichun's face was filled with confusion. Una paused for a moment, seemingly having made up her mind. She then said, What we mean is us women. Today, you have only gathered the men who have reached level 2 in the tribe. You did not gather us women. That is why I am here to ask the leader if you can teach us this level 3 berserker technique. A look of realization appeared on Zichun's face. Earlier, when he only saw the men and not the women, he felt that it was strange and thought that none of the women in the tribe had reached level 2. Leader, you don't agree? Una anxiously waited for Zichun's reply. When she saw that Zichun did not immediately reply, she asked again, Why would I not agree? Go tell the leader of the Crow Barbarians that I am the one who said it. Ask him to teach it to you, Zichun said with a smile. That's great. Leader Zichun, you are the best. Una jumped up in joy, causing the entire room to tremble. After that, the excited Una leaned towards Zichun. It was unknown if she was going to hug him or do something else. Swoosh. Zichun dodged by reflex. He moved as fast as lightning. In Una's eyes, Zichun's entire body transformed into a beam of light and disappeared before her eyes. This scene caused Una to be stunned on the spot. Zichun moved far away and said to Una, All right, I am going to eat. You can leave now. Make use of this time to practice. When you become a level 3 warrior, I will teach you a level 3 berserker technique. Una's eyes were filled with both excitement and shock. She nodded her head and quickly ran out to share this good news with the others. After Una left, Zichun had no choice but to continue eating the unpalatable food. Zichun took a full hour to eat the 10 jin worth of food. After that, Zichun continued practicing his level 3 berserker technique. 3 days passed by quickly. During these 3 days, Zichun rarely went out. When it was time to eat, Una once again came to deliver food. Seeing that the quality and quantity of the food had clearly decreased, Zichun guessed that the Crow tribe had run out of resources. Normally, the Crow tribe would go out once every few days. However, as of late, everyone had been practicing their level 2 berserker technique and did not go out to hunt. Naturally, there was not much meat left. Zichun finished all the food and left the room. In the open space outside the room, a group of barbarians were seriously practicing their level 2 berserker technique. The Crow barbarians were supervising them. As a level 4 warrior, Crow Barbarian's rate of improvement was undoubtedly the fastest. Although he had yet to master the essence of the level 2 berserker technique, in just a few days, he was able to unleash 80% of its power. Seeing Zichun walking over, the group of barbarians stopped and bowed towards Zichun. Has everyone eaten? Zichun asked. Everyone was startled at first, but they quickly nodded their heads and shouted that they had eaten. However, just as they finished speaking, one of the barbarians' stomach failed to live up to expectations and began growling. After practicing for the entire morning, it was only natural that they would be hungry. The growling stomach caused the barbarian's face to turn red. The other barbarians glared at the barbarian. Chief Zichun, Crow Barbarian, stepped forward, seemingly wanting to explain something. However, he was interrupted by Zichun, who waved his hand. Go get some food now. After eating, we'll go hunting. Hunting? Chief Zichun, didn't you say that if we can't master this technique, we won't go hunting? The group of barbarians were startled. Hearing that, Zichun snickered and said, Before you can master it, all of you will be starving to death. The group of barbarians disbanded and went to prepare the food. Crow Barbarian stayed behind. He looked at Zichun and asked, Chief Zichun, where are we going to hunt? We'll go wherever you usually go. We usually go to the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range 40 miles away. There are level 1 to 3 savage beasts there. It's very suitable for us. Crow Barbarian said. Okay, we'll go there. Zichun nodded. If he wanted the Crow tribe to rise, the first thing Zichun had to do was to provide everyone with a sufficient source of food. For the barbarians, food was everything. This was because all the power they needed was obtained from food. Compared to Zichun's previous barbarian land, this was a true barbarian land. The barbarians here were almost uncivilized. They didn't even have the most basic language. Barbarian techniques had to be passed down orally or learned from the beast god. After an hour, the group of barbarians finished gathering. There were 3 level 3 warriors, 20 level 2 warriors, and Crow Barbarian. As for the others, they had to stay behind to guard the tribe. They had beast tendons wrapped around their waists and stone tools in their hands. Their faces were filled with excitement and fanaticism. For this hunt, there was one more Zichun. He was able to send a level 3 warrior flying with a single blow. His battle strength was naturally very strong. With one more powerful battle strength, everyone was happy. They also expected that the harvest this time would not be small. After Zichun nodded and Crow Barbarian waved his hand, the group set off. During this time, Zichun also asked Crow Barbarian about the situation in the barbarian world. It seemed that after coming here, Zichun had never talked to Crow Barbarian. Crow Barbarian's answer was contrary to Zichun's expectations. This barbarian world was not uncivilized. There were pills, weapons, and even wild beasts. However, these were all in large tribes with tens of thousands of people. There are also places to trade here, but it's 1,000 miles away from here. My father went there once, and he told me all this. As he spoke of his father, Crow Barbarian's face was filled with pride. This was because his father was a level 5 warrior, the only level 5 warrior in the entire Crow tribe. Unfortunately, this level 5 warrior had gone deep into the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range in order to let the Crow tribe live a better life. His only level 4 barbarian technique was also lost in the Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range. For cultivators who could fly, 1,000 miles was only a matter of a few breaths. However, for the barbarians who could not fly and could only walk, this was an extremely long road. Moreover, the Crow tribe was as poor as a church mouse. They simply did not have anything worth trading. The Crow tribe was the lowest of the barbarian tribes. It was unrealistic to want this tribe to become a large tribe in a short period of time. This was because they did not have barbarians. Without barbarians, they could not form a large tribe. Crow Barbarian was also not greedy. In the chat, he told Zichun that as long as the Crow tribe could defend themselves against the attacks of other tribes, it would be fine. The Barbarian Dragon Mountain Range was the dense forest that Zichun had seen when he first arrived. It was also the place where the Crow tribe hunted wild beasts. As for the origin of the name, it was said that in the depths of the mountain range, there lived a powerful barbarian dragon. After entering the mountain range today, Zichun saw that the level 2 barbarians were busy. They were searching for some herbs in the dense forest. Zichun could tell at a glance that these herbs were things that were usually put in food. Moreover, there were many of them. Out of curiosity, Zichun bent down and picked one, then put it in his mouth and chewed. Don't. When Crow Barbarian saw this scene and was about to open his mouth to stop it, it was already too late. Chapter 776. As he chewed, a medicinal juice filled his mouth. Zichen immediately felt his tongue go numb. This thing is poisonous. Zichen turned to look at Wu Man. If he guessed correctly, these were the medicinal herbs he usually ate. This is called masu grass. It is a highly poisonous substance. If a second-rank warrior accidentally swallows it, they will definitely die. If a third-rank warrior mistakenly eats it, their body will also show signs of being poisoned, and they will need to lie down for a long time. Wu Man's eyes were clearly filled with shock as he explained. Clearly, Zichen was fine after swallowing this medicinal herb. This meant that his strength had already surpassed the third rank and reached the fourth rank. The Ravens had another fourth-rank warrior. This shocked Wu Man, and he also felt a deep sense of respect for Zichen. Zichen had been here for less than 10 hourglasses, which was 10 days, and he had already reached the fourth rank. If I'm not wrong, this herb is in the food we usually eat. Zichen spat out the masu grass in a single breath. Yes, but the masu grass we eat has been processed. The poison in it has been completely removed, leaving only the effect of increasing strength. After Wu Man finished speaking, Zichen shook his head. After obtaining the inheritance of the everlasting sect, although Zichen had not yet refined pills, he was not the kind of person who knew nothing about medicinal herbs. When he put the masu grass in his mouth, other than numbness and wood, it had no other effect. Saying that this masu grass had the effect of increasing strength was simply nonsense. Zichen glanced at Wu Man and asked, "How did you get rid of the poison in it?" "Using the rhizome of the masu grass. Separate the rhizome from the leaves. This is highly poisonous, but if mixed together, it becomes non-poisonous." While speaking, Wu Man dug out a section of the rhizome of the masu grass and handed it to Zichen. Zichen picked it up, looked at it, and then put it in his mouth. A moment later, the numb feeling from before appeared again. Zichen also felt that the roots and leaves were somewhat different. When the two were put together, they could indeed complement each other and offset each other. After Zichen spat out the rhizome, he said to the dumbfounded barbarians, "You are not allowed to add this to your food in the future. How is this a strength-increasing herb? It is clearly poison." How is this possible? All the barbarians were stunned. They had been eating this kind of thing for more than 10 years. Not only that, their ancestors had been eating this kind of thing for generations. "Lord Zichen, is there a mistake? There are other herbs in the food we eat," the Crow Barbarian leader asked. "Oh, what herbs did you put in there? Bring me all of them. Since we're here, we can settle the matter of the herbs at the same time." The group of barbarians dispersed and went to look for the medicinal herbs in the food. About half an hour later, everyone came back one after another with all kinds of medicinal herbs in their hands. There were more than 10 kinds of herbs that were usually put in the food, and they were all placed in front of Zichen. After that, Zichen tasted them one by one. During the tasting, Zichen perceived the effects of the herbs through the medicinal liquid. Among the 10 or so herbs, Zichen recognized a few. As for the effects of the other herbs, after personally tasting them, Zichen came to a conclusion. The barbarians did not hunt the savage beasts. Instead, they all stared at Zichen. When Zichen opened his eyes, they all asked him how it was. "Before I find a suitable prescription, it's best that you all don't add these things into your food. There are many types of medicinal herbs, but their effects are not uniform. Some of them even go against each other. Not only are they unable to increase one's strength, they even reduce the effect of the savage beast meat." Zichen's explanation clearly shocked the barbarians. Could it be that there really was a problem? There must have been a problem at that time. The barbarians' expressions changed. They felt bitter in their hearts, but no one questioned Zichen's explanation. "It must have been that damned black tribe more than 10 years ago. It's all their fault." A barbarian roared loudly. He became extremely agitated. Wu Man scolded the barbarians loudly. The barbarians no longer roared, but they became extremely disappointed. Looking at these barbarians, Zichen could not help but shake his head. They had been hunting here for more than 10 years, but they did not have a deep understanding of this place. At this moment, their loud roars would naturally attract the savage beasts. Everyone, cheer up. The savage beasts are coming. As soon as Zichun finished speaking, the disappointed barbarians became vigilant. Then, they heard rustling sounds. Savage beasts? There really are savage beasts, and there are a lot of them. Hearing the sounds, the barbarians' expressions changed. They quickly got into a defensive position. The sounds were coming from all directions. Obviously, many savage beasts were coming from all directions. It seemed that after hunting for more than 10 years, this was the first time they were surrounded by savage beasts. The barbarians' faces revealed a nervous expression. Compared to most of the barbarians, the savage beasts of the same level were much stronger. If they were to fight one-on-one, the barbarians would definitely be the ones to die. Everyone became alert and protected Zichun in the middle. Compared to the nervous expressions of the barbarians, Zichun's expression was a lot calmer. The barbarians did not have spirit sense, but Zichun did. He had already sensed the arrival of the savage beasts. At this moment, he was bending down to collect the herbs and put them into his spirit ring. Zichun's spirit sense was enough to open the spirit ring to store things. As the rustling sounds got closer, the barbarians held their weapons even tighter. They stared straight ahead. After a few breaths, huge heads emerged from the tall shrubs and appeared in front of everyone. These are savage wolves, a pack of savage wolves. When the barbarians saw that huge head, their complexion changed drastically. Barbarian wolves were extremely difficult to deal with. Not only were they powerful, but they also lived in packs. Once they were surrounded, even a higher-level savage beast would have to retreat in defeat. The number of savage wolves that appeared had already exceeded 10. Their eyes emitted a cruel, bloody light as they stared at the barbarians. They opened their mouths and revealed their sharp fangs. When these savage wolves appeared, they did not attack immediately. This made many people's hearts sink. There was only one reason why these savage wolves did not attack, and that was because their leader was not here yet. It's over. I didn't think that we would encounter savage wolves as soon as we came out. Today is not a good day. The 3 rank 3 warriors' faces were bitter. Wu Man's face was also very ugly. These savage wolves are all at the peak of rank 2. Their battle strength is not weak, but their leader is even more terrifying. It is definitely a rank 3. The barbarians formed a circle and were on guard. Wu Man turned his head to look at Zichun and said, "Leader Zichun, when the battle starts, you must decisively leave. If you can leave alive today, please help our Raven tribe." Zichun did not speak. His gaze was fixed in the direction of the bushes. Using his spiritual senses, he found that the barbarian wolf leader was hiding there. Its cold eyes were fixed on Wu Man. It was hiding in the bushes, bending its body and slowly moving closer to Wu Man, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Zichun's face showed a trace of surprise. He didn't think that this beast would have such intelligence. It seemed to have surpassed many barbarians. Using his spiritual sense, Zichun did not see the leader of the savage wolves give the order to attack. However, the pack of savage wolves jumped out of the bushes and bit at the approaching barbarians. Fight the enemy. Be careful. The leader of the savage wolves should be nearby. Wu Man shouted. He then took a step forward and attacked a savage wolf that was pouncing at him. Wu Man's muscles twitched. He then clenched his fist and used his 3rd-level barbarian technique, hitting a savage wolf's head.
Pong.
The savage wolf was hit in the head and was instantly sent flying. When it landed, its head was in a mess and it was almost knocked unconscious. Seeing this, the surprise on Zichun's face grew. The 4th-level Wu Man's 3rd-level barbarian technique didn't break the 2nd-level savage wolf skull. It didn't even knock it out. It was clear that this savage beast was indeed extraordinary. After that, the other barbarians also encountered the savage wolves. However, the result was the same. After using their powerful attacks, they only forced the savage wolves to retreat but did not kill them. Only a few barbarians used stone tools to leave shallow wounds on the savage wolves. Don't hit the head. The savage wolf's head is the hardest. Hit the weak spot. Wu Man, who had attacked, immediately shouted. However, the retreating savage wolves had already launched their second wave of attacks. Their attacks were no different from those of ordinary beasts. They either had sharp claws or large mouths. However, every time they charged, they carried the power of a giant mountain. In a direct confrontation, the powerful barbarians didn't have the upper hand. They were either sent flying or knocked to the ground. Barbarians are human warriors, and savage beasts are transformed wild beasts or ancient beasts without Yuanli. Zichen stood in the middle of the battlefield and watched the entire battle. This was the most primitive battle. All methods were a contest of strength. There was no strong Yuanli, no terrifying techniques, only pure force. Pong. During the attack, Wu Man finally found an opportunity to attack a savage wolf's weak spot. With a muffled sound, the savage wolf's body was broken, and it instantly lost its ability to fight. After a successful attack, before Wu Man could relax, 2 more savage wolves rushed towards him. After sending one flying, the other left a long wound on Wu Man's body. As a 4th-level warrior, Wu Man was injured by the savage wolf's attack, not to mention the other barbarians. After sending another savage wolf flying, Wu Man loudly commanded, "Retreat, hurry up and retreat. There are many of them. Cover Chief Zichen as he retreats." The barbarians fought as they retreated. The injured barbarians held onto their stone tools while the others faced the savage wolves outside. Once there was an opportunity, they would use their stone tools to attack the savage wolves. Although the barbarians were no match for the wolves, there were no immediate casualties. Their cooperation could be considered tacit. "Chief Zichen, hurry up and retreat," Wu Man shouted again. After repelling another savage wolf, he turned his head to look at Zichen. At that moment, the leader of the savage wolves, who had been hiding a few meters away from Wu Man, took advantage of Wu Man's distraction to jump up and viciously bite his neck. Chapter 777. Zichen had brought everyone out to hunt, and the first battle they encountered was a pack of wolves. Moreover, there were more than 20 of them. After seeing the savage beasts and understanding their attacking methods, Zichen naturally had to make a move. The pressure on the barbarians was increasing. Just as Zichen was about to make a move, he discovered that the alpha wolf was attacking the barbarians. The barbarians hadn't discovered it yet, or perhaps they had discovered it but couldn't react in time. Thus, Zichen could only make a move against the alpha wolf. Zichen tapped his foot and began to mobilize the power hidden in his body. A faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. He was like a bolt of golden lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the barbarians, blocking the alpha wolf. Then, under the shocked gazes of the barbarians, Zichen stretched out his hand and pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader. Moreover, he pressed down on the head of the barbarian wolf leader at lightning speed. Then, the barbarian wolf leader fell to the ground. At first glance, it was as if Zichen had grabbed the alpha wolf's head and fiercely smashed it into the ground. Bang! Under Zichen's great strength, the alpha wolf's head heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. One had to admit that the alpha wolf's head was tough enough. Zichen's fierce strike actually didn't break it. Oh woo! The alpha wolf fell to the ground and let out an angry howl. However, this howl suddenly stopped. The alpha wolf's head was lifted up by Zichen once again and fiercely smashed into the ground. The earth once again shook, and then the alpha wolf's anguished howl rang out. The entire battlefield stopped because of Zichen's move. Not only did the barbarians give up attacking, but even the wolves turned to look at Zichen. Zichen's body was too small compared to the barbarians, but this small body was able to suppress the alpha wolf. For the 3rd time, Zichen lifted the alpha wolf's head and smashed it into the ground again. Bang! The earth continued to tremble. After the tremors, there was a continuous tremor caused by Zichen's continuous attacks. Amidst the tremors, there seemed to be the alpha wolf's unwilling and angry howl. Here, looking at this scene, all the barbarians became speechless. This was too powerful, too valiant, too domineering. He was able to suppress the leader of the barbarian wolves all by himself. Moreover, he was able to pick it up like he was picking up a little chick and smash it into the ground with all his strength. Amidst the rumbling sound, A deep pit the size of a human head was formed on the ground. The deep pit was stained with red blood, and fresh blood continuously flowed out from the mouth, nose, ears, and eyes of the barbarian wolf leader. Zichun was expressionless as he struck again and again. It looked like a simple strike, but every time Zichun moved, the perfect body would provide a powerful force. Otherwise, how could he suppress the alpha wolf's resistance? The howl of the alpha wolf finally changed from anger to fear. When the alpha wolf was smashed by Zichun dozens of times and was on the verge of death, the other barbaric wolves finally reacted. They first let out a warning growl, but when they realized that the warning was not needed, they bent their bodies, borrowed the force, and pounced on Zichun. Leader Zichun, be careful. Wu Man cried out in alarm. However, his warning was clearly a step too late. Just as the barbaric wolves moved, Zichun had already turned around. When the barbaric wolves jumped up and pounced on Zichun, Zichun had already clenched his fist. The level 3 barbarian technique that had evolved to the extreme was displayed. The power in Zichun's body was easily mobilized by Zichun under the barbarian technique. Zichun's fist emitted a faint golden light, as if a stream of elemental energy had appeared on the surface of his fist. After that, Zichun clenched his fist and punched. Zichun's punch landed on the head of a barbaric wolf. With a loud bang, the barbaric wolf was sent flying. As it flew backward, the clear sound of bones breaking could be heard. The hardest part of the barbaric wolf's body, its skull, was shattered by Zichun's punch. The barbaric wolf was also killed by Zichun's powerful attack. A single punch killed a barbaric wolf. However, there were even more barbaric wolves that pounced on Zichun. For the sake of their leader, they were not afraid of death. After that, Zichun's attacks were carried out under the petrified expressions of the barbarians. Moreover, Zichun's attacks were very simple. He clenched his fist and punched. However, such a simple attack contained an extremely terrifying power. Every time he punched, a barbaric wolf would be killed. There were more than 20 barbaric wolves, and they were known as a pack. However, under Zichun's powerful attacks, how could 20 barbaric wolves be enough to kill them? Reality proved that when they knew that they were no match, not only were humans afraid of death, even barbaric beasts were afraid of death. When Zichun killed the 8th barbaric wolf, the rest of the barbaric wolves felt that something was wrong. There was hesitation in their fierce eyes. When the 10th barbaric wolf died, the barbaric wolves had the intention to retreat. When the 12th barbaric wolf died, the rest of the barbaric wolves began to flee in fear. The barbarians were still in a state of shock and did not chase after the fleeing barbaric wolves. The leader of the barbaric wolves was still alive, and Zichun had no interest in chasing after a mere level 2 barbaric wolf. After killing 12 barbaric wolves, Zichun's right fist was not stained with blood. He turned around, lowered his head, and looked at the leader of the barbaric wolves with cold eyes. The leader of the barbaric wolves' eyes were filled with fear. However, after being beaten to the point of death by Zichun, it did not have the strength to escape. It did not even have the strength to wag its tail in a friendly manner. Then, it saw this extremely ferocious short barbarian clenching his fist and ruthlessly punching towards its head. When the first punch landed, the ground trembled. The leader of the barbaric wolves felt as if its head was about to explode. However, when the second punch landed, it had already lost its senses. With 2 punches, Zichun defeated the leader of the barbaric wolves. Zichun stood up and swung his wrist. Using pure strength to attack actually made his hand feel a little sore. After killing more than 10 barbaric wolves, Zichun had a clear understanding of the strength of his own body. Level 4. According to the barbarian standards, his perfect body was level 4. However, the perfect body of a level 4 barbarian, whether it was defense or attack, surpassed Wu Man's body. The battle was over, but the barbarians were still in a daze. They did not immediately clean up the battlefield. Each and every one of them stared blankly at Zichun. Their expressions were extremely shocked. What are you all looking at me for? I can't be eaten as food. Hurry up and collect the spoils of war. Zichun looked at everyone and said. Only then did the barbarians react. They quickly rushed towards the dead barbaric wolves. Although they began to collect the spoils of war, The shock on their faces did not dissipate for a long time. Wu Man walked in front of Zichun. His face was filled with respect and awe. Zichun's extremely brutal attack had really frightened Wu Man leader Zichun. "May I ask if you are already a level 4 warrior?" Wu Man asked. His voice was filled with excitement and surprise. There was also a trace of apprehension and hesitation. Zichun turned his head to look at Wu Man and said, "I just stepped into level 4. Why, is there a problem?" Previously, it was only a guess. Now that it was confirmed, Wu Man laughed happily. "Great, a level 4 warrior. Our Raven tribe has another level 4 warrior. Then we can also try to comprehend the Beast God statue." Beast God statue? What Beast God statue? Zichun asked. "It's the method to obtain the barbarian techniques that I told you about. The Beast God's incarnation can comprehend a level 4 barbarian technique. That is a true level 4 barbarian technique. If I can master it, I can easily kill the barbaric wolves," Wu Man said excitedly. Zichun nodded. The power of a berserker art that had evolved to the peak of the 3rd level was already very impressive. A 4th level berserker art would naturally be stronger than a 3rd level berserker art. Zichun's face was clearly moved when he heard that. Seeing Zichun nod his head, Wu Man was extremely happy. He then said to the other barbarians, "All right, let's go back quickly." "We can go back." "Great. We can go back and practice a level 2 barbarian technique." Leader Zichun is really too powerful. You only need to attack once, and we can go back. The rest of the barbarians spoke one after another. Their eyes were filled with uncontrollable admiration. However, Zichun was stunned. "Go back? We're going back now. We just got here." But after he turned around, he understood what was going on. A barbaric wolf was more than 3 meters in size. These barbarians could only carry one each. They either carried the barbaric wolf on their shoulders or tied it with beast tendons and carried it on their backs. Including the leader, there were a total of 13 barbaric wolves. If each of them carried one, they would need 13 people. In the group, 2 of them were seriously injured. 15 of them had lost their ability to fight. It seemed that the group did not have the ability to continue. "We still need to go deeper. These things are not enough," Zichun said as he looked at the group. "Leader Zichun, that's enough. These things are more than enough. This time, we have gained the most from the hunt." A barbarian spoke, and the others nodded. Zichun shook his head again and said, "What I mean is not enough to eat. It's not just simple food. It's to increase everyone's power. Only level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts can increase everyone's power. Therefore, we need to hunt these beasts." "Level 3 or 4 barbaric beasts? Can we kill them?" The barbarians were worried. "Yes," Zichun said confidently. The barbarians naturally did not doubt Zichun, but looking at the barbaric beasts in their hands, their eyes were filled with reluctance. "Put these things down. I'll clean them up." As he spoke, Zichun took a big step forward. When he asked the barbarians to clean up the battlefield, he neglected the fact that the barbarians did not have a spatial spirit ring. The barbarians did not know what was going on, but they did not dare to disobey Zichun. They put down the barbaric beasts and walked to the side. Then, they saw a miraculous scene. Wherever Zichun walked to, the barbaric beasts would automatically disappear with a wave of his hand. After waving his hand a dozen times, all the barbaric beasts had disappeared. All the barbarians were stunned. They stared at Zichun. Wu Man even asked, "Leader Zichun, where did those barbaric beasts go?" Zichun waved the spatial spirit ring on his finger and said, "They are in here." Ignoring the barbarians' surprised and shocked gazes, Zichun pointed at the herbs on a barbarian's back and said, "Mix masu grass, mind grass, and this blue herb together. Then apply the medicinal liquid on your wounds." Chapter 778. In the world of the barbarians, there was no spiritual energy. Naturally, there were no natural herbs. Even the herbs that were picked were ordinary herbs. These herbs were not very old. Of course, there were some herbs that were over 100 years old. These were already considered rare. The herbs that Zichun casually mixed had a very special effect. After applying the medicine to the wound, not only could it stop the bleeding, it could also stop the pain and speed up the recovery of the injury. Of course, the effect was not as fast as the blood-healing pill. When they continued on the road, Ziqian had completely become the core of the group. After knowing that Ziqian was already a 4th-level warrior, all the barbarians' faces were filled with unconcealable excitement. With Ziqian's addition, it was equivalent to having 2 4th-level warriors. This was completely equal to the Black Tribe. There was hope for them to obtain the Beast God statue. Once they obtained the right to study the Beast God statue, then the Crow Tribe would have their own 4th-level barbarian technique. The group began to go deeper. As the sky approached, night fell. The world of the barbarians was completely black and white. There was no sunlight during the day and no Xingchun or the moon at night. Once night fell, the world would become so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. The barbarians, who were previously excited, slowly became nervous as the night fell and the low growls of all kinds of savage beasts rang out. "It's dark. Let's rest here tonight. Let's get something to eat first," Ziqian said. Although he was not familiar with this place, compared to the barbarians, Ziqian had traveled extensively and seen a lot of the world. In terms of age, Ziqian seemed to be older than the Crow Tribe. The place that Ziqian chose to rest was on a high ground. The location was very good. After the barbarians spread out, some barbarians brought food to Ziqian. This was cooked and air-dried meat. It was very hard, and there was a strong herbal smell on it. The barbarians handed over 4 or 5 strips. Ziqian held it in his hand and frowned slightly. But when he looked at the other barbarians, he saw that they actually split the meat into 2. It seemed that there was not much food in the tribe, and they did not bring much. Ziqian threw the jerky to the others and said, "You guys eat?" The barbarian who took the dried meat was obviously surprised. He asked, then, "Chief Ziqian, what do you want to eat?" "I'll just eat the barbecued meat." Ziqian pretended to take out the raw meat. However, Wu Man, who had guessed Ziqian's actions, quickly stopped him and said, "Chief Ziqian, you can't do that. It's night, and all the savage beasts are out. They are not blind like us. They can see everything, and most of them hunt at night." Hearing this, Ziqian smiled and asked, "Then what level of savage beast do you think my fire will attract? Level 5 or 6? Hearing this, Wu Man laughed and said, "Chief Ziqian must be joking. How can there be 5th or 6th level savage beasts in this peripheral area? At most, it will attract 4th level ones." "Then," he said seriously, "but 4th level savage beasts are not easy to deal with." Ziqian nodded. Then, he stretched out his hand and a small flame appeared in the palm of his hand. It was obvious that he was going to act willfully. This scene was like a magic trick, and it made many barbarians curious. Wu Man seemed to want to say something, but his mouth moved, but he didn't open his mouth. The small flame in the palm of his hand made Ziqian's face red. He glanced at the barbarians beside him and said, "What are you looking at? Hurry up and find some dry wood. Today, I'll let you have a good meal." Hearing that there was delicious food, several barbarians stood up and walked away. After a while, they came back with some dry wood. Then, a burning bonfire appeared in front of Ziqian. Ziqian rummaged through his spirit ring and finally found a long spear at the level of an elixir weapon. Before coming, Ziqian had already cleaned out his spirit ring and left all the useless things in the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The long spear in front of him belonged to the cultivator called Ku who had poisoned him. The appearance of the long spear made the barbarians feel dazzled. They all stared at the long spear in Ziqian's hand with wide eyes. "What is this? A weapon?" "It's actually a glowing weapon. Chief Ziqian, this is your weapon?" The barbarians came forward and stared at the long spear in Ziqian's hand. Wu Man was also very curious. He knew that there were very strange weapons in the outside world, but he had never seen one before. "This is a weapon, but it's not my weapon." Ziqian smiled and explained. Then, he used his spiritual thoughts to control the purple gold gourd and took out a large piece of ancient beast meat. Currently, Ziqian's spiritual thoughts were still very weak. He could not summon the lightning in the purple gold gourd, nor could he control it. However, taking out a piece of ancient beast meat was not a problem at all. The purple gold gourd contained these things thanks to the devil ape. If it had not insisted that Ziqian put these things in, Ziqian would not have taken them. The glowing weapon was already an eye-opener for the barbarians. However, when they saw the glowing meat in Zichen's hand, they were also stunned. Glowing meat? There's actually glowing meat. The large piece of ancient beast meat was dozens of kilograms. Zichen skillfully separated it and pierced it all on the long spear. Then, he put the meat on the bonfire and began to roast it. The demonic ape was delicious, and since Zichen had the ancient beast meat on him, he naturally had seasonings as well. These were all the best seasonings that humans could find. As the various seasonings were sprinkled on the meat, the glow of the ancient beast meat began to recede, and the skin slowly turned golden. The barbarians who were eating the jerky also put down the food in their hands after smelling the aroma of the roasted meat. They looked at Zichen eagerly. In this dark night, the fragrance of the roasted meat spread out from the forest. When the meat was about to be cooked, the barbarians could no longer sit still. There's only so much food. It's not enough to fill your stomachs. You guys should eat the jerky. Just try this, Zichen said with a smile, after which he distributed the barbecued meat, leaving only one piece for himself. The golden roasted meat was cooked with a lot of seasonings, and Zichen's taste was perfect. The roasted meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The group of barbarians ate so much that they almost swallowed their tongues. They said that this was the most delicious dinner they had ever had in their lives. The only pity was that there was too little roasted meat to fill their stomachs. Seeing how everyone was enjoying the food, Zichen, who was eating a piece of roasted meat alone, didn't feel full. Usually, in the outside world, Zichen wouldn't feel hungry even if he didn't eat for months. However, there wasn't any heaven and earth spirit energy here, and Zichen only had a little bit of essence force in his body. He was no different from a mortal and would feel hungry. Anyway, the devil ape had asked him to bring a lot of ancient beast king meat. Zichen simply let go and roasted it again. When he took out a bigger piece of raw meat than the previous one, many barbarians cried out in alarm. Many of them quietly put away their dried meat strips. Zichen used a small knife to cut open the ancient beast meat and then sprinkled the condiments. After everything was done, he handed the spear to Wu Man. Zichen's action stunned Wu Man. "You roast it." "I want to move my muscles," Zichen said with a smile. Wu Man and the other barbarians were puzzled. They did not know why Zichen wanted to move his muscles in the middle of the night. Suddenly, Wu Man's ears twitched and his expression changed. As a rank 4 warrior, he naturally heard the sound that others could not. "Take it." Under Zichen's signal, Wu Man took the spear. His hands were trembling. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid of the sound he had just heard, but because he was excited to hold a weapon from the outside world for the first time. Zichen stood up. Wu Man sat in Zichen's previous position and began to roast the meat. However, his face was clearly filled with worry. "If you get distracted and burn the meat, you won't be able to eat for 3 days. Zichen strode into the forest. When his figure disappeared under the illumination of the flames, his voice could be heard. Wu Man's hand trembled and the spear almost fell. However, he smiled. Zichen's action was clearly telling him that he could handle it. "Leader Wu Man, where did Leader Zichen go to move his muscles?" A barbarian asked curiously. Wu Man looked at the crowd and said seriously, "From now on, you can call me Wu Man or Big Brother. Don't call me leader. Remember, from today on, there is only one leader, and that is Leader Zichen." When Wu Man's extremely serious voice fell, the barbarians nodded one after another. At this moment, in the dark night that had just quietened down, a shrill cry of a savage beast rang out. This cry was accompanied by the extremely clear sound of bones shattering. This sound seemed to break the silence of the night. The next moment, all kinds of beasts roared, and the sound continued to reverberate in the forest. "Not good, there's a savage beast." The barbarians heard this, and their expressions changed dramatically. They stood up one after another, holding the stone tools in their hands tightly. Wu Man, who was holding the spear, also had the impulse to fight at this moment. However, it seemed that the other end of the spear was barbecued meat. Moreover, he had to follow Zichen's words and fight another battle. Therefore, Wu Man shouted, "Sit down. What are you doing?" "There's a savage beast." "Leader Wu Man, There's a savage beast. I know there are savage beasts, but you all sit down. Didn't you ask where Leader Zichun went to move his muscles? Then I'll tell you. He went to find those savage beasts to move his muscles. Wu Man looked up at the barbarians and said, with your little strength, you'll be a burden to Leader Zichun. So sit down and wait for Leader Zichun to come back. But, Leader Wu Man, no buts. Sit down. Also, I said, don't call me Leader Wu Man, call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man, Wu Man said loudly. Leader Wu Man, another voice sounded. Wu Man turned his head in dissatisfaction and looked at Wu Lai said, call me Wu Man or Big Brother Wu Man. Wu La laughed and pointed at the barbecued meat in front of Wu Man. Well, Big Brother Wu Man, you haven't cooked the meat in a long time. It's almost burnt. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.